Hello, class. Damn, I was gonna say hello, students, class. Now I screwed it up. It's over. I was gonna do It was gonna be like when you have that super unenthused professor. Class is now starting. Settle down. I've goofed right off the bat. Screw. Okay, forget it. Everyone, ignore that. Delete the VOD. Stop the stream. It's over. Hey, VOD viewers, what's up? You know the drill. We're doing the replay analyses today. I don't have one lined up actually to start. People will tune in soon, I'm sure, and we'll get going. I should pop up the thing. Do you think we'll get a patch anytime soon? Fissure just ended, though. Slam's now gonna start, right? Blast Slam 4 in a couple days. Selfishly, if the patch doesn't happen for the month, that might actually work out for me. Patch in December? That's kind of far though. Let's get a patch already. So whatever. If it comes when I'm busy, so be it. Let me move this over here. Hey, Dead Zone Gamer, what's up? I am doing well. A little bit busy weekend. I didn't end up working on videos yesterday because I decided to just take the. I'm like constantly in the grind of like stream and videos and then barely fit in time to do the like essential chores like cook, laundry, stuff like that. So there's like so many things I always put off because like I should do this and I'm tired or whatever. So yesterday, instead of working on videos, executive decision, just catch up on a bunch of chores. So it wasn't really all that fun for the most part, but knocked out a bunch of stuff that was put off. Hey Lax, yeah, I've missed you the last couple times. I'm here. I'm not doing anything different. I'm right here. I ain't dodging. Translucent blue jellyfish. Morning. Hey Z, how you doing? What was I looking for? Oh yeah, someone was asking. November 5th. So in what? 2 days? Do I have anything in 2 days? No, it'd be a great time for a patch actually, Val. Think about it. Though realistically, they shouldn't have to care about Quateros Curios. I feel like the whole point of Quateros Curios is that it just goes on in the background, that it's irrelevant to patch timings. It's just like a for fun thing that is now always going, like right here, it's like you play games, this goes up, it resets, every 3 months supposedly. I don't think they have to follow the timing for patches personally. Are they going to? Maybe. But my read of this the first time when it came out was like, it's gonna be there, it's fun, we'll do things independently of it and it'll just move to the background when it happens. How can we enter the free replay analyses? Fantastic timing. So match ID, you can see top right. Hit me with that match ID. It's got to be from within the last week. Sometimes there's a little wiggle room, but it's definitely safe within the last week. Let me know who you're playing because I have anonymous mode on in case any of this makes it to YouTube. I say that. I haven't done that in a while. But anyways, it's on anonymous mode, so I don't know who you guys are if you don't tell me who you're playing. And then any specific questions. We're going to try, once again, we're going to try to keep it a little bit focused as opposed to, we went through this trend of like 1 hour replay review, sometimes even more, just like slowly going through the whole game. I think there's merit to that. But we're going to bring it back to the more rapid reviews. Let me get the timer out. So we'll aim for like 10-ish minutes and then go from there. So if you have a specific question, it's easier. I can like jump, like, hey, there's this fight. I got flamed. Is it my fault? Let me know, and I can let you know. That can help. If you really don't have a question, then I'll just do my own analysis. I'll look at the graph. I'll be like, wow, this looks like a real game-losing moment. We'll jump in. We'll see what you're up to. Stuff like that. So if you don't have a specific question, it's okay. But the people with specific questions, I'll be honest, will probably have priority. Or, wait, I almost forgot. if you have a game for whose fault is it anyways, either you want to blame a teammate or teammates are blaming you, that could be good. Let me know. Put the match IDs in. It may not fit within our 10-minute time frame, but maybe I'll save those match IDs and I can always I'll look at them later and pick one out or something. I don't know. You want to show Jupiter a bit?
Zach, your Twitch about section is wrong. It says 6K.
I guess I gotta fix that NPR. What?
He got his tooth removed.
Oh, I told him last time. He had a tooth removed because it was loose. Not sure why. Yeah, I guess I gotta fix that about section. Honestly, NPR, I thought we would just drop our MMR again pretty quickly, so I wasn't even gonna change it. How do you anonymize the replay? So actually, it's not perfect. And actually, it would affect almost nobody in the world except a handful of content creators. So does it really matter? I turn anonymous mode on so that names aren't shown. It's not perfect. If a courier dies, it will still say the player's name on who the courier is. If you are on my friends list or in the guild, it will show your name. There's a couple other times there are small bugs that the name will pop up anyways. So it's a bit unfortunate. I mainly use it just because, one, if a video does come out and it's like, hey, this guy messed up, I don't like when the comments are like raging at a guy, which mostly it's anonymous anyways, because you can have like repeat usernames, but I still feel bad if someone has a username and they're like, man, this guy is a piece of shit, even though it's supposed to be like, you know, friendly education. But then also it's Dota, so there's some like real toxic chat sometimes, and I will try to mute and like blur really bad stuff, but to some degree it just like goes through and I don't always catch everything. And I, again, don't want people to be like, technically that would be like good witch hunting, but like we shouldn't encourage it. We're like, hey, that guy's a racist, you know? So you try to anonymize it. Hey, Horizon Strider, you said didn't you say you went to a concert recently, right? How was it? I think you said that in the last stream. While we are rambling and chatting, we should party's coach name also Yo, yeah, I remember that. I remember the I recently saw that too. Like the coach was not anonymous in anonymous mode, which is funny. Did I bought tickets to the Miku Expo, which for me is in April. Oh, I didn't realize it was further away, but that's still cool. That should be cool. I thought it was like something coming up right around the corner. Okay, let's because we're doing the faster replays, we'll just start churning down the list. Let me get my timestamp stuff. Actually, let's before I do that, let's make sure we can download the games. Who did I just? All right, we're starting with Leonardo. If I say, maybe it defeats the whole purpose to say your name in anonymous mode, except I would cut this section out of a YouTube video anyways. Oh, anonymous mode for what? It's okay, it's okay, it's gonna be removed. All right, let me, you are Oracle. Oracle 5, ancient game. Looks like you've got some divine players in here, so you're close to breaking through. All of us are Jane Does. Exactly. Anyways, to anyone watching the VOD, it's never been completely anonymous anyways, because you guys see the, like, VOD or stream, you guys see the people commenting and stuff, so it's never been anonymous to you. It's anonymous to the YouTube audience who, like, tunes in. I usually hide match IDs and everything, too. It's probably way more than necessary. I doubt, there's probably very few cases of anyone ever, like, going that far, but I do it anyways. Okay, so your question was, I play as Oracle. I'm in a lane where my carry is just completely dominating. What other tasks can I do instead of standard pulling, lane presence? Are rotations better? That's actually a fantastic question. This has been coming up in a lot of, not only the replays, but coachings, which you guys don't always get to see. We actually did one live, but it's been something I've been hammering home a lot lately for people. I think it's even more important nowadays because of the Pub meta is always a little slow to adapt to like the actual changes in the game and the pro meta, but it's slowly reaching the point where it's more important than ever to be moving around the map because of how large it is and everything. So you said you were winning your lane and you were with, I guess this anti-mage, and yeah, it looks like you guys are doing pretty well here. So I'm going to tell you right now, without even knowing how the lane went, the key timings I would look for are 5 minutes. When it hits the 5-minute mark, that is your, I am looking to leave the lane if it's possible, and I need an excuse to do so, an opportunity or an excuse. So either you get a kill, a double kill, something like that, get a really good trade, or, okay, Equilibrium is in a good spot, and it's time for Power Rune, it's time for Wisdom Shrine, it's time for the next Power Rune. Any of those will be moments to leave. And after you walk away and leave, if you have to come back, maybe. But we're really trying to leave the lane at that point, which also means we want to ward and sentry up before then. So I am not too worried about this like initial part because you already said your lane went well, so we're gonna like speed through that. But before I jump too far ahead, I want to say you should adjust your item build. Notice in these early fights, this is actually a great example where there's like a really hectic fight, right? And there's a lot of people getting low. This is where 2 Iron Branches, a Fairy Fire, Blood Grenade, something like that, huge difference in who dies first. And suddenly it's a 300 gold difference. So you will not need 2 Clarities at this time. You will not need 3 Mangoes. The Magic Stick is fine to pick up early charges from these fights. So Sentries, Magic Stick, I would be okay with those. If you want to be like, oh, I'm going to skip Tangos to laning with the Bounty Runes, that's fine with me. But you never need this amount of regen at the very start for mana. You never need this amount of start. Like, even if you use Q literally off cooldown, it would be really hard to burn through this amount of mana before the first courier could come out to you. So it's essentially wasted gold. And I would recommend you buy the Iron Branches, the Blood Grenade, stuff like that, so that these early fights are more likely to go your way. You just got bonus time. I never started our timer. Boop. All right. So I'm going to kind of skip ahead through this because your question's about when we can leave the lane. And I said around here is when we want to start taking a look. I usually get pulled into these and then I forget to read chat, so let me just double check that you're not like asking questions as we go. All right. Okay, so around now is when we want to start thinking about the first chance. If we didn't get kills around this window, I want to think about the Power Rune. And in your matchup, it is Anti-Mage versus Undying. And honestly, we sped so fast, I don't even know who else is in the Faceless Void, apparently. Faceless Void Undying up here. Is this Faceless support? Or is he just like... he's up here. It's a weird matchup. So you guys are doing well. Double melee heroes with no lockdown should pretty much never kill Anti-Mage unless he screws up, but that's not on you. So your job here, I see you've got the Observer and Sentries. So we're going to Sentry somewhere up here. You have a big wave pushing up, so it's the perfect time to check for Sentries in this area. People don't always do it, but I need this Observer to live. I want to feel comfortable with Anti-Mage being alone. I want to leave, so I need this Observer to live, and I think it's worth putting down a Sentry. If you know where they are because you happen to see it, then that's fine. You can skip this step, but we really want this first Observer to live. It used to be really popular to put in this area, but nowadays a sentry around here is extremely common. It's what I'm about to tell you to put to look for the enemy sentries. So for your observers, if you don't want a sentry, you should default to placing it like out here. All of this sucks because the camp is constantly fought over, and any observer in this area tends to die. Over here is your best bet, but if like there's been any sentry fighting, I wouldn't do it. As you walk to the Power Rune, you can go this way, and because it's nighttime, you can walk up to like about here, and then Observer here or like here, and it's fairly safe to do so. It's much better than daytime where you walk over here and a guy standing here is like, what's that Oracle up to, right? Because he can see all the way over here while still playing the lane. So it's much better to do this at night. Potentially, depending what path you're taking, you could also come up here, put your Observer in this area. But considering that we're trying to protect the anti-mage, the further it goes this way, the less it helps. And this lane, the way your anti-mage is going to die is incorrect blink usage in the lane, which is not your fault. But the ways that he could die that we can help with is Silencer silencing him, and then Lena stunning him from Fog of War. So Lina would be rotating from the lane or teleporting, and then Silencer would likely be coming through the Twin Gate. That doesn't happen in a lot of pub games, so mainly through the TPs or the mid rotations, which you have one observer mid, so by process of elimination, if I don't see Lina in the lane, and I don't see her moving bottom, then the last place she could be going to that would scare me is top. She could be jungling, but if we need a lane to be careful because Lina's missing, and by process of elimination, like, it would be anti-mage. So now we just like look for the teleports, so either here or here would help minimize that. So you do this pull. This is like okay as well, because this actually will kind of bring equilibrium back. But it means because we're doing the pull, we aren't placing the observer, so now I need another chance to do that. You can use some spells there, but I'd be a little careful of it. Okay, so notice in this time frame, anti-mage is fine because they did... Okay, I don't know why anti-mage is like over here. Speaking of incorrect blink usage, he should just be here maintaining the lane. After you did this pull, I'm okay with it. You could also have anti-mage pull, leave this lane to go forward, and then anti-mage does his own pull on the next wave. Either a half pull here, hard camp pull. It wouldn't be as clean. This one is actually perfectly fine. The point being is that anti-mage can now sit here perfectly a-okay while you walk here, walk away in about 10-15 seconds. So that's what you want to do, and you want to be thinking about it. So standing somewhere where you are, or even on this right side, is pretty good for you to then make it faster to go to the power rune. And then anti-mage should not be looking to be aggressive right now because we want to leave so you can be up here. In terms of communication, you can say this. You'd be like, I want to go for the power rune, like, start to be careful, like, can you, like, play this area, whatever. However you want to say it. I don't know why he's... It looks like you are carry Oracle and he is support anti-mage zoning people. I don't know what he's up to. Carry players, you're griefing yourself and your team if you come over here and just start shoving out the wave when power rune stuff is supposed to happen and supports are supposed to go. Anti-mage comes over here and then just kills this range creep instantly. So he already wasn't balancing this. It's slightly pushing this way, but it's fixable, especially with an Oracle who can like nuke some of the creeps and then you deny them. So he could balance his wave here and be okay on his own for the next minute. Instead, he's going to shove the lane, which requires Oracle to be here at a key time that Oracle does not want to be here. So carry players, don't grief yourself, don't grief your support, don't grief your mid player, who will then not be able to help any of the side lanes because he doesn't get the power rune. This, super griefing yourself. Unless you're like, I'm going to shove this lane and then go do my own pull and manage it. Let's see if anti-mage does that. I suspect not. Especially because it turns out this camp was blocked. So I would say here is a moment when you could have left, even with anti-mage pushing the lane. Look where he's at. He's actually kind of balanced it somewhat a little bit, so it's staying here. So you could have walked here, and then right around now is when you'd be walking back if you needed to. Instead, notice you just kind of hung around for a small pull. So let's compare that. Small pull, deny 2 creeps, get about 60 gold, or full bottle refill if you had a mid-rune builder, bottle builder in the mid lane. It's a deny from Lina. So Lina just got a regen. She is within death range of the sniper. She's out of mana, so she can't deal with creep waves being shoved in. She is a shrapnel, an auto attack, and an assassinate from death. Now, she is going to be perfectly fine. She's going to shove in mid lane. She's going to be able to clear stack. She's going to show back up. She could gank, come back, full mana. So huge rune for regen, for Lina in the regen rune that we could have taken away from her. So compare all that to the small camp, right? That's why the 6 minute is the first major window for a support player, especially like the 5, wanting to leave the safe lane to go to another lane to start drawing attention somewhere else. This is huge if we can secure it or deny it. When's the power rune timing? So 2 minutes and 4 minutes are the water rune, and one will show up on both sides. Those are not bad to go to, but it's not required, especially for the position 5, and for it's more likely for the 4 support to go for water runes than the 5 support. But it's not strictly guaranteed or required for either, especially in pub games. 6 minutes, and then every even minute after that, 6, 8, 10, so on, it'll be a power rune spawn on one side. Also, you are Oracle, so you literally know which rune to go to, so it's even better for you. Let's finish painting that picture. Sniper just got killed here. because she popped the regen, was able to shove the lane in, and then dive. He made some mistakes on his own too, but she literally could not have done this, right? Despite my sniper's mistakes, and this is the goal of climbing as a support player and as a team player in Dota. Despite my sniper's mistakes, Lina could not have done it if she did not have this regen rune, which I can help control. I can't fix him stepping up too far versus Lina with regen and level 7 going, but I can try to help her not have the mana, so even when he makes this mistake, it doesn't cost him, and then he'll think like, I'm a great player, but it's really you. There is I'll tell this later, I guess, because I said we have limited time to show your rotations, and I don't want to waste your time rambling on a story. I'll tell it while we pick the next replay. Okay, 7 minutes is the next window. So you walk to the power rune, you walk back. You're in the lane now, we take a look. You do this pull, so Equilibrium will come back once again, so if I were to leave right now, Anti-Mage would actually be okay. The lane will eventually shove, it'll shove by the time you're back. So we'll see exactly what happens. But if you wanted to start positioning on the left to consider stealing the Wisdom Shrine, you could do it right now. You don't have to, it's not required every single game. Instead, again, you're gonna farm the small camp. Let's just again compare the value, 60 gold and some XP to stealing this. So it's a huge twist, as opposed to both teams getting a Wisdom Shrine. You get 2, they get none. It's very impactful. Even if you die, it's worth it. And as it turns out, I believe they were both in the lane, because they're like right here. See, this guy's like, oh shit, Wisdom Shrine, right? That's where if you remember and you're already stealing it, already TP'd out, you're done, you're gone. And then he walks up and he goes, no, my Wisdom Shrine. We got him. He's cooked. While he's backing away, if you can be aggressive, you can do that, or you can use the time to place the Observer. Same deal, 7-19, you're seeing the cycle, right? That's why I said 6, 7, 8. It all comes up here. We have shoved the lane in, you did this pull, so hopefully Equilibrium will eventually get fixed up. The perfect time to place Sentry, place Observer. Void is somewhere around here walking back right now. Now is your time to place your Observer and your Sentry to consider moving away. And then, now that we're good, boop, 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 over here. And because it's a little early, you could maybe try to stack on your way. It depends where Lina is standing. Maybe you know the rune is bottom because you're passive, and you're like, oh, I gotta go all the way over here, so I need like the extra time to leave now. If you know it's top, or you're just going top because you're not Oracle and you don't know where it's gonna be, then you can leave in like 10, 15 more seconds, depending how fast you are, if you have boots, stuff like that. Let's compare to what you do in the lane, though. In the same way I said you guys, like, Anti-Mage can't get killed, it's very hard for you guys to actually get kills without burning a lot of mana in this lane. So mostly you just, like, stand behind the Anti-Mage. We could be gone right now. If you weren't here, Anti-Mage, after pushing this, should be doing his own pull and then farming this, and if the lane is still in a bad spot, doing Boglets and then coming back. Instead, you're doing the pull, again, about 60 gold on average for a small camp. What rune does... Looks like Lina's gonna get it because Sniper's rotating at this time. So Lina will now get an Invis rune. So for 60 gold, I could take this away, which means Lina wouldn't have the chance to get a free kill. Because if she is Invis on a hero, LSA, Dragon Slave, Laguna, right? She's probably just a free kill right off the bat on Sniper, on you, on Anti-Mage, and you could potentially take that away from her if you come for these rotations. In fact, it looks like she's going top. Let's see if she kills you. Oh, we do have a sentry here. Lina, where are you? Oh, she took a long loop around. She ended up over there. She did get Sniper. I didn't even notice. I was looking top for her. Instead, she killed the Sniper. Boom. 2 kills on Sniper you could have stopped with the rune rotations. Technically, the time is up, but we're going to go a little further because I think this is actually a pretty educational one. It's got a lot of key times we could leave. So at any moment, Anti-Mage can be left at this point. Even without needing a key, a rune or whatever, he's fine. He cannot die. He is A-okay. So at any moment you choose to just walk through the Twin Gate or walk this way, you're good to go. Just try to ward for him before you do so. So for example, head over here, Observer, walk out. Walk this way, Observer, Twin Gate, get out. Like, you know, there's a couple different options. But all this, like, little lane equilibrium stuff doesn't really matter at this point. Let's see when you actually leave. So you end up putting this one here, but you also block this camp. So this is actually going to backfire on you. When you're winning the lane, the formula for the carry now exploding in net worth, let's think about it. So each creep wave is about 150 gold, and then like 200 when the banner creep is there. So every minute, let's say 300 GPM, just for ease, 300 GPM from the lane, and then 100 passive. So 400 GPM. Now, if the carry in that 1 minute can also farm the hard camp, that's 100 gold, and then the small camp is 60 gold, so then that's an extra 160 GPM per minute, and then they, like, you can't farm it again, they respawn. Maybe bloglets, stuff like that. Depends on the carry, depends how fast they are. So once you win the lane, the formula for the carry is that if they just sit here and farm the lane and balance the equilibrium, they're at 400 GPM. But by shoving in the lane and then getting this stuff, they're pushing closer towards 500 to 600 GPM, depending how many other camps they can get to. And then I know they're going to miss some creeps in the lane because they like shove it up. Some stuff dies without them being there. But then we didn't really factor in the banner creeps and stuff like that. So it will be about like 500 to 600 GPM. So that's the difference between trying to maintain the lane here and then like doing pulls that the carry doesn't get to and then blocking his own camp, right? So we are going to actually be slowing down Anti-Mage with this camp block when his goal should actually be to shove it, then farm these on his way back. And because he's Anti-Mage, blink over here, farm this, blink back when he sees the lane coming back in. So that's how he will explode his net worth. You want to ward for him, and I'm okay with this spot in general. But like I mentioned earlier, if they ever fought over this camp or this camp, there might just be stray sentries here that kill this. And then especially if you're going to block this camp and then they want to unblock it, then there's a high chance they find your sentry. If they place it anywhere here or here, it's free. If they place it here or here, you get a little lucky. You never know. I don't want it to be a coin flip. I want this observer to live as long as possible so I can leave Anti-Mage alone. So somewhere over here is going to be a lot safer to keep the observer alive. We are going to stop as soon as I see when you actually leave this lane. Okay, we end up TPing here as a response to something. So about 10.5 minutes. So you won your lane. That's good. That's about 70%. The extra 30% that will take you from Ancient to Divine to Immortal is the time difference. We leave our lane at 10.5 minutes as a response. So this is a reactionary leave the lane. As a, I want to gain MMR, I want control, I want to do things and lead the game. We want to be the proactive player, which as soon as 6 minutes we identified, I guess even sooner, 5.5 minutes, right? We identified a time you could leave here, you could leave here, you could leave here, you could leave here. There are multiple opportunities for us to make the rotation first, and instead of you teleporting and using this ultimate level ability and money, right, you force support Faceless Void, I guess, right? You walk over here, you like stun a guy and face like, I gotta help, he TP's down here, right? It just goes your way more. We make sure Lina doesn't get 2 kills because we come for these power runes. There are stacks for our sniper or for our anti-mage, right? Now you can see like these proactive places 5 minutes earlier into the game, and that's what'll help you take a winning lane into winning multiple lanes. Because for up to this point, all you've done is help your own lane, but we've now seen several moments that you can help mid or potentially off. Maybe we didn't really look at the off lane as much, but by nature of sniper maybe getting some runes, you getting runes, you could have come over here sooner to like do stuff here. So technically, right, we could take our winning lane into either mid or off lane and then win another lane. So as Oracle, should I encourage the mid to gank more often when I use Prognosticate? It depends on your mid laner, because Sniper is not really a ganking hero. In this particular matchup, Lina versus Sniper, it's more about, I don't want Lina to have the rune. And if Sniper is doing well and then gets a haste, he might just run to a lane and like do something and then run back. Like he might gank with a good rune, but I don't really expect him to. He's probably just going to hold his lane, push the tower, and by doing so, he's going to prevent Lina from ganking the lanes because she won't have runes if you're helping and then you guys are denying runes and regen from her. And then every time Sniper just shoves in the lane, she has to push this out. So she never gets a chance to like run over to side lanes. And if she does, then Sniper's going to take her tower. So it's not that I'm expecting Sniper to gank. It's more that it limits his opponent. But it does depend a little bit on the matchup. Would you classify this kind of missed power rune mistake as support to be on par with my rank, or is it acceptable mistake at Ancient or Divine? That is actually a good question. So it is on par. Notice, for as much as I'm pointing out, like, why didn't you rotate? Faceless never did it, Silencer never did it, and neither... Is this support Magnus? I guess so. Neither did your support Magnus. So no one is doing it in this game. You had like 4 to 5 different opportunities to do so. We didn't really look at the others. Faceless, because you were in a good spot, Face is actually more pressure to like help fix a lane into a good spot. But I promise for any given game, there's a lot of opportunities for every single support to do this stuff, and they're not. So when you start doing it, you're the only guy doing it. You're tilting Lina because she's like, I'm being 2v1'd, right? I'm never getting any runes. What are my useless supports doing, right? You're making her mad, and you're helping Sniper. Anti-Mage will make mistakes. I'm not going to lie. There's times you're going to leave, and he should be okay, and then he's going to die, and he's going to be mad at you. But you are still doing the correct thing if you do what we talk about. And with a little communication and the warding to, like, give him as much as you can and be like, I'm stepping away. Please be careful for 30 seconds, right? It's not really on you at that point. Plus, this is why we walk away. Walk out of your lanes rather than teleport so that when you do need him because he screwed up, we can teleport back as fast as possible and assist him. If you teleport to this stuff, now they help him and you're like, I'm on my way, anti-mage. I'm on the way. He's dead. He's dead already. He's been dead for like 10 seconds at that point. So try to walk out of the lane, and that will cover your pub teammates not doing the smart stuff. Is there any value to staying in lane just to keep Void in the jungle? To a degree. So, like, if you know the offlaner is the one who will win the game for whatever reason, it could be worth slowing them down. If your carry is not someone who farms very quickly, not Anti-Mage. Anti-Mage is very good at this. Even without Battle Fury, his blink and his natural attack speed is very good for jungling. I'm talking someone like Ricky Carry, maybe an Ursa Carry who doesn't have the Battle Fury yet, right? Chaos Knight. People who don't farm that quickly, but they're really good at getting kills. That's another reason to consider staying in the lane if you can actually get kills. Like, if you actually make the difference between I'm watching this guy lane versus, like, we keep getting double kills every time they show up into the lane. But then at some point, you're still going to leave because you've gotten enough kills. So there is room to stay here longer, but most situations, it's safer to come over here and try lane their carry because it's more likely to work out. When you keep playing your lane, you kind of have to get the kills we talked about, which is very hit or miss. And sometimes we screw up and we get killed. So it's very volatile, and usually just like leaving your carry after winning the lane in a 1-on-1 to the 3-on-3 down here to slow down their carry and bait more rotations down here away from your carry, that will more likely work out without needing like I stun first, you go, like proper coordination, stuff like that. You just like passively are in a better spot. Do you encourage proactive rotation to be initiated using items like TP, smokes, or gates, or just walking in fog?
To White Tiny Fins.
Yo, Chungo Bopper, thank you for gifting a sub. The rare tier 2 gifted sub, actually. Thank you so much. Do you encourage proper rotations? Proactive rotations. So, walking is best early game. I'm talking like those 6-minute power runes, stuff like that. If you want to add smoke on top of that, you can, but rather than smoke to the rune, walk to the rune, get the rune for your mid, and if it's a good one, and you have an actual rotating hero, not like Sniper, you could try it with Sniper. But let's say you had the Lina, you had a Storm Spirit, you had a Void Spirit, Queen of Pain, Puck. They pick up an Amplified Damage, Arcane, whatever. Smoke them, then go to your side lane. Whichever one, I don't really care. Go to the side lane, get a kill, with that rune, even better. If you want to play fast and you want to TP and do something, you can. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just more dangerous, and harder to coordinate in a pub game where you're like, hey, we actively TP'd bot to play fast. Carry, please be careful. And Anti-Mage is like, what's that? Dive the tier 2? Ho, I'm chasing a Sven down here looking for a kill, right? That's why it's a little safer to walk away so you can TP back. I mean, granted, this is too far and you're not helping this guy anyways at that point, but the active TP away to play fast is actually good. It's just your teammates tend to screw it up more than you. So you can do it. It's up to you how much you think your teammates are listening to communication, how good they seem to be. Is this guy like way too over aggressive? Is he a smart player? Right? You can kind of tell within the first 5 minutes. You should have a rough feel of how your carry has been playing if you think you can do that kind of stuff or not. I am going to take note of this one because I think there were a lot of good examples there. Excellent submission. All right, let's keep going. A lot of you had already submitted games, so I'm actually going to just run back and grab one. Let's see if I can find a good mistake somewhere or a good question somewhere. Tofufu, there's a new Rataton update. I didn't notice. They have hats? Oh my god, I gotta go look at that. Can we just post our match IDs here in chat? Yeah, usually I will pop this up, and then you'll know to like submit, stuff like that. Because we're trying to like be faster, that one I took some extra time because I thought there were a lot of good examples and questions. I'm gonna just go back and grab one that someone else submitted earlier, and then after this one, I will pop that thing up and we'll grab new ones. Is it downloadable? It is. I find sometimes I do cut videos out of the replay analyses, and I have a feeling we'll use the one we just talked about because, like I said, I thought there were a lot of like clean examples there. Sometimes it's very vague and it's like, yeah, I could show you this, but like it didn't really happen. But like that time we literally saw the Lina have impact for not showing up to the runes. So I think it is a good example. But I find it usually happens at the start of stream. I got the most energy and rambling power at the beginning of the stream. All the more reason to tune in instantly once we go live, guys. These are the first replays are the top quality, best of the batch. There's still advice in the other ones, but I feel like they tend to be a little less focused. Okay, let's start with the let's start with this one. Yeah, okay, first 15-ish minutes sounds good. Your original question was that you need help with laning on a hero that's pretty squishy. You feel like you know what to do once you have an Atos. So what about pre-Atos? And is some of the issue that you're just missing dead shots, which is certainly something with Muerta. I'd say Muerta and Wind Ranger are two supports that are very much skill shot supports. And if you mess up, maybe we should be playing a different hero, but they're fun, so I get it. And the only way to improve at it is to keep playing it. So if you do like the hero and you miss skill shots, like don't sweat it too hard, you'll get it over time. How to contribute in the lane. So you actually have a good pairing in this Wraith King. So Wraith King's gonna be in the body in the front, and then we're just like blasting away. So notice you have double tangos. If you need to know you're gonna take a bunch of harass to go double tangos. But the thing is, same with the last replay where I mentioned like to the Oracle, you're not gonna use this much mana regen in the first few minutes. It's just like literally not possible. For 6 tangos, could you not have another set? Like if you bought one tango and had the next one come out, would it not arrive before you ran out of this first one? Very likely. So you can get 6 tangos if there's like nothing else for you to build and you're slotted out. But for you, you could buy one more Iron Branch because you are a right-clicking support with a melee frontliner versus a melee carry, and then a shorter ranged support. So you are primed in this position to be the #1 right clicker in this lane. So I want to max out on right click damage if possible. If you need to start with a magic stick or something like that, that's okay. But in this case, once you use your sentries, this is a free slot, so then stick your Iron Branch in there. And then eventually you'll throw this Blood Grenade. You'll have another slot, but it's not like you have to buy another Iron Branch at that point. Usually you start moving towards your actual items like boots and stuff like that. But for this very first beginning of the lane, like you mentioned, oh, I'm a squishy support. Literally a little bit more health could make the difference, right? Like one more Iron Branch, bump you up to like 670 health. It actually could save you in some of these fights. So I would really recommend that, and then just have the next tango arrive. Especially because if you're worried about losing your tangos on the courier, it's more the safe lane because the position 4 is sniping them. It's kind of hard with smart positioning of the observers for the off lane to lose it to the safe lane, because this is the only chance you could lose it when you forget about your positioning. I do it all the time, so haha, oops. But like sniping the courier back here is just not a thing. Sniping it here is like what actually happens. I also forgot to do the timer in this game. Okay, here we go. Let's get into it. Don't even bother with this Blood Grenade, by the way. I know Anti-Mage could start Blink. You missed the dead shot. Don't sweat it too hard. You could try to let Wraith King start with the stun and then dead shot after that. Don't bother with his Blood Grenade, because if he has not already... If he has leveled Mana Break, he will die here. And if he starts to get out of range, then you can Blood Grenade. If he hasn't leveled anything and he takes Blink, we cannot kill him, even with the Blood Grenade. I can say that with just a matter of experience. If you weren't sure, it's fine. Go for it. Over time, you'll be like, oh, these are the like set conditions to get the kill, and then you won't need to use your Blood Grenade. Oops. Got that stolen away. All right. Real quick. This is not what I wanted to focus on, so I'm going to try to talk about this quickly. I brushed over the fact that you started with 2 sentries. If you start with 2 sentries, there's either an invis hero in your lane, or the lane is so hard that you must put a lot of pressure on the camps. Like, the camps will determine the lane, either because you have natural synergy with it, or they do, or the matchup sucks and there have to be pulls for you and not for them. I don't think you're in that situation. I think Wraith King Muerta is decent versus Anti-Mage Witch Doctor. If you feel that way, that's okay with me. But you didn't block this camp. And blocking this camp is part of the reason you start with 2 sentries typically. So you're trying to unblock this camp. You're like, oh, I want my camp. But you came up here. Let's go back in time. We walked through here, walked into here, ran into Anti-Mage. So there's a very small chance that Witch Doctor in this time came this way, blocked the camp, and then backed out. There is a chance, I won't lie. But it's unlikely, because once you invade this area, supports don't usually, like, do this. I think it's unlikely you would have ran into you would have ran into him or not. So now, I think he's going to block later. I think if he's going to block this camp, it's around now. And then he might find your sentry for free because he placed it first. So I would probably hold that sentry, just block this camp, and then see if this camp gets blocked or not, and then unblock it at that time. Also, part of the reason you can do this is because you had multiple heroes up here. It got a little messy because you guys left and the Anti-Mage sniped it. Right here, you should body block the creep wave. Look at Anti-Mage, he's low health. If you trade with him, that's good, you're full health. So you walk over here, the creeps are here right now. You can look at your own lane to like get the mirrored matchup. So they're under your tier 2, which means theirs are like right around here. So you can walk up and body block this, which means this lane will go under the tower right away. If Anti-Mage tries to get you, just dead shot his ass away from you, and then walk away. He doesn't have mana break anyway, so like I don't care about him. That means the very first wave is going to go under tower and shove out. So you don't even need to do a pull. I just need to make sure they can't fix it. So all I need to do is block this camp, and I can save the second sentry for this one. So you should do that. That would be more impactful than capturing this Watcher right now. Anyways, we are now in lane playing as a squishy support. So we're just going to blast the anti-mage. I don't know what Wraith King's doing. You just hit this anti-mage. Right here, we're good to go. Equilibrium will push out here. So this is where, as 4 supports, if you haven't already done this stuff, all you have to do is block this camp now, and you're good to go for the next 2 minutes. So just whack this guy as much as possible. You might be trying to save for this range deny. That's fine with me. It looks like you're going for that deny. That's kind of okay. But honestly, notice you don't really need to go for the denies here because, like, it won under tower. So this is where you can actually just lay in more harass. And Wraith King should be here doing the denies. So the fact that he's not here, I guess you can do the denies instead. It doesn't really matter to me at that point. If he was here, though, you should go for the harass more than the denies. Try not to draw aggro too much, though. So Witch Doctor, probably on this side right now. So we stand on the left side and hit the anti-mage. The danger, if he is here, is that he could maledict us, and then we would possibly die, or at least take a lot of damage. And we just shouldn't let him get that close. Goes back to our circle of safety rules. I'm not even going to worry about the dead shots because I miss them all the time, and I know it's a matter of practice. So let's not sweat it. But what I'm going to tell you here, the reason I'm highlighting this, is that what if we did dead shot the Witch Doctor? Okay, we knock him back this way, we harass. Maybe Wraith King has a stun, throws it out. Okay, we can maybe kill Witch Doctor if we do hit that dead shot. At the same time, maybe we don't. He has 2 stick charges. He hasn't used his spell yet. You know, we dead shot him back. He throws a spell, walks away. He takes damage. In the meantime, while we're killing him or just doing damage, Anti-Mage will be farming. So if I'm going to focus my harass on someone, I want it to be the core. In this case, the carry, because we're off lane. This is the same deal for 5. Like, if Witch Doctor could choose between fighting Muerta or fighting Wraith King, you typically want to get the core as the default. So by your positioning here, you're prioritizing Witch Doctor, but we should be looking to get this weak-ass anti-mage. Look at this guy. You feel you're squishy, right? You have 600 health. Blood Grenade had a little more. Iron Branch would give you a little more. This guy's got 648. He's got 2 more auto attacks worth of health. Maybe. It's probably a little less, right? So, like, he's just as squishy as you, so blast him. Get this guy. He is the anti-mage, but you just use guns. He can't counter you. Look at that. And he's gone. Let's pretend it's actually happening. So Equilibrium is pushing up. Oh no, that's bad. Anti-Mage has 244 health, which means he is now in death range. So at any point, if you deadshot this guy back into a stun, he will die. We don't quite have enough mana for stun yet. We're pretty close. So now it doesn't matter where Equilibrium is because he can't approach easily. He can't reflect Deadshot. So it's very dangerous for him right now. So that's why, like, harassing is a little bit more effective. At this point, because you took a lot of damage in that earlier fight, now you're kind of scared. But if you were healthier, this is where you want to position really aggressively because you're the ranged hero and you want to be messing with him. Because you have Deadshot, you actually still can. Just position on the side that Anti-Mage is on and not the Witch Doctor. The only way you die is that you see Witch Doctor approach to stun you. When he starts getting close, Deadshot him back and then back off. And then you just, like, can't die. If Anti-Mage chases you, he will die because he is so low. He's the same health as you. You have a Wraith King to help you. So what's this Deadshot for? Am I going to kill him in this position? Probably not. So as you get low on mana, when you're full mana, throw out a free Deadshot. I don't care. Now that we're getting low, you know, am I killing him with that Deadshot? Clearly not. So now I want to be a little bit more restrictive with it because now I might get into a really good fight and then go, uh-oh, I don't have the mana for my abilities. So Muerta, okay, since you like Muerta, let me give you a little bit more advice on her. The first couple Deadshots, use it to secure range creeps, get really good trades. When you're sitting at full mana, it's fine. Level 1, feel free to throw about like 2-ish to 3-ish Deadshots. I'd say 3 is starting to push it, but you can. Because notice, once you hit level 2, I need 240 mana to use both. plus the Wraith King stun, right? So like the ideal is that you deadshot Anti-Mage into the Calling, and then while he's feared, he gets stunned, and then hopefully silenced. So that gives you a really big window to kill him. If not Anti-Mage, like whoever you are knocking in. I need that combo. So the first couple dead shots, you're free to use because we don't even have this level 2 combo yet, and we have full mana, we have more than enough. As you start to get to about 3/4 to half your mana, you have to start being more restrictive with your spell usage. Only use it when you have really high impact possibilities. So I would die, so I use Deadshot to knock the Witch Doctor away, like I mentioned. That's a good example of it. Or I Deadshot the Anti-Mage because he's low, we kill him, that's good use of it. A little bit of harass, like right here, I fear the Witch Doctor under tower, what does that matter, right? So I don't use that one. When I'm not using spells, the Gunslinger, right? All we're doing is standing on the side of Anti-Mage and shooting him. Witch Doctor comes over here, stand on the other side, shoot the Anti-Mage, getting him low enough so I can land this spell combo to get the kill. That's kind of like the Muerta game plan. And then when the lane shoves up like this, you do the pulls like you're doing. Great to get equilibrium back. And then we're going back to firing safely. If you ever do fall this low on Muerta, that's where we've messed up a little bit, because once you get this low, it's hard to approach like you're finding, right? So that's why you had to be careful earlier when you took that really aggressive trade over here and lost all your health. You are the longest ranged hero. You should be getting a lot of free harassing. If you're taking even trades, that means something's wrong with your positioning to get to that point. I don't know, if you get first blood with Muerta, you can get a null talisman, like at the start of the game, you can do that. At this point, I'd probably skip it. I don't think you really need it. It'll help you a little bit. I see some timing in the last hits that we can work on. Right, so this spell, right? If Wraith King is nearby, and you Deadshot Anti-Mage into his stun, he's a little healthier than I would like, but I could see the chance, right? I could see the chance, especially if you have, like, some of the Bone Boys with this one, except he took Spectral Blade. So without that, do I think we can actually get a kill here? No. And that means I'm going to use a big chunk of mana and get nothing out of this. Because Wraith King's over here, actually, like, you can't even be up here. You should be, like, back here. So you might actually... You're probably dead here. Oh, deny on the creeps? That'd be pretty sick. Maybe we are going to get a kill. Not quite. I have not done the Veno analysis. I didn't even know a Veno game got put in yet. Lax. If you're playing league games and they're in private lobbies, if they're not ticketed, it's quite difficult. Because essentially you would have to download the replay and then send me the file. It is doable, actually. It's just a lot of hassle for a replay stream because it takes a lot of time, and I can't really do that for every person. So usually I don't do it. But it is technically doable if you want to run that by someone. Or if they're ticketed, that's like number one. We can maybe try to organize it another time, though. It might be one that has to be like set up beforehand. But I don't want to make it general practice, because at some point someone's gonna scam me with a file that looks like a replay but then isn't. That's why I don't want to do it as a habit. You're here all the time, so I would. We can maybe try to organize one where we like start with yours and you've already sent it like ahead of time. I don't think you'll try to scam me. That's quite the long con. But I can't do it for like any random person who shows up on the stream, because one, it would take up a lot of time, and then two, like at some point I would get scammed. Okay, I know a lot of your original question was up to this. What we'll do here is oh, never mind. Actually, I see that SafQ has submitted a game, so that'll be the next one guaranteed. I want to, before we end here, because I put a lot of emphasis on your first few minutes, which actually is the point to clean up. For Muerta, as part of like what you can do because you were asking like pre-Atos, what do I do? I want to at least mention some advice here. It may not match exactly what we see, but to just give you a game plan to work towards. Ideally, Muerta support does well in her lane, and then, so for example, instead of this Null Talisman, you get boots, because you're not that fast of a hero, but you are a long-ranged hero, which means you can double stack easily. So the sooner you get your boots, it'll help you in the lane to avoid people and harass for free, but it'll also help you come double stack anytime the lane is in a good spot. So off of harassing anti-mage, even though we don't get the kill, I'm just going to let this lane play just in case we see something. But like every time it comes back, and then it's early. It's like 3.5 minutes. So, you know, we're not roaming. It's no rune time. Oh, well, that's okay. I can double stack. And every time you double stack, it's like 200 gold for your team, right? So it's really worthwhile to do if you're a hero who can double stack. So that's kind of step one. If it's really early, pre-Atos, maybe getting kills, maybe not, right? If you can't make a play for power runes or killing people, double stacking as a ranged hero is always fantastic. Boots will help you with that more than like this Null Talisman will.
Oh, who's that?
Then,
Thank you.
off of that, same deal with like, can I help with power runes? Just like we talked about for the Oracle in the last game. Anytime you can help with power runes, wisdom shrines, that's good. And then unlike position 5s, who they are looking for a reason to get out, right? Like Pugnar's looking for a reason to leave this Faceless Void and then go play mid, go play top. You make your rotations, but ultimately you come back to this lane because this is your priority. Like, let's take this tower and draw attention away from our carry, put pressure on their carry. So you would just keep playing the lane, blast them, and then in between that, stack, rotations, then back to the lane, shove in lanes, try to take this tower. I want to at least give you that rough game plan before we stopped this one. Hatch up. Thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you so much. Our match ID is unique across all servers. Every game shares the match ID. So like right now we're in the 8s. What is this, like 800? We're in the 8 billion. So every game just like adds to the counter. Servers don't have their like, oh, this server is like 9s, this server 7s. They all just add to the massive counter. Okay, we're gonna do this one. This was a donated one, so we do these guaranteed rather than just ping them randomly from the chat. If you're interested in having one of yours guaranteed reviewed, that's one way you can do it. Also supports the stream. Thank you very much. But it's not required at all. And now that we're trying to be a little faster with our replay analyses, I hope we get to more games. So even if you can't donate, don't feel pressured to. We do this every Monday and Wednesday, so I hope to eventually get to anyone who has ever wanted some feedback. How do you donate on Twitch? I usually do YouTube, but it's not working right now. Do you get a part of the bits usage on Twitch? Yeah. Twitch has the bits as part of their own system. There is a donation link. I don't know how to do it on mobile, but if you're watching from like a browser and you just scroll down to the panels, they don't look like images, but they'll say like donate or whatever, coaching, stuff like that. You actually can click them, and the donation one should bring you to a link. If it doesn't, then it's maybe bugged a little, and I might have to fix that. Okay, this one. So, my mid ate pretty bad. I thought I did what I could to help him, but Quap killed us all eventually. Can you look at the laning stage? Yes. So if I recall, we've actually looked at your Zeus game in the past, and I mentioned more right-clicking of the enemy hero. Let's, I don't expect that to be like fixed instantly, but let's see if we got some improvement there. Because something I forgot to mention last time, guys, every time you right-click a Zeus, I was doing a little bit of math, because watching you guys play Zeus made me want to play Zeus, so I was double-checking it a little bit. Every time you right-click with Zeus, you get like 12 extra damage. It's crazy. It depends on the health of the hero, right? But like, it's so much damage. So the more right-clicking you do on the enemy heroes, the better. You can probably put this a little bit more aggressively. If you are walking up and you're like if you're smoked walking up and you're scared because it breaks, drop it here. If you're kind of committed to blindly coming up here, I would just blindly come up here and then place it further at the edge, because you guys have to stay in this area, but what you want is for Pudge to hook someone at this point. So you want him to stand here, see an anti-mage like walking this way, and then like zoop, pull him in. You know, something like that.
8,534,562,734
I love that it always reads out the match IDs.
Hoodwink. I had what felt like an impactful early game for once. Please roast me instead to keep me humble.
I love roasting to keep people humble. Oh, you're doing the trick. Nice. Chungo Bopper, thank you so much. We will we'll get to yours next then after this one. Okay, so you did that trick that we talked about. So what that means is this lane is going to shove out right away. So now Zeus can choose to body block at 1 minute. You had the sentry, so as you walk this way, if you want to like drop it here, you could choose to do that as well. Depends how scared you are to come over to this area. Good CS there. So notice, okay, so slight efficiency here. 38 seconds. All I have to do is block this camp, body block or sentry. So worst case, stand here, sentry at the very edge at the last second. Or if we have a bit more time, we can walk in. This will resolve itself very soon because the tower is hitting this creep, and then it'll be 3 creeps versus a range creep. So right here, you have about 5 to 10 seconds. A little less than 10 probably. But you can just harass Ursa right now and then back away. And you're full mana, so one good use of Lightning Bolt. As you see this guy go for the last hit, Lightning Bolt him. It'll use our full mana so we can start getting used to the mana regen. And then the mini stun hopefully makes him miss a CS. Notice we're backing out a little early though, so we're not really here to contest the CS, nor are we hitting the Ursa for free. Okay, so you two, he backed away early because like, oh, my Zeus isn't here. We stand here, we finish this up, Centaur takes aggro, backs up, 47 seconds, you go this way, he goes this way. So right around now, it would be like here, right? Where Centaur's running this way with the creeps, you're running this way without the creeps. Still 12 seconds before this camp spawns, right? So now I have plenty of time to take a very safe path, block this camp with the body block, sentry, whatever. If Ursa is zoning me, right, we could back off a little, just trade with him. It's still like 2v1. I don't know where the other support is, you know, but if you need to back this way, you can. You can like run all the way around the trees, come here, Ursa will waste his time. Even if you don't get the block off, which you will because you have the sentry. So like you can run all the way around and then still sentry at the very last second. Even if the support was chasing you and preemptively put the sentry, right, they literally cannot kill a sentry placed at 59.5 seconds unless both heroes are like on the sentry and they both attack it and then like step out of the box like they're already out of the box, right? It's really hard to do. So this part, you see there's like some wasted time efficiency. I'm not going to worry too much about it right now, but I'm going to highlight it for you so that you know in the future. This movement here, fastest to get back into the lane, but really poor positioning versus Venomancer if he was a scarier support. You are avoiding him as if you're scared. So if you're scared, we should be taking a path like this or continue to stand here and like wait for him to move in and then you can like cut through here. If you are scared of him, then like we have to take the roundabout path. If we're not scared of him, we should be running to him like, I'm going to fight this Venomancer. But I don't know, I feel like you were kind of avoiding. Maybe you weren't. Maybe you thought he was going to go this way, so you were going to cut him off. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Anyways, you're taking the fight now, so it's good. You could even commit the blood grenade sooner. Looks like you'll still get the kill, so nice. That's why I was hoping you would like intentionally do it, which maybe you were, and I just like misread it. In the future, when you know, as you get a feel for that, you can blood grenade even sooner. But anyways, that's still really good. I like this. Veno is short ranged. You are even shorter ranged. So we will try to avoid Veno, or we need to take the big fights like you were doing. Now as he hits level 2, you need the Centaur to be closer. So here, part of the reason you could kill him level 1 is because he was fighting with one ability that has a huge cooldown and not a lot of damage. And yours is like a 6-second cooldown and better right clicks. Now that it's getting to level 2, it's getting harder. And you'll probably still win a direct trade if you have enough mana to keep using Lightning Bolt. But that's going to be really mana intensive, and this is the guy I actually care about. So starting around now, you want to like see how your Veno's here, you're here. You're matching Veno, but as the shorter ranged hero, we mirror. If you are the longer ranged hero, then you can like stand on the same side they are a little bit better. But it still may not be to your best interest. You may still want to like focus this guy. So here you want to like move to the right, especially because you can get kills with Centaur, but he needs to not have to spend his time gap closing like this, right? Part of the reason he's involved in the fight is because he intercepts Ursa. But like if you wanted to intercept the Venomancer, look how far he had to run. So it's really not a great fight for you, especially when Veno slows are much better for Ursa to connecting to you than for Centaur to connect to the Venomancer. So just play like... Now it's fine, you're like in the wave, but then like you're moving to the left, move to the right. Not only is the Lotus coming up, but I know Venomancer's on the left side. So I want to be on the right side now to harass the Ursa. If he had been closer, that's a kill. But because he's far, and for the reasons I said, it's easier to go on this guy. Now I've burnt a lot of mana on the Venomancer though. So now we stand on the left side, or if this guy chases too hard, this is where you can now turn around. Like, look at the difference of positioning of this compared to like you here, Centaur here, Veno here. It's very different. Now you can turn around, Lightning Bolt, Centaur closes the distance, and then you just save this as long as you can, but use it as necessary, and then you can kill this Venomancer. He should die here. Easy peasy. But we don't try to force that. It's when he goes too far like he did, as opposed to trying to force it here. And the way you force it is you keep pushing on the Ursa, and the Venomancer feels like he has to come in and do something. Then he will walk up into a bad spot. Easy. You could potentially die here. You've burned all your mana. You are mostly a hero with mana. At the least, you should come over and stack while a Clarity comes over. But if you want to just like stack and then die to this camp, I'd be kind of okay with that. At the same time, it doesn't really work out for the timing, and you kind of have a lot of health. Worse, you could go straight back to Fountain, then TP out. I would be like okay with that. I think you bought Clarity and a Tango, and then wait to stack. That's pretty good. Into the Water Rune. This is actually quite good. Oh, a Mango instead. Oh, that's really good, actually. Okay, now you can die to the Ancient. Yeah, don't channel that. Yeah, here, just go home. You are taking a super winding path. Okay, because you decided to come back to lane. But, I mean, we're going to get back at half health. This one would have been okay to just, like, walk back and then TP back out. Maybe you got worried about this Centaur, but Centaur should really just like not be doing this. This one's not on you. Centaur should be here. Any tips on dealing with sniper support? Sniper... he has to take the scatter shot facet to be a good support. The cooldown is long. So anytime he bursts, one, you need tangos to deal with his constant right click poke, and then you need a salve when he commits all the scatter shot charges, the shrapnel charges. You need to salve up and then immediately take fights because he can't fight without scatter shot at that point. He's very weak. All he does is like tickle with right clicks. So the longer you let him poke you for free, he will win the war of attrition, because that's just his thing. So you actually need to take either A, very aggressive fights level 1 when he's the weakest, Or 2, after he overcommits and doesn't get the kill, you have to heal up and then fight there. But if you constantly just try to like, oh, let him poke and then like deal with it, eventually you'll lose. With that said, sniper support should have a good laning stage, and then he is bad. Mid to late game, he's very bad as a support. His strongest point is a laner. So if you lose the lane, that's not that bad. Just play later. Okay. Although I critiqued a bit, I actually think your lane has gone quite well. And then you mentioned Quap eventually controlled the game. So before we move on, let's look for one opportunity to mess with Quap, which I'd say you already did by stealing the rune. Quap kills are going to be quite difficult, so we're not going to bother ganking her, but we will help with the runes and stacking. So you're doing a great job here. Unfortunately, she did get top. I don't know why Pudge was on the rune. He should just hook it away. So that's not on you. Once he's back, we're going to head bottom again, and we want to take that tower. Ah, he went mid. All right, so shove this in now as quickly as you can. Because Queen of Pain is either coming back here or going to another lane. And either way, I want you to eventually leave here. I don't want you to just sit and farm mid. You could maybe kind of do it if this guy's ganking a lot, because like as a mid, he can kind of do it. But you are super strong. Like let's look at Ursa's health. He's got 1,000 health. So 2 lightning bolts is half his health. Plus any right click slows your ultimate right with a teammate. You can put a lot of pressure on the carry. So I don't want to sit here as Zeus just farming up the Ags. Because then it's like, I'll have impact in 10 more minutes. That's not what I want. I want to be killing carries now. To do that, I need to leave this without it taking my tower. So you need to shove this in to keep Queen of Pain busy. Or, okay, if I'm in this lane, I got to be pressuring this tower. But I want to take towers and I want to kill heroes right now. So I would shove this lane in a little bit more right now. And then go back bottom. So we shoved. We looked for a rune. We warded. Pretty good. And now we're here with Centaur. You might have to be careful with one of those lightning bolts. Choose one to not use. Probably this one. Because now we're a little low on mana. You can kind of see. If a fight breaks out now, I don't have enough to use all my spells with their low cooldown. So around now, you got to try to like sit at like half mana. Okay, another mid and stack. Unlucky with the rune. Not your fault. And then we go bottom. Oh, fudge! It's fine. It's fine. Okay, this is not the cleanest fight, but I would like to highlight that Medusa is farming alone, and Ursa has to get kills right now to match what Medusa's doing. He is, so unlucky, but there's many fights where this won't work out, and he'll be the one struggling, and Medusa will be free farming. So this is generally the right play to make. So for example, he dies here, right? And then he didn't get the kill on Pudge. The Ancient Apparition got it. So this is where their carry has a high chance of this not working out. In this particular game, it looks like it's going okay for him, and you guys lost top lane a little bit. So it's not as good as it could be. But this is overall the right idea. The execution's just a bit messy. And I actually think your gameplay's been really good. We nitpicked for how your lane can go even better, but overall, like, I think you made a lot of good leave the lane and help the mid and stack type plays. So I actually, if I was you and you ultimately lost this game, I would feel very happy about how your early game went. And although you can look to improve in small ways like we suggested, I actually think you did more than your fair share for your rank this lane. And from here, you would just try to take the tower. Take this tower, farm up ags. I'm gonna start typing up the info for the next game. What, that stampede? Did you just stampede to get back to the lane a little faster? What was that? I guess the lane didn't go as well as I thought. I'm looking at this guy's net worth. I guess he just last hit really well. I thought your equilibrium was okay though. Nice. Once Medusa actually does the amount of stacks you have here, she'll be only a little bit behind the Ursa. Especially as you guys get another tower to balance things out. You should be a little closer. I think you're inventory managing there. Don't worry too much about playing this area. Did you do this ward? Your Medusa did. This ward's too late and too far back. Try to, again, I know it's not you. To protect Medusa, you want to ward in this area. Or here, or here-ish. Maybe top. This is too far back. This is like, if I'm farming these camps, this helps me a little bit. And then I don't have access to anything else. Maybe these two. So you want the observer to give her access to these two and keep her safe, or like actually let her move up further because you have an observer like here or here. Medusa herself is putting a ward that is not that useful to her. And then if you had it, of course, you know, also try to follow that logic. Okay, I said we would do rapid stuff, so we'll move on. Like I said, I think you did pretty well that time. And your lane can go a little better if you put the emphasis on Ursa. Because I guess in the end, he was still last hitting well. Seems to be a better last hitter than the Centaur, even though you were in good spot. But that's where if you focus him, right, you do start to mess it up. And it's also a lesson in why, okay, maybe I mess up the Veno and I'm wrecking him. But if I'm not actually distracting the Ursa, then he could still be farming really well. And I'm leaving it up to my cores of like, can you outlast hit this guy? And we are finding out, no, he was not able to outlast hit that guy. So if you emphasize your time on the core, it will generally be better. Okay, next one. Do you have any advice on securing CS under tower? Bear creep waves, there's a pattern. Hit melee once to soften, don't soften ranged. Waves meeting under tower is much harder to judge. Yeah, it's really hard to judge a lot of times. I am not usually a core player, so I don't know these numbers as well. I think some of it is just over time you get better at it. Like you mentioned, the range creep, if it's at full health, hit it once, you're good to go. There is some damage number threshold that I don't know, because I am never over that threshold as a support player. But core players who actually build damage, there's some number threshold that if you know, you can like one-shot the creep. But even if you're over that threshold, I think you can still attack once, let the tower hit twice, and then hit once to get the range creep. That's the most important. The melees, like you said, typically hit once, let the tower do all the damage, then hit again. More often than not. This is not, again, I don't have the science to back this up because I'm not usually the one doing it. More often than not, I find hitting the creep once is better for you, especially if you are on the lower damage side. If you're really high damage, it's okay. But if it was choosing between let the tower hit a bunch and then go for your first and only attack on it to get the last hit, that typically does not work out as well for me as when I hit a creep once, even if it is taking tower damage and creep damage. I don't know why. It is just something about it makes it a little easier. That's the only like random piece of advice I can go. Otherwise, last hitting under tower without a lot of damage just is hard. Like, it is tough, and you will miss CS. I don't know how many. Oh, you did go for this game? Okay, let me fix that. I was thinking Hoodwink 5 is not as good, but I know people still do it. Oops. Okay, let me fix the timestamp too then. I don't know if it was Tsunami, but yeah, people do the like try to last it with the kobold stuff. I'm actually a little mixed on that because some people try to last it with as little damage as possible. I think there's merit to doing that, and if you want to start with it, go for it. At some point, though, the actual high-level thing is not to be able to get every last hit with like 40 damage. It's to know exactly when to attack with the exact amount of damage you have, because that is what will beat the other guy. Because if you like, oh, I know the perfect time to last hit at 40 damage, and the other guy knows the perfect time to last hit with 60 damage, you're never going to beat the guy. So realistically, if your damage gets up to 60, like, you need to out-timing the guy with 60 damage as well, and not like, well, I only know how to do this with no items. So I actually think it's fine to like up the items as you go, as practicing last hitting. I think both are like fine to do. Okay, anyways, Hoodwink gameplay. You were asking, you felt like you had an impactful early game. Please roast me instead to keep me humble. Okay, let's see. The Zeus in the last game, I feel like did pretty well. We gave him some stuff to work on, but I'd call that one fairly impactful. Even if like he ultimately loses the game, I'd be happy with his early game relative to the rank. So let's see what you can do. I don't expect the same amount for the different ranks. So first, we're just gonna run in here. If you plan to just blindly run in, I would do it a little oh my god. I would do it a little sooner so that do it a little sooner so that you're less likely to run into people. Just send it, put your observer wherever you're interested in. This is scary. I guess we got a good trade. Can't really depend on that kind of stuff, but I guess we take what we get. Got a free kill to start. Body block your first wave if you want. Tell Axe not to do it. Sniper gonna do it for you? Nope. By the way, carry players, just TP the lane. Stuff like this is exactly why. There are people who love, even in my rank, they're like, I don't want to use my TP, I'm going to twin gate, and they're going to miss like the whole first wave. They can get intercepted, stuff like that. Like after you get a kill like this and people are already showing lane, just TP out. I think in this case, Sniper actually was too low on mana, but he was very close to having enough. You just wait and TP out. Okay, we need a sentry for the lane because of a Weaver. Get your stick because this guy's going to be Shikuchiing around, which we didn't know exactly who you'd be laning against, so if you weren't sure if you should start with a stick, it's fine, but definitely buy it now. We're hoarding some money from this early fights. You end up buying the full wand. I don't think you need the whole thing, but at least the magic stick. And we should get a sentry in the lane. I think you only called the wand out. Okay, I'm gonna come back here because you didn't body block the first small camp. So the fact that you're like, oh, I'm gonna go pretend to body block it, it's already blocked. Like, they know it's blocked because you were in the lane on the first minute. So like, if nothing spawned, then there's a sentry there. And this guy didn't remove the sentry, so this fake body block is kind of pointless. And we should just stay in the lane. You should go for this range creep because Axe is clearly over here. He's gonna miss this range creep, so that should have been you going for that one. And then if you're not gonna do a stack here, which I'd say it's pretty good to do a stack here, or a pull, then you should just stay in the lane and poke Weaver a couple times. Like, stand here and poke Weaver, or do this stack. But like, pretending to body block doesn't really do anything for you. Next, you outrange both Line and Weaver, so try to poke them a lot. You have a build for it, like you got the branches, Fairy Fire, Circlet, but your actual right-clicking of them has not been that great, right? This is our attack range, so just like do the pokes for free as much as we can. From here, for example, let's see how often you actually poke Line and... Oh. I guess they were kind of far. Damn. Kill Pudge? All right, at least we get that one. Okay, I'm up for that. They were pretty far forward, and you wanted to give it a go. I think, were you partied in this game? Yeah, so maybe there was some communication. So I am up for it. You should probably just twin gate back. Walking this way is going to take ages. It would be faster to twin gate and walk this way. And then buy probably a Clarity and a Mango, because we're clearly missing a lot of mana. And if you do take the twin gate, we're going to be at 0. But by that time, the courier would be around here. And then you can Clarity and Mango. Maybe we're just going to like wait for the water rune, but it's a little early. All right, does kind of work out in the end. Our Axe has been left alone this whole time, which is why I'd kind of like to get back a little sooner. It's working. Aw. That's okay, he lived. We'll take it. Okay, you should not be scared. Bushwhack kills Weaver. You should stay close on that lane there. All right, we're actually back in the lane, so let's see if we... So Lion's just last hitting. All right, this is where we should be poking. We're not making use of our long range. Just kind of let Lion 2v1 a full creep wave without taking any damage. So here, right? Okay, let's go for it, right? That's how close you guys got. 122 health, throwing every spell from full health. So now imagine if this guy wasn't full health. This is also why you should buy like small items, guys, so that your health pool is larger. If we just poke this guy a couple times on that previous creep wave, on this creep wave, we're just like waiting to go for the 100-0 kill attempt here. Sometimes you have enough damage to do that, so I'm not going to say you can't do it, but this is why as a long-range hero, you want to be harassing, because 3 auto attacks prior to this kill attempt would be a kill, like right around here, right? And then you wouldn't be in this tower dive, you wouldn't have to tank so many tower shots. More than 3 tower attacks, right? Like, how... Let's play a different game, actually. At what health, and you guys can just answer this for yourself, right? At what health, if you were this Lion, would you back up? At full health, you're probably not that scared. Maybe you should be, but maybe you're not. At half health, are you too scared? Is it like 3/4? Is it like 1/3? Right? It's different for different players. So you poke this guy as much as you can get. We saw all we needed was at least 3. But maybe this is a guy, you hit him like 6 times and he's sitting at like a little over half and he still thinks he's safe, right? That's when you get a really easy kill and you don't even have to commit that much. You certainly don't have to tower dive. Some people will be much smarter about it and then like, oh, I'm losing like 100, 150 health. I should start to step back. Those are like the smarter players and you're not going to get free kills on them. But then they're not going to be in the lane getting free CS, right? They're going to be stepping further back. So here is where, this is a good example of where just a little bit of extra auto attacking would get you the kill. You can even tank this a little bit for Axe, by the way. You have 2 tangos. You backed out right away once you, like if you really want this kill. You backed out right away once you took tower aggro, but you are full health, 7 wand charges, fairy fire, 2 tangos. You could have tanked this a little bit for Axe and then pass the aggro off. And that way your positioning could be like in here, and then you would have killed Lion for sure. Because you'd still be auto-attacking rather than backing out here. You'd be like standing here, which would just be a few more auto-attacks. So health is also a resource. If I told you you could trade 300 health to kill that Lion, would you go, yeah, that's probably pretty worth it? So got to think that way as well sometimes on these tower dives. Okay, let's go. I'm a little worried when he astraled right after your stun, but you did your part. Well, okay. Wisdom Shrine. Okay, we'll take it because it's a haste rune. I do want you to go back bottom, though. I want you guys to take this tower. I'm worried we're moving maybe a little too much, but with an axe, it's kind of okay. Let's see the next time you go back. Oh, we try some body blocks. I like it. Okay, we get it. Perfect time for you and Crystal Maiden. You two are partied up. So if you head through the Twin Gate now, you can now play bottom. Sniper is okay for at least 21 seconds before Alchemist is up. 3 seconds to teleport back. Deal with whatever creeps are under his tower. So in 21 seconds, 25, you can make it to the Twin Gate. You can make plays happen. Rather than supports thinking of like, let's go top, let's TP, let's get Sniper, they're going to be reacting to you and your proactive play of, we got to go help our carry down here, and that's how Sniper will be left alone. It looks like they killed OD in this time, but that's not really on you guys. So you guys end up scattering through the jungle. If you guys went for the rune, that'd be okay too, but you guys lost your mid laner, and I know there's 3 heroes mid, so 2 supports mid with 3 there is kind of risky. We maybe do secure this rune in the end, but by all means, this should be the enemy rune, not ours. So I'd say you and Crystal Maiden should have head bot. And now you actually see, because we didn't head bot, Lion is up here. Now they're starting to bring more supports up here. So now it's Sniper who's going to be facing pressure versus multiple heroes instead of the Weaver. It did have a pretty good kill there. You are certainly getting kills and making stuff happen. We're going to start speeding up because we're about the end of the time. So my question is, have we actually taken an objective quite yet, though? Right? So that's where I want to challenge you. Getting kills is great, but actually finishing off a tower is usually a little bit more of a mark of success. So let's see how long that takes here. Which is also part of why, like, after you guys, I was getting a little hesitant when it's like, keep leaving bottom. And that's where I'm a little nervous. Like, I actually want that tower. So now here, right? So this is where it starts to happen. Like, we're leaving with the axe. I don't know what this build is, but we're leaving. So even if we were winning this lane, now what's Weaver gonna do? All right, let's pretend you guys crush this guy. Does it look like he's crushed? He's like up in front of the tower. He's farming creeps. This is the kind of thing that if the tower is taken, he doesn't feel good about doing. Because right now he's thinking like, oh, I can Shikuchi back, people can TP in. If this tower is gone, he's trying to jungle right now, and this is his build, right? It's gonna suck. But here, the creeps are tanking for him. They're doing some damage. So he's farming at an okay rate when he should have lost this lane, right, is our theory. It turns out he's actually not that far behind Axe, because Axe is maybe making some mistakes. Let's not worry about that. If you pull away your heroes to go like to another lane, this is what will happen, is like the carry that lost the lane will just immediately recover. So if you do it quickly, it's okay. So smokes can make things faster. Making sure your offlaner has like a blink to do things faster instead of having to like chase people with phase boots will also speed things up. This guy doesn't even have call, so I don't know why he's leaving the lane. He's also max battle. I don't know, guys. This is like I'm starting to see some of the problem here. But he's not the one under review. I'm just gonna pitch something to you. Hoodwink pre-boots takes about 20 seconds to walk here, and then 20 seconds to walk here. We can shorten that. It depends on exactly where you stand in the lane, right? But every time you walk out of your lane, which is a generally good thing to do, but all things in moderation, every time we walk out of the lane, 15 to 20 seconds. So now rewind this game. You have impacted multiple lanes, but how often did we have to walk for it? As opposed to how much can I get done in 30 seconds in a lane? How many right clicks on the cores? How many creep waves can we push into the tower to take the tower, right? Like, for as many plays as we made across the map, this tower is pretty healthy. This tower did just fall as part of the last play we made. Let's go back in time before that, though. About half health, and some of this is like him getting the meteor hammer. And then for all the plays we made top, like this tower is like still pretty healthy. So this is where we actually are moving between lanes almost too much and not actually finishing the job in any given lane. Granted, Axe probably should have been able to finish it on his own, so I actually don't hate what you did, but this is where you have to play to your rank a little bit. And although at a pro level, maybe you would see the Hoodwink do what you did and make all the plays and Axe would finish it, but realizing we play in pubs, and do I trust my core to finish the job? Maybe I need to help them along their way. I'm going to sacrifice some like 1 or 2 of these early rotations and just like help Axe a little bit more hammer this home. But you probably spent, of the first 10 minutes, you probably spent at least 2 to 3 minutes walking between lanes. So while Weaver played like 10 minutes of a losing lane, you played like 7 minutes of winning lanes. And then somewhere in that, the math doesn't work out, right? It kind of has this game because you're like at a 3K lead. So like it sort of did work. But there is a too much rotations through walking. And you can usually tell when you've got a bunch of kills, 1-0-5, and then you're still not 6 by 10 minutes. That's usually a sign that you've been moving too much. What are you up to, Hero D? For a second, the kill happened just as that meteor. I thought he killed the Weaver with the meteor, and I was like, what? Blammo! Yeah, I would stop coming top. Overall, the plays you made were like, we just need to cut some out. I think the biggest, if that time you guys got a kill with Sniper top, and then OD died mid, I think it was like 7.5 minutes. If you and Crystal Maiden at that point had just gone top into the Twin Gate to play down here, like that would have been pretty good. Because at that point, you would have impacted multiple lanes, and then you're down here to like finish the job on the Weaver. And then that would have felt a little better. This is a complete opposite to the earlier replays about not leaving lane versus leaving too much. Yeah, and it's like everything in moderation. And then like Dota's a game where it's so complicated. There are times of like, you should sit in your lane for 15 minutes. Or like, yeah, you should just never be in your lane and always move around. So that, I know that's why Dota's hard and it's all over the place. And even though I'm critiquing, like I'm saying, hey, I think you moved around too much, it's still a 6K gold lead for his team, right? So it's like, it's kind of working. there's wiggle room in most directions typically. Okay, guys, let's send in your match IDs. Let's pick someone this time. We've gone through all the guaranteed replays, so we're back into the picking at random. So a match ID from the last week. Let me know who you're playing, and then let me know if you have any specific questions. I've maybe not been following my timer that strictly, but we are trying to like somewhat do faster replays today. So the more specific a question to give you relevant feedback in a timely manner, the better. So go ahead and submit some games. I'm gonna refill my water, and then I'll see what you guys have put in. I'll just let it play in the meantime. You guys can give further feedback to the Hoodwink. Overall, much like that Zeus game, I think you did pretty well, right? I don't mean to say, as much as we nitpick a little, I still think you did pretty well, Chungo Bopper. I'm happy to see you move, right? I think it's better to move too much than to not move at all, but there is still like a middle ground. So, once you feel like you're winning a lane, definitely ask yourself, is this enough to take the tower? Because taking the tower is usually the actual endpoint of, I have truly won this lane. And I would say you definitely helped win multiple lanes and you eventually got to towers, but I think probably, especially this bottom lane tower, you could take a little faster. Okay, I'll be right back. Who do you think is getting the nerf hammer next patch? I'm actually not sure, because I feel... Copium. The next patch is supposed to be, like, big. 7.4. Some kind of new mechanic, some kind of new map change, something like that. You don't strictly have to nerf heroes if the game is going to shift, because what is good is different. So even if there are some heroes at the top of the meta right now, even if they got buffed potentially, they might just not fit what's good in the game anymore, and so they might drop off. So it's kind of unclear, especially anytime there's like a big patch coming up. I actually don't think it matters to think too hard on like, oh, this guy needs to be nerfed, because there might be like a separate issue. Or he might get nerfed and then still fit like what's good and then still be good. I don't really want jungling as a role, but I would love roaming. And if it's a combination of jungling and roaming, like that's a-okay with me. I don't want it to just be like strictly jungling though. I want roaming to be better so that we don't have to be 2-1-2 meta all the time. I would like there to be more options. Like this time they're going to tri-lane, this guy's going to roam nonstop. It occasionally kind of happens at like the pro level, but it's pretty rare. Okay, we're going to start with this one. Oops. Ancient, you are returning to Dota. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your break. Maybe playing other games, maybe doing some other stuff, who knows? But once again, Dota has called to you, and you are back. See what we can do to help you out. You had no mid... Wait. You mean your mid laner wasn't useful, right? Or did you go mid? For a second, I read that's what... Like, I was typing off lane, you were like, no, I'm actually mid lane axe. Oh, maybe that's what we were talking about for the patch. You were joking. Oh, I gotcha. I got confused because I'm like moving around different topics and then like reading afterwards. Okay, so you're returning to the game, tried to follow the axe guide I mentioned, but kept dying. It was sort of okay, but how do you make it better? How do you lane better? Okay. Should jump our herd. It looks like we got a wacky fight just like right off the bat. That might mess some of this up to begin with. Looks like we lost a lot of health. Came over here. I don't want to worry about it too much just because, yeah, I mean, this kind of stuff does happen. So let's not sweat it too much. Essentially, our goals don't change that much, especially like, getting a little bit more specific with axe. Off lane, if you guys didn't watch it, check out the axe guide on the channel. I think it's the most recent video because I haven't been making a lot of videos. But we're essentially trying to hit level 3, get to our armor items, our phase boots, so that we can creep cut. If Ursa got the kill, it's all the more reason to be like, ooh, scary lane. Like, we definitely need to be extra careful. But ultimately, we're still going to be careful till we can creep cut. I see you have a Spirit Breaker, and I think you're versus an Undying. So this is like an absolute garbage matchup for you. So you need to ask Spirit Breaker to creep drag a lot for you, and you do like every equilibrium trick in the book, because you cannot play this lane. And although a third ring of protection might be nice, you might actually need to save for boots like right off the bat, because this is like such a bad matchup. You just need to be able to move quickly. Here, if you creep aggro, yeah, try to do that a little sooner. Notice there was a chance here. Aggro this, and then see how your creeps kind of like walked forward a little bit, but then at the last second they turned around to this stuff. You got a little unlucky with the timing, but that's what we're hoping to do. If you creep aggro a little sooner, that the creeps will go into the tower. The sooner it happens, the better, because the later it happens, the less creeps there are, and then the effect is not as severe. For example, it may only push 2 to 3 creeps forward as opposed to 4 to 3 creeps. Undying running away from a Spirit Breaker. Things I never thought I would see in my life. What's going on over there? Overall, you're fine. Don't Don't get baited. If this Spirit Breaker starts charging people, just kill creeps. Okay, right here, we're about to lose this range creep, so let's kill it quickly. Okay, so you see these 3 melee creeps focusing this ranged. If at some point you try to balance this, the ideal is like, okay, they lose, or they deny this creep, I deny this creep, and it's even. That's fine. If someone has a nuke, then they're probably going to secure it. In this case, it'd be like Undying Decay. For you, because they're backing off here, and you actually have creeps here, like, okay, let's do it. You know, like, let's hit this creep and try to kill it quickly. If you think you can. If you're too scared, it's okay. It really depends. But, like, you ran up to here, so, like, I think you're feeling okay about it. So I'd be like, get it. You know, just, like, deny, hit this range creep, ask Spirit Breaker to help you, kill it, and then you can back off to this stuff. But if this never happened and you were just too scared to do it, that's fine. Okay, you have enough creeps, so some of this attacking is okay. Do be careful of it, though. These 4 creeps are going to fight the next 4 creeps that are coming into the lane soon. So that's why there's actually an excess of enemy creeps, and soon it could end up being dove into you. That's why I'm okay with you clearing out some creeps. But sometimes people do this even when that's not the case. Like, there's only 1 extra creep in the lane, and they're killing it for free. You don't want to do that. Because this time, you're actually very quickly about to reach 8 versus 4 creeps. That's too many. They're going to hit level 2 and then dive you with 8 creeps. So you can trim out some stuff here. Like, trim this range creeps. Range creeps especially, because they are what will determine how fast the lane pushes. This, don't give a shit about any of this. Just this stuff. This is more important. This guy, because First Blood already happened, this kill will get you 200 gold. And we are walking away from 150 gold to attempt 200 gold and all the risks that takes. So now here we are losing a bunch of health, right? So in the end, we didn't get the kill 200 gold and we missed the guaranteed 150 gold, costing us a bunch of health. And for a matchup that's bad, like, we don't want to take that kind of risk. Pop up the last hits. You actually did it. But then we die. And you end up backing off, which means we're about to miss a bunch of creeps. So you can kind of tell why we don't really want to risk this too much. We could easily have more guaranteed. You could probably be at least up around here in terms of last hits. Even, like, accounting for missing a couple. Is this a bad back or okay? I would probably not do it. I would buy regen. So you are super low on health, right? But regen's gonna come on the way. You could sit under the tier 1 tower and at least absorb XP from this stuff, and then creep aggro this stuff back. And most, I mean, they might dive you. I would say they have heroes to dive you, but a lot of pubs, they won't. And you'll kind of notice by the time these creeps come under tower and then you start doing creep aggro, you have 200 health just from passive regen. So that's why I think at that moment, because so many creeps are coming in, you shouldn't. If the creep wave was actually pushing out and you're not going to miss all that much, then I'd say you could come home and then TP back out. But because I actually know there's a bunch of creeps pushing in, we got to secure it. Which also goes back to why earlier, don't engage in the fight, just get what farm we can. And especially boots. A lot of these trades are based on boots of, is Undying and Ursa able to just run us down and attack? The earlier boots will actually do more for you than the armor in this particular matchup. Two v 2 melee can be fun, though I'd say it's more fun for the Undying and Ursa. This is like an unfair 2v2. In this situation, we're good. So tower is hitting 1 creep. They even have more creeps anyways. It's 5 versus 4, and now some are under the tower. So here's where you don't take too much risk, especially because Spirit Breaker is doing other things. He's on his way back, but he will generally be rotating a lot. He's one of the most rotating heroes in the game for support. So this is where I'm happy. It's going to push out, And then with this creep wave, farming it here, we're already level 3, so now I need the boots, and then hopefully get to like the chainmail, and then I could start creep cutting. So I'm hoping to take this equilibrium coming out here and make it last for like a minute, and then that should give us enough gold to get what we need. So no big risks, no getting pulled into fights. You can tell Spirit Breaker if you want to communicate. Just tell him, like, just stop pulls, creep drag, other stuff, whatever. Or if he thinks he can do stuff in other lanes, like, let him... Because you actually, if you had the boots, just to paint the picture, he's already got his boots. But ideally, you get your boots before Undying, and then you're sitting at 360 move speed, and then this guy is at, like, 300, right? So then, yeah, he's scary, but... As long as you're ahead of him, like, you'll always keep running away. Especially as you hit him with the Battle Hunger. Which will still be true. Like, even though he has his boots, when you get yours, you'll still be a little bit faster. And then Battle Hunger him. But it'll be harder than it needs to be. Okay, here, because he gets the pull. So this, position 4 players, this is what you should be doing around here. So I know we're happy, and the only thing that'll mess us up is a hard pull. So this is where Spirit Breaker needs to be standing, like, around here. And then when you see Undying try to aggro this way, you step out and aggro it out, and you just keep, like, messing with it. Axe can kind of do it on his own, but it's really hard. You'd have to, like, stand here to, like, farm while also being able to aggro, and then they'll probably just collapse and kill you. So it depends on the matchup and, like, where people are standing. That's why the 4 should do it. In the end, once it does happen, just to prevent you from dying, this is still scary. Go this way. You have tangos, so like this is where cutting tree paths helps a lot. And if you run this way, you can at least absorb XP safely, make your way this way, and then like I think you're gonna miss the creep wave that's walking right now. I think they're like literally right here. But if the timing was better and you were able to like go this way, you could catch it, or just absorb this wave and then catch the next wave. Like, it sucks to miss it, but as you see, we end up dying by walking in for this one, and then that's not quite worth it. Okay, now that we have boots, I see you starting to do what we talked about. Yeah, you drag it away from the Ursa, just get this one. Get the next wave. Yeah, honestly, like, whatever. Forget the catapult, who cares? Ugh, this one's so close. Woo! All right, it worked out. I would say this is overall worth it. In the end, you can kind of see where if the first 5 minutes had gone a little better, then that goes smoother, right? Because you've already got your phase boots, so you can run him down faster. He's not so high leveled. Maybe he doesn't have his boots, arcane boots even at that. So it'd be a little smoother. You can see where like Dota's a snowballing game. But otherwise, like, despite saying that, you are going even in what I would say is a very, very bad matchup. And they had first blood. Not in the lane, but as a team. So, despite being in a really bad situation, this is not a bad showing. And with some of those improvements, you can then be in an even better spot. Oh! Amazing. Recovered. We're so back. We're in it, guys. This is why you never give up. Oh yeah, don't even go for that tombstone. But see, okay, so if you are wondering, like, why should I creep cut? Because I keep getting killed like this. So yes, we have died both times so far, which is not great. But each time, Puck has come over to coil the axe, which means Puck moves this way onto their own half of the map. This one was kind of not as bad because it was like here. But Luna has been left completely alone for the most part, right? She's top net worth. Ursa's struggling. So even as Axe gets punished, it's drawing so much attention to the top lane. And if Axe has a little bit better of a start, Or even in the current state, as long as they get out once and Puck comes up here, they spend all this attention, and then Axe gets away, it's so worth it at that point. You're drawing so much space for your Luna. I think this one you were a little scared, so you came back to your own jungle. That's fine with me. See if you can stack this. Nice. You can stack while running top to get back to lane faster. Here, so as you see Undying, and it's like, oh, I don't want to go this way. That's fine. This is where you can like just cut the next wave, drag it backwards. And then if you want, buy your own Observer, buy your own Sentry, so that as you walk this way to grab the next wave, you could place your own ward. So for example, okay, Puck's the one that's been killing me every time. So a mid ward, this is kind of next level, guys. This won't actually happen in a lot of your pub games, but if you want to try to think this way, I know, especially support players who are doing the warding, mid players can also think about this. Does it really matter top or bottom which rune gets spotted? Not that much. So it's more about which heroes are going to move around. There's arguments for like, okay, this will help the Wind Ranger rotations. Like I'll see Wind Ranger coming. So if that's what you're worried about, then you want a bottom rune. If it's like, oh, I need to help Axe creep cut and I need to know when Puck is going that way, that's where a top ward makes a little bit more sense. So it kind of depends who is doing well in the game, what's going on. But that's where like warding mid, top or bottom does make a big difference. But it doesn't really matter for the rune because the rune's random anyways. So as long as you see one, it gives you the information process of elimination, like where the rune is. It's more about the heroes that are moving. And then Axe off of that, like say you have a top ward to see this rotation, then you can have a top ward to see this teleportation. If you don't, if you have this bottom one, then you probably need a mid ward like in this area to see Puck walking this way. And then if you don't see Puck walking and you don't see Puck in the lane or going bottom, Puck might have TP'd. So you got to start moving away from that towards your ward, which is showing like no one's there. Maybe they're smoked, but you know, doing the best we can. What do you do in a completely lost game? I'm in one right now. If you want to try to win, split push as much as possible. Cut waves, be very annoying. Try to split them up and find pickoffs. That's like your only hope in completely lost games. Otherwise, pick something to work on and practice that for the rest of the game. If you have some kind of like... Split pushing is not a bad thing to practice. But you can also try like... I don't know. I'm trying to think of like something generic that's not like hero specific. But if you have some kind of like spell combination that like you're kind of scared to try, you're losing anyway. So like you can't throw a lost game, you know? So give it a go. Try the like difficult spell combos. Like your Hoodwink, you know, I'm throwing the Bushwhack and then I'm throwing Acorn Shot. Like why not try it this game, you know? It depends on the hero if there's something like that. Otherwise, split pushing and creep cutting is a great thing to practice. Because it's useful in games that are close or when you're winning. You may not win this game because it's like a lost cause, but it's still a good time to practice it for games that will matter in the future. But whatever it is, you know, like just practice it for the rest of the game so that you'll bring it to the next game. Okay.
8,540,895,735. Unranked, I was the Oracle.
You should probably find a way to change it from reading the numbers, but it's kind of funny to me. I kind of like it.
Absolutely not at higher ranks. I'm mid-guardian last I calibrated, so general early lane critiques and late game fights.
Another Oracle game, nice. All right. Valkrix, thank you so much for the bits. See, this is what I mean. The coach name still pops up on this stuff. Let's go ahead and download this one. DMZ, no problem. Hope it's useful advice. In the end, like I still think you did okay, especially considering you're coming back into the game. That's pretty good. And then with just a little fine tuning, it can go a bit better. I'm gonna assume hard support. Did you say? Not specifically, but I mean Oracle's usually a 5, so. Hard support. Okay. Let's see what it's like when we get to trillion. I don't know if we'll ever even get that far. It's taken 10 years plus at this point just to make it to 8 billion. I wonder, I mean, I'm sure we'll make it to like 10 billion, but beyond that, I don't know. I don't know how much further we'll get towards trillion. Once we start really ramping those numbers up. All games are turbo now. Hey, Frankie. Yeah, it's with an H. Not that I expect anyone to know, but thank you for asking. Checking in on the spelling. Okay, so for this Oracle game, one to a degree, feel like there were things. I know the voice read it out, and I didn't even process it. That would absolutely not work at higher ranks. Mid Guardian, last I calibrated. Okay. Early lane critiques and then late game fights. Okay, let's try to split the time up then. So let's do like 5 minutes of laning, 5 minutes of a late game team fight breakdown, and I'll adjust this to say about Guardian, since that's what you think you're roughly at. Okay, let's just skip this early fight, because so we have time to do both. So we are in the lane with Jug. I think you're not partied with the Jug. I skipped here, so I don't know where the other support positioning is, but be a little careful of that. And then be very careful of this. So I do want you to generally harass the Spirit Breaker if you think it's 2v1, if, like, say you killed the support, you know they're late to lane, whatever. This kind of harass is good. Just be careful of getting, like, squeezed by them coming to lane, and then you're pinched between them and the offlaner. But up to here, we're happy. And then when we draw this aggro, as long as it's not going under tower, this is going to balance out, right? If you draw the ranged aggro too much, which is the one that determines how much damage happens for the most part, that's where you'll end up pushing the lane anyways. So be careful of this. If you draw it once, it's probably okay, especially if you hit your own creep. If you draw it too much, then it's bad. And then you definitely have to put more attention on denying your own creeps instead of harassing, which you don't want to do. So the more you can harass without drawing aggro, the better. And once you do draw it, just try to de-aggro as quickly as you can. Right, kind of look like you had it for a few seconds there, and then look what it's already happened, right? It's now 3 versus 2. So that's what can happen when the range creep gets distracted for whatever reason. And now we're in a bit of a weird spot. So the lane probably will push unless we commit a lot to denying, which right now... So you're looking for Spirit Breaker, but I actually don't care about where Spirit Breaker is now because he's not here. So this is where you can just stay here and hit the creeps to start fixing this, and then pretend to body block because they don't know yet. You can pretend to body block here, but if you chase out, Spirit Breaker is somewhere here. You're looking for him. You think he's in this area, and then so should the other support. Like, I don't know where they are, but at some point they're going to enter the lane, and we are currently moving out on our own looking for that. There's a very high chance you're going to walk into a 2v1 plus the creep wave coming in, and then you're going to be in a terrible spot. So here, just like sit, hit your own creeps. Fortunately, we didn't quite run into them. These kills will be quite hard. I wouldn't even force it without more poke damage. Two things, right? We drew the range creep, and then we attempt a play that was a little too aggressive. If you're not sure, totally fine to go for it, right? But the consequences, look what's happened. 5 creeps pushed up. So that's how fragile lane equilibrium can be. Just like 2 moments, and then like the lane is shoved all the way up here. You are going for a small pull, and I think it's okay to go for the full pull pretty quickly here. Try to de-aggro this as quickly as you can. So like run through before turning around, or like A-click onto your creeps. But you were about to tank another attack and then one more attack. So that was 6 auto attacks from these guys that have not gone into the creeps that you are taking. So first of all, we took the damage. And then second of all, that could be 3 up to 6 attacks that could go into this melee creep. It's already starting to get like, here's one cycle of the attacks now on, it actually got split up, right? So if you imagine they all focus one creep and then they all attacked, 2 more times, that creep's already in deny range. So again, another kind of, seems minor, but can lead into big things to get equilibrium back. U2 should be good against this lane over time because he has spin to help deal with stuff. You both have heals. Especially the like the only way you die is to maledict. So you might want to hold a point for Fate's Edict. And then if it gets close, use it. Kind of see what happens. Jug players, this is actually spinning a little too soon, but it worked out anyways because he had taken enough damage. You should spin to chase, not spin on a stationary target that you can still attack. Because that's the value of spin. It does damage while you're moving, and you don't have to stand still to auto-attack. You can't. Anyways. Okay, get the Lotus. See, like, that's another case. He's spinning a little early. Right, that was the first 5-minute timing. Yeah, I guess that's enough for the lane. We saw a couple moments to like help fix equilibrium a little better. The lane went overall well. Yeah, it's just that I feel like things that worked here that wouldn't have worked against stronger opponents. Yeah, so like stronger opponents, when you shove in the wave the very first time, you would have been stuck laning here the whole time, and one, Witch Doctor would not have been so late to lane. But two, once the lane is here, they would have farmed a lot better and then maintained it here. Maybe they block this, and then you never get to do that first pull, which helped fix it. Then you guys got another kill off of that, right? So a better player might have not let you do the pull. They might have blocked it. They might have just balanced the lane better, and then we're not getting these kills. And then you can get punished harder for shoving in the very first wave, like you said. Let's jump ahead to go find like a late game fight. Looks like you guys are doing fairly well. But I'm sure there's still something we can find here. Let's see. You have an an Aether Lens. I might say you should actually go for a Blink first this game. Blink or Force Staff. The reason being is that I think your logic is like, okay, there's some stuff I don't want to get into, like swaps and Wukong's command. So that's along the right track. But those abilities are actually so large, Aether Lens is not quite enough. Aether Lens is great when you need just like a little bit more. So like Witch Doctor ult, for example, like I just need to be a little bit further away from that and it works. Or like I'm Jakiro and I'm looking for a Bane Fiend's Gripping. Like Ice Path is already pretty long and then I need a little bit more with the Aether Lens to like finish the job. Tipping point. Or it works great as a combination item with other things, but usually after them rather than before. So in this case, Monkey King Wukong, right? Like once he commits it, I gotta get out. If I'm in the Wukongs, the Aether Lens does nothing. If I'm out of the Wukongs, then the Aether Lens helps me reach in, so that's nice. But you see how that's like partial value compared to like Force Staff, in or out. Either way works. Teammates or myself, it works. Aether Lens is only I am outside, teammate is inside. That is the one situation it works. Blink Dagger, maybe we can't get out unless you're real fast on it, but you can blink in to it, especially if you're worried about him finding you. Same with like swap. I have Aether Lens, I'm behind this tree, my guy is here, swapped back here, right? Like Aether Lens is not enough to make up that difference, but Blink is to get close and then ult him while still being far enough away so that I am not the one being swapped and I am not the one being charged. I have to be really far out of sight. So Blink would help you position that way, or Force Staff to a lesser degree with giving you a little bit more utility to like help teammates. And then the mobility is very useful versus like the cask bounces, the swap, her shard, shackle, Monkey King chasing people. That's why like Force or Blink would be good. Here we are in too close. So you kind of have to do this because of the Aether Lens, but here is your cast range with False Promise. So Ricky does go in a little bit more than he needs to. And I think at this point, I mean, you guys are clearly crushing it, so you're probably not being as cautious as you really... I'm going to say as you should be, but maybe you don't even need to be because, like, yeah, we're 16k up at 21 minutes. Let's pretend this is a more even game, and let's talk about your positioning in that situation, right? So Aether Lens with the False Promise is this range. So as your team pushes up and Nature's is attacking from here, I only need to be close enough to save Nature's, which means I can now be back here. So then we can see that's a world of difference of safety, right? Especially with Venge Swap. She could choose to swap me. She could swap Nature's. If she swaps Nature's, I can save him. If she swaps me, nobody is going to save me because I'm the save. So I can't be this close. I have to be further back. Which then, when we're behind this tree, this as far back as I need to be to save Nature's, we then see why the Aether Lens does not help enough, because then he gets swapped back, and then I go, oh shit, I'm back here. You know, now I gotta like run in. So that's where the Force Staff or the Blink would help you be behind, out of sight, not be the target of this stuff. Monkey King aside, because he might be standing on the trees. But then also, once it actually happens, still get close enough to use the saving abilities. And then once this happens, so you throw in the Q and you start moving in. But is Ricky about to die? Not quite yet. So again, thinking about her ultimate range, I am perfectly in range to use the ult. Because I don't have Force or Blink, I only get a little bit of walk time to finish to, like, he's about to die, walk close enough, and then use it. I can't, like, Blink in, Force Staff in. But still, he is full health, so I don't really need to be this close. I can still be out of the tower. I could still be, if we're saying from over here, and we see this happen, I'm probably walking to about here, maybe to here, and I'm getting close enough, but I don't need to be, like, actually in cast range quite yet. It does depend on how much burst is in the game. So there are times you need to be really close. Sven, Phantom Assassin, they're good examples of, like, I must be in the cast range, because as soon as it happens, you have half a second to press the button. But especially in games where the enemy is losing, often it will take a while to kill the target. Like even the Ricky who extends too far, it's going to take them a little bit 5v1 killing him if they're losing, or if they just don't have burst damage. Much like in this game, there's not that much burst. Maledict is probably the biggest burst. But you got to do some slow damage first. So we have time to stand far back, walk in, and then ult. There, probably cancel this a little sooner, and then ult your Ricky. But maybe you don't think he's that important and you want to save your Natures. That's fine too. But this whole fight, I mean, it's working out because you guys are, like, rich as heck, you know? But let's pretend it wasn't. Again, going back to, like, what if I had Force Staff or Blink? With the Blink, even with... let's go one more before Ricky dies. So, like, even with the Force Staff, and then keeping in mind our ultimate is this range, and then a little less because we don't have the Aether Lens, so it's probably, like, up to here. So with the Force Staff, you could still be behind this tree, and then, oh, Ricky's in trouble, Force Staff forward, ult him, right? Or as the fight breaks out this way, we actually move, like, this way, so then I can be in range and save the Force Staff still. Force Staff him out instead of having to even use the ult. With Blink, you could be, like, back here behind this tree and then Blink. Okay, maybe that's a little far. Maybe, like, behind this tree and then, like, Blink in, ult him. And then that Blink also lets you cover this Marcy, lets you cover this Jug who ends up back here. So not every game do you need, like, Force Staff or Blink, but in this case with, like, the Charge and the Wukong's command and then heroes who jump in and teleport pretty far, having your own mobility helps a lot rather than Aether Lens. What Aether Lens is better when you have stationary heroes like Drow, Sniper. They don't really move much in the fight, so I'm not worried about. Originally I said, like, oh, we could stand here and we cover this area, and then the fight, like, pew, 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 like, broke everywhere, right? So we need the force and mobility. Drow and Sniper, they sit here and they sit there. They don't really move around, you know? They, like, maybe they Hurricane Pike a little bit, a little concussive grenade, boop, you know, jump back a little, but they don't move that much. So then Aether Lens is much easier to work in that situation. Once you get the Blink or the Force Staff and then you want the Aether Lens, that's fine, because then you're amplifying the mobility tool you have. Currently I'm amplifying only my abilities and none of the extra stuff. Here I just messed up, nothing better to say. It happens. No worries. Okay, let's, if you have match ideas, some of you already put them in, so that's fine. If you want to re-put it, that's okay with me too. Boost those chatter numbers. But anyone who is waiting, go ahead and submit your match IDs. And let's see, this fight. Anything fancy to consider here? We are in the situation where we can kind of just like run at them. Nice. I don't really have much to say about that. It would be kind of repetitive, but obviously with the force of the blink, you can then position like back here, all that. You're taking a very aggressive position, which, I mean, like, you know, with this gold lead, it's fine. It doesn't really matter. Usually, your default should be a safer position if you're a safe hero, but for this kind of stuff, you can posture aggressively to get, like, Fortune's End value because you're so far ahead, and that's okay. Marcy is also kind of a save hero if she takes Pick Me Up. She didn't in this case, but if she did, just try not to stand next to her. I see you, like, standing next to each other a couple times. You're both gonna get, like, cast. You're gonna get charged through. You're gonna get, like, shackled, boundless, struck together, right? So when you're supports and you have different ways to save, stand away from each other so you're not both caught by the same stuff. Same deal with not standing next to a core, because, like, then I can't save them. No problem, Valkyrie. How many heroes / roles should we practice at a time? I typically play flex positions, but feel like I'm not improving enough. It does depend a little bit on the player. This is like a personal preference thing. This is, okay, final point for Valkyrie and any save heroes. This kind of stuff, this is like, there's no need to risk this. In a much closer game, we definitely don't do this. When we're winning this hard, it kind of doesn't matter. But at the same time, if we were to throw, it comes off of like people being killed, which should probably start with the save hero. So like, do I need to help with this creep wave? Like the super farmed Ricky, Marcy support's pretty rich this game. Maybe not that rich, right? I don't need to help with this creep wave at all. So I can just stay out of sight where I am. You can even move back here. You're like walking in, revealing yourself to the enemies. Like, hey, if you want to pick off and you need to get the save hero, like, here I am. You know, like, I'm right here in case you weren't sure. Like, here I am, guys. Here's the next creep wave. I am over here. So the more you just, like, stay out of sight and never reveal yourself, the better. Ah, I forgot. This reminded me of a story I was going to tell earlier, and then I said I would tell it later, and then I forgot. Right here, for example, you're doing it this time. I see a lot of supports pushing in closer games, and they're like, let me help deal with this creep wave. These guys are dealing with the creep wave. You do not need to show yourself, like, whatsoever. You don't need to cast Fortune's End. You don't need to be, like, Purifying Flame the creeps. Like, let me help, guys. They're doing it. Stay out of sight. Okay, that's the last thing I want to say. I'll let this play while I answer some questions real quick, and then we'll pick the next one. The story I was going to tell, I forget who I was... Oh, it was the Oracle rotating earlier, and the Lina who had enough mana to kill Sniper because he didn't help the runes. I forget the proper terminology, but in engineering, there's like elements of safety when you're thinking about safe design, right? There are things that are inherently safe, and then things that you have to make safe, and one is better than the other. Like, it simply cannot fail, as opposed to, like, it could fail, but here's our safe measures. When it literally can't fail, that's safer. So that's like, yeah, if Sniper had positioned better, Lina wouldn't kill him, that's true, but I don't trust my core players, right? So I have less control of that situation. But if I make it so, like, Sniper can't fail no matter how dumb he is, right? Because Lina doesn't have mana because I stole the rune, because like my carries who always dive too hard, I made them so rich They can't fail. Like, even if they should play smarter, if they do dumb stuff, they're so ahead from my support gameplay, it's inherently safe. That's kind of one of the mindsets of climbing as a support, is you have to put people so far ahead that their bad decisions can't backfire. Easier said than done, I know, but just a thought. For the roles and heroes that you should practice, I was saying it kind of depends on the player. My personal advice, pick one role, pick a couple heroes. Probably about 3 is pretty safe. Pick heroes that are similar. Like, let's just assume you have 0 hero pool, 0 role flexibility. Like, you're just starting the process. So 3, if you're trying to improve, playing 3 different play styles is really tough. Like, say you're a soft support player. Spirit Breaker, bad laner, heavy roamer, Pugna, very strong right-click harass tempo hero versus Zeus, super greedy, ranged, short-range hero, right? Like, they're so different that when you bounce between them, you have to completely change your mindset and the way you play. So when starting a hero pool, I recommend pick 3 heroes that are very similar. I want to be a save hero, right? Dazzle, Oracle, one more guy, I don't know, right? They all follow very similar concepts. I'm going to be a long-ranged harass hero. I'm going to play Pugna, Muerta, Wind Ranger, Skywrath, whatever. They're obviously a little different because they're different heroes, but there are overlapping traits that you're not picking up a brand new play style like every game. So you want to focus in on one thing at a time, one hero at a time, one element of your game, laning, stacking, roaming, map awareness, time awareness, whatever. You want to hyper fixate on that until it becomes habit. And it'll drop a little bit compared to when you're like super focused on it, but that's okay. We're trying to bump it up on a scale of like all my abilities are 2. I'm picking one thing, hyper fixating on it till it's like a level 8, and then habitually it's level 6. Yeah, it dropped a little bit, but it's way better than like skill level 2, you know? Then you move to the next thing. Bump that up to 8 while hyper fixating, then habitually it drops to level 6. And you just like go from thing to thing until they all get better. Same with the heroes. Hyper fixate on a couple heroes, similar play styles, and once it reaches the point where I have not played Disruptor in a while, I've not played Treant Jakiro in a while, but I played so much of them that I know a lot that I can now pull them out randomly as they are good. Of course, it'll be rusty to some degree. I had some rusty games earlier on these heroes who are my most played, but compared to like a brand new hero, it's much better. So start with one role, a couple similar heroes, and once you have your long-ranged hero playstyle down, it's like, okay, I'm going to learn how to play a roamer. I'm going to play Spirit Breaker. And then you just keep playing Spirit Breaker as much as you can, learn everything about him so that habitually, right, it starts to just be like something I can pull out when it's, hey, I need a playmaker. Spirit Breaker. You know, it's like, oh, hey, I'm working on my Spirit Breaker gameplay, but this is the perfect Pugna game. So now I go back to Pugna. And that's how you just like grow the hero pool. You slowly add more like that. And then once you're good with one role, like I'm good for support, same deal. Go 5, play heroes that you already play. So like, hey, I played Pugna. Pugna can be a position 5, so I'm going to start with Pugna. And I'm going to have to do different things as a 5 versus a 4, but at least I'm playing a hero I'm very familiar with. I'm going to get used to the position 5 role with a hero I am used to, and then expand from there. Now I'm going to learn Jakiro. Now I'm going to learn whatever. Then you want to learn offlane. Okay, do I have any heroes who can play offlane? Maybe you do, maybe you don't. Like, you could kind of start with Spirit Breaker offlane. It'd be a little... It's not the best, but it could work. You can do that. You may just have to learn like a brand new hero, but someone like Natures, for example, you know how to play support Natures, and then you're like, okay, I'm going to try learning core, so start with core Natures. Oh, I play Zeus support, I'm going to be like Zeus mid, you know? I think that's a very safe way to grow the hero pool, grow the role flexibilities. At the end of the day, if you're trying to gain MMR, I would still limit it though. Like, play one role, one couple supports that you're really good with. Okay, I am now. Let's pick some matches. Don't you need to pick at least 2 roles to not burn your role queue tokens? Yeah, if you're a support player, you'll probably end up just playing both support roles. Most of us have to do that. You may be better at one than the other, but you can probably find enough overlap. Like, position 5 players can still play a lot of position 5 supports as a 4, and it works. Position 4 players, not as much. I recommend you learn one support role. Core players, yes, you're going to have to learn how to play support. I have a couple videos on this. It's good. You'll learn how to play support for your role queue, but it'll also help you understand how to work with them. Like, it'll be worth your time, even if you, I just want to be an offlane player. I get it, but, it's the system we're in. You're going to have to do it, so there's not really a way around it. Besides asking people if they want to swap, but, that's all. What's the theme of the day? Still doing rapid replays, though if you have a whose fault is it anyway submission, and you want to, blame someone or someone is blaming you, submit it. Maybe I won't be able to look at it on stream, but I'll save it, and it might be the video. Tomorrow, I don't think there'll be a stream because I have some stuff, and I think there just won't be a good amount of time to stream, so I'll work on videos, and I'm thinking if we can find some submissions for whose fault, then tomorrow I can, dig through them, and then, I doubt the video would be finished tomorrow, but, we can at least find something. Okay, I want to start with this one, because you mentioned you got bodied and you only had 6 CS at 5 minutes, which just shouldn't be. I promise you there are ways to do it. As hard as the lane feels, there's going to be ways to do with it. So that's what I want to help you out and anyone watching, because I know it's a common, God, my support's garbage, and that's why I can't lane. And I feel for you. Your lane will be worse than when you have a good support, but I firmly believe there are still things to do. So let's start with that, and then we will move on. We'll pick someone else. Okay. Download that. Is there a limit for a champion pool? Not really. The banning system is random in Dota. Not fully random. There's you put in your bans, and then I think it's 50% chance or something. Maybe not 50% chance, but it essentially the bans are random, and then it picks to ban from the most popular to the least popular. So if you only play really popular heroes, so let's say you're a support player and you play Lion, Pudge, Ogre, Magi as your main heroes. These 3 are not only highly contested for the double pick ban, but then the system will randomly ban a lot of them. And then a lot of people like to ban Pudge. Maybe Ogre and Lion are not as high up there, but there's a lot of possibilities for those heroes to be banned out. So then if that's your main hero pool, a lot of times you're not going to get to play it. So that's where you need to have a bigger hero pool and go up to 5 or 10. But when you are an ET Phoenix Visage player, you're probably going to play any of those heroes 98% of your games, uncontested by anybody else. Phoenix is probably the most contested of those, right? So it depends on what your hero pool is. You don't need to have a lot. When I was gaining MMR, and I was trying to I want to get high MMR so I can make content creator with some validity. I played Jakiro and Treant, and they were not popular heroes at the time. It was prior to their buffs. They were all just considered average heroes. I very rarely ever got contested on them because no one else really cared to play them. So it depends how meta of a hero you play, how popular they are in general, stuff like that. Will determine your hero pool size. But usually 3 to 5 is pretty safe. Okay, Juggernaut. You said your first 5 minutes were terrible and you feel like your support just wasn't doing enough. That can definitely be the case, but there will be more you can do to get more CS than you ended up doing. So that's what we're going to focus on. I don't want to skip this whole time because let's go with the mindset. I know there are carry players out there who just have this mindset every support player is garbage. I am always left on my own. I'm not saying that's you, but to those people, let's enter with that mindset a little bit of how much can I do for myself no matter how garbage my support player is, right? They're a negative in the lane. There are still things we can generally do to give us a playable game. There will be games that are just like Omega griefed. I won't lie, but not all of them. I don't mind this positioning versus these heroes. It's a little more risk than you need to take, especially considering Kunkka is here. You know, so like if they all start running up, your escape path is gonna take a while to get out of here. And they're gonna like, do you actually want to fight when this guy's here? So I don't know if I would go this hard. Which, going back to, if you think your supports are garbage, you probably shouldn't contest like any given bounty rune, because it just won't be worth your time. Compared to getting good equilibrium for 40 gold for yourself, because we're saying we hate all our teammates, right? Again, not you. I'm not projecting this onto you, just for the mindset of other people who are like this. Maybe you can keep that a secret. So by coming for these bounty runes, we end up late, right? We can't do the tricks I've talked about in the past. Body block the back three, let the first one go through, see if they're blocking, stuff like that, right? We just hands up. I hope they don't screw me over. But if you're in the lane because you give up the bounty runes, or you only take this safe one, you will be able to do that stuff. Okay, so by the time we get here, so by being in the lane early, like I said, do the safe stuff, TP the lane as necessary. We're here for the very first creep. Could have, you know, we were just short of that one. Let's not worry about it too much. So Undying, Dawnbreaker. This is a very tough lane in terms of just walking up and right click. We need to do a lot of creep management. Hoodwink will poke as much for free, and then she should care a lot about pulls. We need to do our best not to die, do a lot of creep aggro defensively to get last hits in a way that doesn't just shove the lane out. Because once it's out, we're going to be in even more danger. Right there, you could probably harass a little bit, but it doesn't matter that much. As this stuff starts to happen, so she's hitting this creep, right? We are very quickly going to enter a situation where it's 3 versus 2 creeps. So that means you can trim off 1 creep. So like this melee creep, you could maybe consider starting to hit or to drag them back. Like at the edge of this, the range creep has stepped up. So if you drag these melee creeps back to here, it's a much safer position for you to get the first 2 last hits to then get you towards this Wraith Band, which this game is a okay Wraith Band because of the Dawnbreaker. It's not the greatest, but it's okay. I'm not gonna worry about it. Okay, so this creep as it gets low, and I want this last hit. So we're gonna stand on this top side, and we're gonna aggro just this creep out. That's the super high level version of this. If you end up dragging the whole wave, it will work, but you're more likely to then shove the lane because the tower is going to start hitting stuff. Dawnbreaker backed up. This is where you could probably just hit this creep like 2 times and then get the last hit. So like, because this guy has a damage advantage, right? Anytime we both go for a creep, like in this kind of situation, she's got more damage, he's got more damage. I have less damage. Your advantage is your attack speed in this lane. So anytime you are both going for 1 auto attack on a creep, we both stand waiting for this creep and we go, at a high level, you'll never win because you can't. They have more damage. They start their attack at a higher threshold. You just never get the last hit. So this is why you have to creep aggro things away from them. So I am the only one going for the last hit because it's not in their range. Or when they back out, I can get 2 auto attacks in before they can walk in to get the 1 auto attack. That's the other way you can get these last hits. You could also try to trade and all that. Hoodwink could be doing a little bit better of a job. You mentioned, like, I feel she wasn't harassing. I see her trying to poke a little bit. It's true, it's not the best. Like, for example, here, they're waiting for this to get within the last hit range. You could potentially attack it twice while they're out of range, thinking they have time because they're only expecting the creeps to hit it. However, in this situation, forget all that. These creeps, right, aggro them under your tower and start last hitting this. Because earlier I said if we pull it under too soon, the tower will kill it, it'll push. Enough creeps have died. They have drawn enough aggro. So now it is okay to come under tower where they will have a harder time contesting you And I know it's going to be hard to last it under tower, but some matchups you just have to do it. Like, this is one of those matchups. If you try to play out here, it will not work. So you must drag it out under the tower and then do your best. If we like engage in trades like here, like because we're close, they're hitting us. And then that's what leads to this potential kill where you're so close to decay, she can easily Celestial Hammer and go for the kill, so you're forced to spin and miss. That's why we have to aggro this under the tower. And we might get decayed, but then Celestial Hammer has to go further, it's easier to avoid, and we can go for last hits. Now it comes under the tower, but, you know, we've already lost our health, so now they can trade. And then we walk up. We definitely should not do that. Gotta have more fear there. Okay, at least we got a trade. Okay, so we'll come back to lane. The sooner we do this stuff, the better, because as the gold difference gets bigger, it's going to be harder and harder to do stuff, or if the lane ever shoves out like this, very hard to do stuff. Oh, that was a weird one. I would not look to play aggressive at all in this lane because of how rough it is. We should really just be focused on creep equilibrium. So, like, shove creeps, control creeps. So going back here. Okay, so Undying's coming in from this side. I don't want to fight him. I want to stand over here, and I want to draw aggro this way. You have, like, two options. If Hoodwink is doing a pull, you just manage defensive creep equilibrium and then spin away. Or if she's going to play with you, you need to shove this lane as quickly as you can. So you draw these creeps back and then just, like, non-stop auto attack. Because the goal is to shove this lane in so that everything dies to the tower and then resets here. You pick one or the other based on what Hoodwink is doing. If you want to try to communicate because you prefer one, that's fine. And then if she doesn't do it, you got to, like, go to the other one. Aggression will not be in our favor, though, because we got killed first, and these guys are stronger. Like, comparing your stats, you have 582 health. Dawnbreaker has almost double your health at 940, and then this guy has, like, 800 right now with some decay. But that's the thing, like, where he's gonna be is very different on the fights. Even at his half health is almost more than your full health right now. I mean, not like almost, but like, you get it. You get what I mean. So you need to do twice the amount of damage to them in the same time frame to kill them before they kill you. And when I put it that way, probably makes you realize, like, holy shit, that's really hard to do. So, like, don't even worry about any aggression whatsoever. Only care about last hits. And if Hoodwink can get them low, sure. But, again, we can't control the support. So, in cases where it's like, man, my support sucks, don't do it. So, in cases like this, so Hoodwink went to do a pull. You can keep in range for XP, or you can come and farm this camp. So, for example, what's going to happen in this lane if you abandon the lane? 4 creeps versus 2. This creep's about to die. This creep's about to die. It's going to be 3 creeps versus 1. So these 3 creeps will shove up under the tower and die, or they will hold it outside the lane until the next creep wave shows up. You can come over, farm this small camp with the pull, while Hoodwink pressures the Dawnbreaker. If she doesn't, and she stays here, like, okay, that sucks, but whatever. If Undying comes over, then you can take the 2-on-1 on Undying, because Dawnbreaker's over here holding the creeps. If they stay here and you guys stay here, then we kind of, like, adjust at that point. You don't need to walk up here, though. I think you're like, oh, I'm going to go for that deny. The deny doesn't matter. The deny will force you to fight them, and we've identified we absolutely cannot fight them. And that's what will lead to situations like this, where you might live, but you will have absolutely no health. Because we got into a fight, the lane has now shoved in. Hoodwink players, support players, you should try to keep this creep wave alive. Bring it back out the tower this way, or drag it all the way through in these kind of like really rough matchups. I suspect Hoodwink will not do that, but that's what support players you should aim for. Ideally, what will happen for you... So we don't deny. We're over here farming the small camp. Don't kill it as quickly as you can. It depends what they do. If they are shoving the lane, then you kill it. If they are holding it, let this go as long as possible. Deny as many creeps as possible. But get the last hits when they show up. what should happen is that you would have 5 creeps versus 3 creeps. And there's only so much they can do. At some point, this will push in. Now, it's going to go under tower because we did a pull, so it's going to push out again. But that's okay, because when the matchup sucks, what you want to do is rubber band the lane. If you hold the lane in equilibrium here, you're going to run into a situation that happened earlier. They have more damage. They are bulkier than us. They are stronger than us. If we sit at equilibrium, they will get more last hits and denies. So what I want is the lane to bounce back and forth. When it comes under tower, they can't dive me because it's too early in the game. So I need to get the tower last hits. Shove the lane out. It's usually scary to be out here, but we're only going to be here for a little bit because we're pushing like 7 creeps into 4 creeps. It's going to push quickly. And if they try to fight us, we're going to have 7 creeps helping us out. So it's harder for them to fight. So we shove in the wave. Then they have to deal with like 4 creeps here under tower or out here holding it. So they're going to tank a bunch. That's going to keep them low so they can't dive me. And then while that's happening, we run over and we go do our own pulls and we farm this stuff, which will then pull the lane back in under the tower because we only did a full pull with a single small camp. We repeat the cycle. I farm under the tower. I shove it out. Same deal. Like when the matchup really sucks, that's actually kind of what you want. And if they hold it out here, then you continue to jungle. Well, Zach, what if I can't jungle because I'm level 2? That's why the first few waves matter a bunch to hold equilibrium here. At level 1, if we don't screw up, it's very hard, no matter how bad the matchup is, for people to be winning from level 1. There's only a few extreme cases like Huskar type lineups. Usually level 1, level 2, with smart gameplay, you can get enough out of the lane to hit level 3, get some small items, and then you will be able to like do some minuscule jungling, which is better than just like dying in the lane. And that's how you will be able to bump up your CS even in these like rough matchups. Jug's low stats is part of the reason he really struggles. He's very easy to kill. The way, especially for lower ranks, like you mentioned, Juggernaut's strength in the lane is not as straightforward as Dawnbreaker's. Dawnbreaker is like super chonky, very powerful spells, like hit heroes, throw abilities, win fights. It's very straightforward. Juggernaut's early strength is not as direct because he has low stats. Your strength is your very high attack speed plus base attack time. You attack very quickly. Even with this poor start, you're at 0.88 attacks per second. She's at 1.39. You attack very fast, and then your spin allows you to do damage while moving. But if you actually spin while they just stand and attack, it's usually not that great. Which is very indirect compared to like just throw your abilities and attack a guy. So Juggernaut, what you need to do, especially in the lane, is good creep equilibrium, because for every attack they do, you can pretty much do 2 attacks. That's why I mentioned like you have to draw creeps away from them, and rather than wait for it to be like within that last attack and they beat you because your stats are low, you hit twice. So we're not last hitting with 60 damage, we're last hitting with 120 damage, which then beats them. So you need to keep pulling creeps back, and then you go, oh, well, I'm pushing because I'm drawing creep aggro. Anytime you get a chance, walk up to your creep and attack it twice to balance it out. Because Jug has such fast attack speed, you can do this. Most other heroes can't because your attack speed is slow. But like Juggernaut and Anti-Mage, heroes like that, you guys can like fix. When you draw creep aggro, you push the lane a little bit, which you can then fix by hitting your own creeps with your really fast attack speed in a way that other heroes would struggle to do because their attack speed is slower. So you need to manipulate creep equilibrium with that, which is very indirect. And then when you have time, because your attack speed's so fast, when they're going for last hits, you can like deny and then like right click them potentially. Or like, okay, let them have the last hit them twice in that same time frame. And you like get it close enough and then you spin for the kill. This is still a very rough matchup, so that would still be very hard this game. But that's why in the first few waves, when you didn't do the creep aggro and instead you took some bad trades, like at this point, it's really bad. The mistakes that need to happen are in the first like 2 to 3 minutes. And like direct fighting is not usually your strength. You can do your own pull here rather than try to like body block. And then you can see how when you do this pull, this wave will shove in under tower. It'll go back. Then you shove out together. Now the hard camp's open. You can maybe pull hard camp stuff too. If you try to like just sit in the lane together, it's going to be a bad time. So like here, you kind of just like ran past. You can also spin. So that's the other thing. If you need to shove the lane, just spin in the lane and then walk away. Okay, so here, okay, we did some creep aggro and then you stop and then you like ran into danger. Wait a second for the aggro to reset and then do it again. Aggro, Dawnbreaker, pull this lane back. And then after 2 seconds, turn and attack them. Otherwise, they'll de-aggro back towards the range creep. It kind of depends where exactly they are. I can show this trick before we pick the next one. But you need to pull the lane back and then just like farm them here when Dawnbreaker is not near you. Or let's say she's running at you, so we need to respect that and then back up here and draw the aggro. If she was like back here, this is where you just attack this creep nonstop while she is out of range, right? She can't deny you if she's not in there. Instead, we like walk into them and then they can chase us down like this. Hoodwink saved us there. But that's the idea. You have to like pull it back. He hasn't taken Healing Ward yet because he's getting wrecked. He's only level 2. He can maybe take it at level 2, but it would still be rough. Where's Jug? Not that we need to use Jug for this, but why not? Because it was the replay. This one might be funny because there's a high ground, low ground. Let me create an enemy with there. That way the creeps will chase us through. Oh, I need to see him too. Okay, let's do a new one. Okay. If you only draw aggro once, the position will improve, but they'll still lose focus. So like this, right? They chase me for a little bit, then they stop and they turn around. The first time you do it is inevitable. This time, when you pull them back, they chase, and at some point they stop and they turn back around like that because I'm not attacking and these guys are. So you need to attack and then start attacking like this so then even as they attack, they won't go back. And then you do it again and then you turn around and attack. And at some point, we started here and now I'm over here. So now you have to ask yourself, does the off lane feel comfortable, like as you imagine the different parts of the lane? Laning from here to here versus here, it's getting harder and harder to chase you that far. So depending how bad your matchup is, you need to keep doing this aggro trick like every single wave, like draw it back, okay, turn around and hit before they lose aggro on this melee creep, you know, stuff like this. Little micro example here. Here's another trick. Let's clear these out. So when the offlaner has a lot more damage than you, and I mentioned, okay, if we both just go for this one, right? So if we both go for this last hit and the enemy offlaner has like 10 more damage than me, they're going to go for this attack when they have 70 health and I have to wait till 60. I'm just always going to lose the war there. If I draw aggro, okay, sorry, I was using my own creep. I should use their creep because we can't draw aggro on our own. Well, actually, there are tricks for your own creep. Okay, for the enemy creep, I'm going to draw aggro when this guy gets to about 100 health. Neither of us can last hit yet. I can't last hit, he can't deny. What's going to happen, though, is rather than Axe standing here and I'm standing here, this creep is going to move this way towards me. So I am going to be standing ready to attack as soon as I need to. And Axe needs to walk into more dangerous area to go for it. He might, depending on the setting. But if he's not ready, he may not make it in time to do the attack, and then I get the last hit. So let me cover this one first. Right, we draw it now, and then because it walked towards me, I had a better time to last it before Axe did. Obviously, I can't micro Axe, so maybe you could have chased into it. But you get the idea. You do that for the creeps as they get low, so they walk towards me, and I can attack with my lower damage, but they cannot attack with their higher damage. For denies, you can do something similar, and it's off of messing the enemy up. So let's see who's being focused. The banner creep. So the banner creep is taking very consistent damage right now. One melee creep, one range creep. When you draw enemy creep aggro, you suddenly change that rhythm. So a lot of players are expecting that rhythm. Like, okay, its health is going like doot, doot, doot. So they time their auto attack off that. As it's getting low and they're waiting for it to get here to do their auto attack, you mess up equilibrium at this point, so it throws them off the rhythm and they attack too soon and then you do the follow-up attack. Or they now just have to wait. They go like, oh wait, a different creep needs to get last hit. They move and then you attack twice to deny a creep. So like this creep, Axe would be getting ready and then we draw aggro. Maybe he attacked too soon, didn't get it, and then with my fast attack speed, I go in and get the attack. That one was like not the great example. Maybe Axe steps away for a second here, right? I deny twice, maybe even 3 times, because I have really fast attack speed before Axe can do anything. He backs away from this range, I attack once, I attack a second time, right? He thought he had time to step back and run in, waiting for this range creep to do all the damage, but I saw him too far back, so I just hit that range creep twice and then finish the job. You have to look for a lot of little tricks like that when you have a really tough matchup, which is true for any carry. For Juggernaut, because you have the attack speed, you're like a better hero for it. And like if you're the stronger laner, you don't need as many fancy tricks because like you're a stronger laner. You just like hit the enemy, hit the creeps. But when you're a weak carry, you got to do stuff like that for it to work out. Here's some sirens going. I don't think it's near me though. No problem. It is a tough matchup. I don't feel too bad about it, but hopefully with a little adapting, it'll go better. Hey, Lax, I see you. What's up? When should we learn to do that stutter attack thing? I never had learned to do that even at 10k hours. I mean, you only need these tricks the more next level people are. Like when people just aren't even going for last hits because they're like chasing fights, it doesn't matter that you have 40 damage because you're the only one going for the last hit. But like the higher up you go and people all start to understand like the value of doing stuff, and they're not messing up the timings, they're all hitting it at the optimal window, that's where you need to do these tricks. Because like when everyone is consistently doing the optimal thing and you always lose, that's where you need to do this stuff to like get the little edges here and there to make it work. But when one guy is just like attacking 2 seconds too soon, blows equilibrium all the time, like who cares about the tricks, you know? Like just work on your own stuff. Okay, let's try this one. I'm not doing a great job of sticking to my 10-minute window. Well, it's supposed to be like 10 to 15 minutes. Are we hitting that? Not quite. Do you still play a bunch of clock? Every now and then. When I can tell my team needs control, I preemptively draft him. I frequently don't get that choice, you know, because we often just lock in first, but sometimes we see like people have hovered a bunch of non-initiating heroes, or especially if the other support does pick before me and they pick I don't know, Dazzle, you know, something without initiation. There's other heroes I want to play and learn, but anytime I panic and I'm like, oh god, I need initiation, Clockwork is the first go-to. Okay, so this time we are looking at Terrorblade. I'm going to fix the timestamp real quick. Okay, so we're looking at Terrorblade, Immortal. All you asked is like how you could win this game. So we are going to do our own analysis to determine where we need to look. Looking at the graph, it looks like your lane went pretty well, so I'm just going to skip that. And it looks like your transition from 10 to 20 minutes was pretty good as well. You're still top net worth. There's maybe things we could fine tune there. As a team, when you were really strong around this window, it still looks like it's a pretty close game. Maybe some of your biggest windows were like around here, but this isn't actually like that much of a lead. So it looks like at no point in this game should this have been an easy, like, just run it down. It's always like a little bit, you know, we got to find opportunities. So that might be what we're looking for. I didn't really look at the draft. I would say you actually have the losing draft, so maybe it's more early game. You kind of need to win earlier. Your matchup into Medusa is okay, but Tinker destroys Terrorblade, and you're the hardest carry on your team. Your team needs to find the Tinker, take him out of the fight. You kind of have like the Clock and the Slardar to kind of do that. But they have other stuff that's like really annoying. I would expect you guys to lose this late game. I'd be looking for like a really strong, okay, let's go like 20 to 30 minutes, like end the game. If we can. So maybe we start around 15 minutes. When do you finish your items? You probably need like Manta Hurricane Pike, something like that. You got the Diffusal for the Medusa. I guess that's okay. This feels like a lot of half items to me, though. We got like Yasha into Dragonlance into Diffusal. I feel like you should finish Hurricane Pike or Manta a little sooner. You only need the Diffusal as your it's time to fight Medusa item. So if you're ready to fight Medusa at 20 minutes, like, okay, sure. But it doesn't seem like that because, like, you actually need the Manta, the Hurricane Pike to fight. So you might as well finish these sooner, in my opinion. Like, Manta first to up your farm speed, Dragonlance, and it's like, oh, it's time to fight Medusa. Then you get the Diffusal. If we don't start fighting her around here, I'm going to say it's the wrong time. And then Aegis. We should definitely be able to do this sooner, just draft-wise, but I know it's a pub game, and also maybe there was a lot of like fighting, so we couldn't do it. So it's possible, but that is something I would be looking towards. MKB to do with the butterfly makes sense, and the laser and all that. All right, let's take a look. Let's take a look around like 15-ish. Maybe a little later, actually. Keeping in mind, trying to keep things a little more focused. Oh, 4 days into Dota, welcome into the game. I know it's a kind of intimidating to start. I'm glad the videos are helping to provide a starting ground. My number one piece of advice, feel free to mute people. I know there's some toxic people in the community, but mute them. The learning curve is steep, but if you like it, then it'll be fun, right? It's just the people that make it suck. So it's a little unavoidable. You'll just have to mute some people, but don't sweat it. You will pick it up if you're interested in it, of course. If you decide it's not for you, understandable, but I hope you're having a good time with it. Yeah, I see you starting to go for the Diffusal now. But I do think you need... I guess you have the Dragonlance. Okay, you're pushing with the illusions. Yeah, this is kind of where, like, I wish we had the Manta, you know? Manta illusions push while we farm stuff. What are these guys up to? Okay, so my opinion, if I was looking at this and I'm talking from a really high level, you need to be in the position you're in, which is pretty rich. You need to get the first Aegis quickly, which is coming up soon. That's why we're starting to look at this window. You need to get the first Aegis. You need to get serious damage done with the first Aegis, which I'm looking at all these towers, and they're all up. So we're going to need to start taking some towers. And then with the second Aegis, with the banner, you need the banner because it's like impossible to push into Tinker without the banner. You need the banner to break the game on the second Aegis. And if you guys don't do that, the game is slighted against you. Like, I'd expect you to lose like 80% of the time, which is probably what happens here because I think the first Aegis happened at like 30 plus minutes. Because in the late game, just like this Tinker laser spam, like he's almost at Ags, you know? Your game is so hard after that. So we need to be winning the game by that window. That's not fully in your control. That's where teammates and stuff come into play. Slardar, this guy has a blink. Tinker's a little richer than I would like. What's Viper's build? I don't know if this build's going to be that useful this game. This is like okay, but actually like This Viper build is relatively new, so I'm not really sure how much wiggle room this hero has, but I do think you guys are on the clock to win within, like, to be in a position of winning in the, like, 30 minutes. Okay, as this fight breaks out, abandon these ancients and get up here. Because as part of like, oh, we need a window to break the game, as long as one lane is open, like the tier 2 is down, you can do this. Even if it's not this lane, because maybe we get a big opportunity later, we win a big fight, take tier 2, take this, and then we take this. It's really important to have the towers down to give ourselves that critical mass potential, as well as limit where Tinker can go to. I know he's got like level 2 at this point, but the towers still give him a lot of safety and give the rest of the team safety. So the sooner you take the towers, the better. I think you should leave this ancient camp right away, because you don't have a lot of window, like especially versus Tinker, right? By this point, once the fight is done, Tinker will come back and he'll shove this out, and now the window to push this is gone, right? Like Medusa's back. That's why you can't afford to wait on this camp. You've got to leave like right away and go push another tower while this type of lineup is somewhere else. I try to inform my team to wait for second banner before forcing high ground. Often they don't wait and try to force high ground anyway. Should I be with them even if I know it's a bad plan? It depends on your hero. There's some heroes who can like solo carry, as much as that term means, right? Where it's like, okay, I'm going to ignore them because I will literally do this on my own. You know, you're like a Marcy who could maybe like delete heroes one at a time and like win the game. A lot of the times you can't actually do that. And it's better to suboptimally do things together than to ideally do the right thing on your own, which then makes it the wrong thing because you don't have the team with you. So if your team is trying to push and you're like, I'm not going to go, but they're just going to wipe without you, and then like, what are you going to do on your own, you know? Like, you're kind of forced to go, even if it's not the best. And the most you can do is try to communicate ahead of time. By the time, okay, look, by the time you guys are up here and you're like, don't push, we need a banner, it's too late. The push is happening. It's like while your team is doing Roche, you have to be like, use this Roche to control the map, but don't go high ground. That is the time to share it to have the best chance of success. Once the rock is rolling down the hill, you can't stop it. You must dig the path ahead of time. Blink could also be a good item for you, but I think you might need the BKB. Just as a thought, as I watch Medusa walk away, you know? Your team is all about like finding the right target and delivering the damage. That's why like Clockwork and Slardar play a big role in this game of finding the right heroes. You are the damage dealer. They have to find the key targets that make it hard. This is very much a team draft, must work together to win, which is why if you lose this, I'm not too surprised. And I would say Viper just needs to like, funny enough, you can almost ignore Medusa, have Viper just Viper strike the Medusa and use this like build to slow her down. And then if you take out the other heroes, then Medusa's not a problem. Which is part of the reason I think you can skip Diffusal, because there's so many items I think you need. Like, you need the Dragon Lance / Hurricane Pike. Manta is almost never skip. You need the Blink to also deliver yourself to the right targets. You kind of need the BKB because there's so much magic damage that if they control you and get out, like, you only have a small window with their initiation to do it. I think you have to get BKB. Then you're going to need the MKB. So it's, I know the Diffusal's good. I think you might have to skip it. But I am not a Terrorblade player, so I'm not maybe the best to give that advice. But from the game as a whole, and especially with how your teammates are doing, I don't know if you can afford it. And you'll just have to depend on your immense amount of damage to go through Medusa. We should do Roche here, I feel. I think you guys could have done Roche there. There's like 3 dead, 5 of you are alive. I know some of you are low. Some of you are very low. But I feel like Ogre and Clock could tank it for you while you deal with it. I don't know. You like fell back to get this wave. They kept going. That feels weird to me, but I'm not sure. It's like as a team, it's weird. I don't know who I individually would say could fix it. Whose stuff is this? I don't think I can see it from the replay. I think your team could have just done Roche with Slardar, Corrosive Haze, the supports tank it. You had metas, I think. If not, you have Demon Zeal, so I think you guys could have done that to get the first Aegis, so then you have the second banner coming up at like 30-ish minutes. All right, maybe we'll do Tormentor first. That's also good for growing the lead. Pretty free Tormentor with Slardar. They're all missing. I'm getting scared. You should send your illusions out to scout there. You can farm this on your own without any illusions at this point. In fact, by like 12 minutes, you can like do this almost on your own. Not 12 minutes, level 12. So anytime you're scared, you should send illusions out to scout rather than to farm. Or like send them out to farm this camp. Because like, again, you don't need any help doing your own safe farm. You should use the illusions to push out lanes and steal farm and scout, especially as we get to like this stage where it's all about like finding the right fight, because full-on team fights will be quite difficult. I know Terrorblade has like the innate where it's they do take a damage penalty, but it doesn't really matter. Like, oh no, my 200 damage illusion got penalized a bit. Like, it'll still push a wave, you know? So at this point, it's okay. In the early game, you know, I'm talking like you're level 7. You do need to like keep them with you a little bit more for your farm speed, but at this point, they'll be okay. You gotta get that Tinker. Tinker was like right on top of you. Legion, okay, so once Legion duels, it doesn't really matter as much what she does. And she dueled a support. So like, if I save him, it's kind of cool. At the same time, Legion is like controlling herself on a support. I actually don't care as much what she does. If she was the only one here, I think right here, like when this guy jumps in and they didn't know we were here, I'm pretty sure you should just immediately focus this guy, because he will determine whether you win the fights or not from here on out. If not him, then these guys more than the Legion. Slardar does need to TP like right away. It was a little late. Ogre also focused the Legion, right? I guess he started this one as Tinker blinks. If he can react fast enough, he should actually stop and like also focus the Tinker. But he also sees these guys coming in, so he should just focus this stuff, even if you didn't know the Tinker was coming in. Because like then Legion is dead, but she already dueled and got her kill. So not that she's not gonna contribute, but that's like the majority of her contribution. It's like Snapfire used ultimate and then someone comes in and like duels to kill her. It's like, okay, you got her, but like this is the majority of the team fight contribution. So if it's already out of the picture, what's it matter? It's like Black Hole uses Enigma uses Black Hole and then we like focus him down. Okay, but the window is missed. Whereas people like Medusa and Tinker have much more consistent teamfight impact because they're lower cooldown spells. And I think, especially once the big spell is used on a support, like you kind of ignore those heroes and take out the others. And then unrelated to that, we kind of see where you are really rich, but you're having a very hard time delivering the damage. And we're getting kited. So that goes back to like needing the blink and the BKB / needing the teammates to do some good crowd control targeting. Honestly, at this point, I would actually expect the enemy team to win. It doesn't really change. All right, last piece of advice. Don't flame your team. It's not going to help. This is the PMA part of coaching. No matter how bad they are, you will definitely lose. Maybe not definitely. You will only hurt your odds of winning by all chat flaming your team or team chatting. It doesn't matter. If you might still win, but like it won't help. You'll win for different reasons. No one really starts playing better for people that they don't like. So you should keep it friendly or silent. Like if you just keep it silent, that's like at least neutral. If you keep it friendly, it's more odds that people will keep trying and you might win. If you start flaming, people are just going to implode. You yourself are not going to be playing. Like anytime you're typing, you're not playing. Even if you're dead, you're not checking enemy items. You're not thinking about like the next thing to be doing. It's like, it's purely a non-useful thing to flame. It like only has negative side effects. There's nothing positive. The most positive you can get is the enemy team like takes you like a joke and then like you win off of that. But like that's not a very like, is that really how you want to win? Like I got to the peak because everyone like, because I'm not good, but everyone doesn't take me seriously. Like that's not how you want to get there. You want to get there because you're really good, either because you're good or you're good at pulling teams together. Like both of those are commendable skills. So all chat flaming, even if teammates are bad, will not help you. What is this? What are all these pings? Okay, that seems like a spam message. I'll remove that later. Sometimes I get a bunch of Discord pings. Got to see what's going on. Okay. No problem. Honestly, my number one advice from that will be the positive mental aspect. It will let me put it this way. All right. My goal in this community is to like spread positivity. So it matters a lot to me, but also, if we are thinking strictly in terms of winning, when I mentioned like that ancient camp top where it's like, hey, you got to leave this, right? We're boosting your gameplay from like, I don't know, 70% to 72%, you know? It's like, it's good. It's important to do that stuff. The illusion scouting, you know, another couple percentage. There's only so much you can do. Pulling teammates together, whether you should have to or not, that is really big. Because, for example, in that last game, there's only so much I think you can do. You literally need your teammates to do their job to be able to win that one. So that is what will make even more of a difference, is like positive communication and explaining what they need to do in a nice way without micromanaging, but like, hey, if you guys find Tinker, I think we can win this game. You know, stuff like that. That actually massively boosts your odds of winning. And if you think about flaming people, even if someone is like 10% worse, that's a really big deal. Like getting 10% out of someone compared to like, I give you a piece of advice, this is like 1%, 2% here and there. Getting 10% more out of someone because you don't flame them or because you share something positive, you know, that's huge. So team play and friendly communication is actually huge for winning team games. That will be my rambly endpoint on that one. Byakugan actually donated here for a replay, so I was gonna pick one out, but we'll now do this one. But give me a second before we do that, because I have drank all my water again. I'll be right back, and then we'll do yours. I also had to make my tea. Snack time. I forgot. My fiance and I tried making manto yesterday, which is like a steamed bun, Chinese steamed bun. Tasty. download this one. Here's my timestamp. Was it a lot of work? For a first time venture, it was like a little bit, I guess. But now that I've done it once, I kind of get like what we were doing. Ooh, I hope we can. We may not be able. This might be literally 1 day old. If you have another one, we could do that. Sometimes it just bugs out. I'll restart Dota and see if it'll work. But this might have just passed the threshold of not being able to download it. Are unranked games fine? Yeah, totally fine. Turbo games are fine. So like, you know, it's all up. It's up to you guys. Now that we know how to do it, I feel like it's not that bad. Like once you, okay, if you have to knead the dough yourself, that's going to be a lot. But part of the reason we did it, because my parents, the KitchenAid mixer went on sale. So they got it for us for an early like wedding present. So we were using it to make, try different stuff. I tried some hand-pulled noodles dough, tried this Monto dough. So with that, it's not so bad. You just have to like wash the stuff later. If you have to hand knead it, then that's probably like the most effort. But with the KitchenAid, you know, you just like turn it on and then take it out, shape it, roll it. You need a steamer, but then like at that point, you're just like, you know, boiling water, put it in, timer. Like it's not that bad. Yum. Work. Come on, Valve, do it. If you have a wok, you have a steamer. We do have a wok actually, but I have a different one. I just got like I would like a proper steamer. We don't have one right now. But I bought like essentially a steamer insert to put into a pot. Could put it on the wok, but I have a big pot that also has a lid that we use. Didn't have a specific color. I like how much everyone's like, yeah, because everyone starts talking about this. I didn't really care about color. We ended up getting a silver one. That my fiance preferred it to like the red one that Costco had. That was where it was on sale. I didn't really care about color too much. Byakugan, wait. Before you go, do you have a different match ID? Because this one seems too old to download. Maybe you can't hear right now. I don't know. Maybe they donated and then they had to leave. If that's the case, I'll just save the name for now. Oh, let me check. Okay. Yeah, if you have a more recent one, we can do that. Otherwise, there's an ever-growing list of people who have submitted for replays, and then either someone came up. I will add you to that list. I'll let you know. Many people who make it to this list don't seem to come back to reclaim it. I've cleared out one. The others are still on here. Anyone who remembers that they're owed a replay, please feel free to come back, message me on Discord. I can do it. Well, it's a growing list, and I feel a little bad because I feel like people are donating and not getting, you know, what they're hoping for. I've lost my pen, though. Let me go get a pen so I can write your name if you don't have another match ID here. Skamaz. This is not a Skamaz stream. I try my best not to Skamaz. I played badly in this one, but it could work. If if you don't want to rush it and you want a better game for it, that's fine. I can write you down, and when you get a good game, you can come in. We can do it then. I can review this one, keeping in mind that you said you didn't play that great, but we can still look for things for you to improve on. Totally up to you. Let me know. Also, if you could let me know who you're playing this one. Actually, I guess I could always just like cross-reference with the other one. Take off anonymous mode and like find a similar username. Burger Dirk, what's up? I was running around, didn't get to respond. But hello. Just chilling? Nice. That's the ideal state to be in. Or eating. Chilling or eating. Those are peak human states. Okay, let us because it'd be kind of funny to give a whole review to the wrong person. Let me check the last match ID and then compare it to this one and see if we can find the similar username. We'll give you the feedback. It was the TA. Okay. I'm sure we can find something useful here for you. Okay, what's the troll? Now we go back around. All right. The good thing about that is that I finished my snack, so you guys don't have to listen to me eat the entire time we're doing this replay review. Okay, Troll Warlord. Legend. Okay, let's start that. I gotta fix my timestamp. We are way off. 32. Okay. Okay, let's do it. No Munchie ASMR. Actually, because that one was a bun, it wasn't really that, it wasn't really crispy, you know? Steamed bun, it had a good chew. I think Monto is actually usually supposed to be fluffier, but either, I don't fully know why, because I'm not that much of a baker. Ours came out a lot denser, but I kind of like that. I kind of like a good dense bread slash cake. Got a lot of chew to it, you know? Let's see. Looks like your lane could have gone a bit better. You might be versus Underlord. That's not the easiest matchup. But you actually recovered quite well from 10 to 20. And keeping in mind, the original question on your TA game was you were ahead most of the time, but you couldn't win. So you were wishing to know what you could have done better in that case. Seems like in this one, even if you did have a rough start and like maybe that could have gone better, it does look like you recovered. So maybe we can still try to answer the same question of like, I'm doing well. How do I turn this into a win? Which in this case, I'd say it looks similar. Like we should be thinking about how can I get Roche sooner? Looks like the earliest it happens is at 30 minutes, which is not too bad for a pub game, but for your recovery here, like any opportunity in this time frame, you probably could have done Roche, start growing the lead, and then anytime here to end the game. For everyone, no matter what heroes you play, we do have a video on the channel, late game flowchart, decision making, something like that. Kind of lays out a couple different ways to look to close out a game, whether you're winning or losing. And for you and your draft, you got a Magnus, Disruptor. So your late game scaling is honestly pretty good. So you don't have to feel forced to end the game. But when you do have a lead, maybe you didn't have a huge lead, but as a team, right? looking for pickoffs into taking objectives, Roche or towers, is always a very safe way to approach the end of the game. And then continuing to just line up like big RPs, Ag, Static Storm, stuff like that. Like, you guys have a solid late game, which that would be to win the fight, pick off whatever, then go for the objective. So at the end of the day, it's all about winning a fight, team fight, or pick off, and then pushing for more. So let's jump to around here where Troll looks to be in a pretty good spot. Maybe we've caught him at not such a good spot. Maybe we go back a little bit. Actually, the chart was... wait, did I just not notice? Oh, no, they were ahead, and you guys pulled it back to around here, which is actually quite good. Maybe that's why you guys didn't have a window for Roche. I brushed my teeth already, and you're making me want to eat something. Stay strong. Man, I wish I had better dental genes. I get cavities so easily. I gotta be so careful. But if you want to eat, you could always floss and brush your teeth afterwards. Okay, so in this window, you do want to be careful about this. Maybe your team thought you could fight, but I don't think you guys are on the same page. As they respawn, keep in mind, like, in this window, like, they have the teleport here. So I actually don't think you want to come in here. I think you, like, for you, Troll, you often want, like, the Battle Fury, SNY or Manta, and then the BKB. That's your, like, triple item timing where you start to get really strong. Or Battle Fury, BKB into a different third item. But a lot of times it's like this you've got here. And only on the third item when you really want to start doing stuff together. But be a little careful as they respawn and they're looking for things to do. You did get caught off guard, I think, by this lifestealer a little bit. You did get the kill first, I guess, but ultimately we end up dead, which means we can't farm. True, I guess overbrushing is not good either. Walk out. Let me check your hero team item timings. Okay, I mean, Blink Online. So you guys actually have the tools to start looking for good fights. Okay, we got to be careful here. So, Underlord's bottom, you're pushing top. So I'm looking at the map right now for this. So right now, only Underlord is showing. You're clearing this out, and this is very safe. It's front of the tier 2. We got a whole bunch of teammates here. Too many wards in the triangle area. This is not your fault, but we do have to adapt our play to this. Supports try not to do this kind of like heavy over warding in one area. So now, because I only know where Underlord is, I'm kind of scared. And so you should probably move to farm this stuff on the left while we wait for a little bit more information. Unless your whole team is moving forward, then you can move forward together. Which I'd say is okay, because you guys have all your ultimates minus finger, which is actually only 20 seconds. So, I mean, this is pretty much available too. You don't even need this anyways. Like, his blink and initiation is like the main thing. So, you guys as a team could go forward. You on your own is kind of scary. So, I'd be careful about this. I see some pings bottom, so maybe you're calling to defend it, but you should be the last guy to show up here because you're the carry. You should have as much efficient farm time as possible. And for example, it does look like they're heading over, listening to your call, but they aren't there yet. So like if you jump this Underlord and they're here because we're still missing a bunch of heroes, the fight will break out and they'll still be running. So you should at least wait like 5-ish to 10 more seconds for these guys to get closer and then start your teleport if it's needed at that time. It might also reveal as they get here, Underlord's on his own and everyone else is somewhere else, and then you don't even need to TP down here, so then you can adjust. That's part of why you want to be like the last person to go. But for example, you run out and you're the focus. Like look how much health we're losing because you are the only guy here and now they're showing up. I think we might end up dying here. That's well. Oh, well. All right, here's what we came to earlier. Yeah, so this is one where the order of who goes in does matter. In the end, they end up team wiping us. I'm gonna jump ahead just to like save time because I know you guys ended up recovering, and I kind of want to like look at that. At this point, you guys are like kind of recovered here. Underlord just kind of wrecks you. This is why this matchup's not great, because you hit a lot, and he's good at that. Crimson Guard plus damage reduction. So, honestly, prior, like when he was killing Disruptor, if you just let Disruptor die, you can just leave and go farm, and that's honestly better, because he's so hard to kill. That's not related to you. If you throw your axes like that, by the way, he'll know you have vision here. For a kill, it might be worth it, but is a downside. Look at you go. Nice. All right. Really good fight. If you don't make the call, if your team doesn't listen, that's one thing, but you as the carry player must call out, we have to go for Roche right now. Second is Tormentor, if that's still available. That's another thing you could go for. But you're the carry, you have the most power in making these decisions. Clear this creep wave and then go straight to Roche. Like, I have to see that here. No. No. So if you guys are going to go for high ground, by the time you get here, you're going to have Nature's is up, and then this guy's going to be like 20 seconds from respawning. So you're going to have 20 seconds to do something. If you take Roche in this time, it's closer, you're going to get it. They're going to be up by that point. You're going to have 5 minutes to do something, right? So Roche is it's the stepping stone that gives us a much bigger window to look for good things. Like once you're able to do Roche, but you choose to force other objectives, your window of opportunity is actually a lot smaller than getting Roche and then having 5 minutes to look for stuff. Oh, you do ping it though. Change your mind. I don't play enough troll. I don't know if you can solo it. So I think you need someone. Okay, we do get here. We took long, but we got here. I'm gonna give you 80% on that. The extra 20% is if you beeline it here after killing this and go straight to this. Because this is cutting it close, right? Because you went for more, if they all TP'd here, the tier 1 that is still up, there is a world that they just send it and contest, and you guys are missing some big team fight ultimates, and you could lose this. So that's why coming here first is what gets you the last 20%. But ultimately getting this off of the team fight is still very important. Thanks for the stream. Got to go back to work. I learned a lot. Oh, I'm happy. Thanks for stopping by. Every Monday and Wednesday for these replays. If you want to drop by again, the knowledge is always dropping. But I hope you have a good time at work. I know it's maybe not the most fun, but hope it's at least not too bad. All right, now that you have Aegis, let's talk about that. Because I was just saying, like, oh, we got a big window here. 5 minutes where you have the Aegis. So we don't need to force any particular fight. We need pickoffs, and then with the favorable numbers, then we go. So actually, by the time I've paused, you guys have already killed Nature, so boom. 5 versus 4, if we all group up, pretty good. So I see this line being drawn down. I don't mind if we do it. I'm noticing this guy on the side. He does not seem to be here. So how hard can we force this? A tier 1 is maybe not too bad. If you guys start going like tier 2 and high ground and this guy is not with you, that's dicey. Especially because they might know he is not with you if they have an observer somewhere on this half of the map. I don't know what their vision is. And that's why you always got to be careful that like, oh, they don't know Disruptor's with us, so we can bluff. Maybe, but maybe not. Let's find out. I think I saw the amplified damage rune down there. Oh, he do look pretty strong right now. If you guys wanted to smoke, so like we push one thing, smoke, go storm, right? Because this guy is about to die. So if you guys keep forcing this, it might work. It'll be a 5-on-5 though with Aegis. And although I'm saying Aegis is a window of like more strength, the Aegis is actually just like a second life. So like in a single given fight, it doesn't mean they can't fight back. So really I would like pickoffs first rather than force the 5-on-5 until I'm down to the last like minute or two of Aegis. The first 3 minutes of Aegis is ideally finding a pickoff. So then it's not even like 5 versus 4. It's like 6 versus 4 with the Aegis, right? So when it's like 6 versus 5, it's like, yeah, it's kind of favorable, but like, it's not as good as it could be. So that's why I'm feeling a little iffy as we start to push up to this tier 2, especially as Disruptor is still not here. And we can say like, oh, isn't that Disruptor's fault? Yeah, but I mean, we're still pushing without him, so like, now we're both making mistakes. So I would cool our jets a little bit till he's nearer. Alright, we got the Venomancer. We have lost a lot of health, and your teammate all clumped up to all get hit by. All get hit by that. Alright, we got a buyback. That's pretty good. I know you have Amplify damage, but if we back out right now, you still have 3.5 minutes of Aegis time, and you've now cleared out most of the towers, so there's nothing stopping you guys from just backing out at this point. You got a buyback. We continue to look for a pickoff for the next 3.5 minutes, maybe less, like 2.5 minutes. And then with the last minute, we force the 5-on-5 if we have to. But otherwise, come back here, shove this out. As this is getting around here, it's probably around 32. Maybe another good rune is spawning at that point and we can take this tower. And around there is when like, okay, maybe we're just forcing this last minute on the high ground at this point. But in this process, if you get one more big kill, you find the Lifestealer, the Underlord, the Storm especially, maybe the dieback on Venomancer, now it's huge, right? Now it's much easier to take the 6-on-4 on the high ground. So let's see how this play works out, but I don't love it. We're ulting and using our BKB before the Aegis, which is usually reverse, because now you're going to respawn and have nothing. Got an RP, but our damage was not involved. Whoa. That's kind of loud. That timer might work out, because actually that is the key thing. Like, if you're having trouble closing stuff out, this is the cycle you need to look for as a carry player, is that forcing high ground, even with Aegis, can lead to situations like this, where it's like, I don't know, it kind of worked, like, we kind of got kills, but also, I'm kind of dead, you know? So it doesn't feel great. You're kind of far from the Satanic, so you probably wouldn't have gotten there quite yet, but that's the other thing about waiting towards the tail end of Roche to do stuff. So you get more time to farm, to find kills, but you might finish another item as well. This case, maybe not the Satanic, but in other games, maybe you do finish the Satanic, and then you still push with Satanic plus the Aegis, and then you could have, maybe you could have saved BKB, for example, Satanic in that first life, die, respawn, you have BKB, Satanic's probably coming back up again at that point. So if you find you're having trouble, because TA game you mentioned, this is happening, and maybe this one too, it's probably this. We're having a lead, and then just like hammering your head on the high ground is not the cleanest way to close things out. You want to get Roche, but then try to use, I'll just give you rough guidelines. The first 3 minutes of Roche, find a pickoff. Like, work with your team. I'm not saying like scatter and farm, but kinda. You know, like move around the map, push in the lanes. To some degree, you can split up as safe as it is to do at any point in the game, but we're looking for a pickoff, and then we are, as soon as we have it, beelining to an objective. And in the last 2 minutes, if you haven't had it at that point, you at least got 3 minutes of farming, and then you push. You kind of did it this game, where it wasn't like straight into high ground, but it was also kind of like you got this, and then you got this, and then you got this. So it kind of was like, oh, we got Aegis, now let's just run at objectives nonstop. You can do that for the outer towers, but the high ground is different. So if you follow the guidelines I mentioned, you are more likely to find favorable situations and close out a game cleanly, as opposed to, ooh, things got messy. You know, like, maybe this worked and you won, but maybe stuff like this happens where it's like, well, now it's an even game. Now we have to earn the victory again, which is essentially what it's at. We got to go find a pickoff, get Aegis, do it again. I have 800 behavior score from when I was a bad boy 4 years ago. Is it possible to recover? I think so. You're just gonna have to be nice in your games. Just play. Okay, here's my. I have no proof of this, but what I believe. People tell you, like, just mute everyone and play. You're gonna get reported by people who are trying to communicate, and you're ignoring them, and then that's not gonna help your behavior score. You, now that you're improved from the past where you're a naughty child, right? Leave people unmuted. When they start flaming, mute them, report them, and then keep playing. Be on your best behavior. When people communicate, try to be good. Even if you can't communicate back, listen to their calls, stuff like that. If you ignore them and you get reported by them, that's going to hurt you too. That's my philosophy and theory. I don't know. I don't work at Valve. I don't know the behavior score system coding. If you just play enough as a positive player, it will go up over time. Don't rage. Don't all chat. Don't ping people's items. Just do your best. Try to be a team player, and it will go up. If you have to mute yourself, yeah, like if you can't control yourself, mute yourself. But at the same time, try to learn to control yourself. That you don't just like rage out at people. Okay. Do it again. Submit your stuff. I'm going to scroll up as well to see if I can find. I know some people were already submitting it earlier. Oh, Mendoza, you're here with the Huskar offlane. Okay, we can take a look at it. It's kind of weird, but I mean, we can see. This Huskar offlane, I mean, you like have to crush your lane, you know? It's like Huskar gameplay in general. Can't say I'm that much of a Huskar player, though I want to be. But I do see it at least a little bit in my own games and in the pro matches, so we can take a look. The downside of going Huskar off lane in a pub, though, is that will your team's draft be any good? And when you pick it, it's kind of blind. So you guys have like Pudge, Gyro, and then they have what? Snapfire, Silencer. And then we just like end up with like Pudge is our control. There's a Rocket and like some Invoker spells, which he has control, but it's like random. So that might be some of your issue this game, and where it's like it's not the easiest to actually finish the job. And then they have a good amount of control. That's always my worry about picking these like lane dominators that don't have as much. I mean, I know you have the silence nowadays, but I just try to remember that I don't have money hinging on the game. Exactly, right? It's like, it's just for fun. Doesn't need to get too serious. Do you need this Windlace? I don't play much Huskar off lane. You're against what? Ursa. hoggies. Okay. Let me just double check. Your actual question is, need help with timing of team objectives, when to farm and when to fight. Okay. I mean, step one is win the lane, which with the first blood, it looks like you did. Huskar or Ursa had a bad time, but then kind of recovered here. So maybe that's where we're looking for. We're going to jump ahead in the lane and see what you do. I would say you need to take this tower. And then, which we do pretty early. I'm happy with that. And then we like continue to camp this area. I don't think you go Sanj and Yasha though. I don't think the offlane Huskar build is actually that much different from mid Huskar. I'm pretty sure you're still going between like BKB, Satanic, Ag, stuff like that. Blink. I actually don't think you need this because the issue is global still cannot be removed by Cauterize, so you still need a Dispel, but you also need the freedom to fight in the actual like stuff. I feel like BKB would help you against most of their magic damage. Satanic could be a Dispel and bulk you up versus a lot of the magic damage. And then Blink to get to some of these backlines, like especially Lina, Silencer, Snapfire, hate people getting close to them. So then you could Blink and initiate that way with the silence. Ags, I guess, but like the issue with Ags is you still have to get close to them. This is where I'm not a Huskar player, but I would feel that Blink into BKB or Satanic is probably pretty good here. More than I feel like Sanj and Yasha would be. Okay, so then you end up going top. I feel like going mid might be better, because at the end of the day, I want your carry to come back top, and then for you to play with the team. You could twin gate over, I suppose, but I think if you go mid, you guys have the option to either collapse on the mid tower, or for you to just like rejoin here and leave top free. And now we're moving further back, but this is where you're supposed to be really strong on Huskar, and then especially as an offlaner, more than like, oh, I'm mid, so I'm getting some farm priority. It's like still kind of true, but I think even more so you want to be doing stuff as off lane. This feels very passive Huskar to me. Also, for example, if Ursa's here, it's like, okay, we can at least kick Ursa out, but now we haven't kicked Ursa out, so then like, you know, he like sat here, he like laned here. We could be like Wing him in the lane, and then like he leaves, we take the tower or something. Like this guy laning while we're jungling. Keeps running back and forth, but like he's doing it, you know? Like we're not punishing him. So we may have crushed him in the lane, but he's getting back into it. He ran at me! That Ursa's not feeling scared enough. How can an Ursa run at me? I'm gonna say we definitely jungled way too much these last, like, 4 minutes. Like, even if you jungle over here, that's a lot better. Because Nature's is your carry. Nature's can do what you're doing and still show up. It's, like, strictly better than the position you guys are in, which is, like, Nature's is farming here near the team while you were on your own. It should be swapped. And then Invoker, too, if he goes, like, Boots of Travels. Like, team-wise, not even worrying about being a Huskar or anything else. It's very strange. And like now we're gonna take the tower, but I think you could have done this like when you first came up here. You could have walked at this tower. Have you guys seen my speed run? You don't even need creeps. Now we're getting involved with the team, you know, like now we're bringing stuff, but we forced our entire team to move over and we like left all our vision over here. So like if there was a place to play deep, it was this half for the last like 4 minutes. Damn, I played bad when I look at it now. Well, that's what I'm here for, right? In the middle of the game, it's really easy to lose sight of this stuff. Especially, you mentioned you're like new to this Huskar off lane, adding it in, practicing it up. So that's when it's easiest to like lose sight of where I should be on the map. And then hopefully these kind of like replays give you some quick insight. So you respawn, you TP mid, I'm fine with this. And then, okay, well, now my team's top, so let's come back top, right? If this is where you like, we definitely cannot go backwards into our own jungle. If we go back here, I'm like kind of okay with that, but like this is where they're at and that's where I want to be. I will say your Nature's, it's like twofold where like because you're in the spot, he doesn't want to go, but Nature's is also like not in the right spot. And it might be more obvious if Nature's was in the right spot and you'd be like, oh, I should not be like here. Oops. So you mentioned the Sange. The Sange healing is part of why you liked it. I agree. I don't play a bunch of Huskar, so I'm like unfamiliar on this. Just for the sake of like the mind exercise, I do think you could have a blink here, right? And then working towards, let's say, BKB. At this point, if you just like blink silence Lina, I don't think you even need healing, right? Like I think you just solo her if we look at her items. Silencer gets soloed. Ursa can't enrage, dies. This guy like cancels his blink. I think you solo kill all of them without even needing the healing. If you're jumping into a full team fight, yeah, maybe. But that's why we're, you know, being a little careful with what we choose. And if you're choosing solo targets or joining team fights with the team, then I don't even know if you'll need the Sange healing. I think you'll actually just kill people. I say this as a support player that is always being killed by the Blink Huskar. I think that's why I can see it. All right, there's probably about 4 to 5 heroes in this area. No one's currently defending bottom. We recently saw them in this area, and no one's dealing with top. So right now, these guys need to be really careful. And conversely, if they don't seem they're being careful, and we could maybe take a fight, we should go up because Nature's could potentially TP in. And if they're not engaging with us here, then Nature should start being really careful because they're probably smoking up top or they're being really inefficient. If they're being really inefficient, then that's fine. But if they are looking for a kill, is where your team should be really careful. Okay, Snapfire, blast mid, so now it's fine. And then I see Ursa bottom. So here's where if you had the blink, I'd be like, yeah, let's just send it. You know, if you just like jump this Ursa, silence him. They're scattered. This is where your team needs the deep wards, and you kind of had it, but then you guys lost control of it, so you guys lost a lot of observers. So now our flow of vision is like messed up, and that's part of why like we're just theory crafting where is the enemy, and I don't know where to go. I always feel early blink is risky. If you don't get kills with it, it's wasted. I do agree with that. And I will hypocritically say, again, as the non-Huskar player, but like, I guess my interpretation of Huskar, he is the push the limit hero, you know, of like, I crush you and I keep crushing you. Cause as the game goes on, Huskar drops off. That's why he's a classic, like win lane, win the game or lose the game. Like if it goes beyond a certain amount of time. I think your scaling is better than it used to be, but I still think this is a hero that it's like, I am supposed to build a lead over them, and then like, that's my purpose. I don't scale like a Sand King offlane or an Axe offlane, like, I win now. And that's, to me, that's why like, we do the blink of like, I'm ahead, I can kill people, I just gotta get to the people. I agree it's risky, but I think that's picking Huskar off lane is risky, you know? Maybe you have a different read after playing the hero for a little bit, and I'm okay with that. But like even in team fights like this, like when we do get involved with the team fights, this is where like I think when we jump a hero with the blink and just silence them, like we would just finish the job. I mean, this is like cherry picking an example, but all right, she wasn't silenced. That's why that one didn't work. From here, like, I still think you guys are super strong. Like, you can do Roche anytime. You can do Tormentor as it comes up. This guy's going Ags. So, like, we're waiting for this guy to get Ags. And then the four of you should just lead the way on whatever. And then Nature's TP's in. So, like, going from here, it should just be the four of you going from objective to objective. I don't know if it's greedy. I actually don't know if you need to silence the Snapfire. But anyways, yeah, this fight is kind of like... Let's go back to this. This is what I can envision as your team, like, having issues, which is, like... We are, like, 5 to 7k. I think it's varied up, you know? So why are they finding the favorable pickups? We are even the one with, like, the global rotation hero. So it's not strictly you, but, like, as a team... We are missing the point of our strength right now, which is like, we can just go and play the map in a way better than they can. And if they can find pickoffs like that, that's where we're messing up as a team. And why I think you do need to push the limits on the Huskar off lane off of a strong start. Like, this guy's pretty much recovered. I wouldn't have even, like, right? I would have thought, like, you played against Alina in the mid lane. Ursa had, like, a fine game at this point. I think you just kill her so quickly, you don't even need to silence. That's what I was thinking. Because this silence is kind of long duration, and you can go from Snapfire to the next hero. Like, for example, you can kill Lina if you silence her. If she's not silenced, we'll see something similar to here, which is like, you kill her, but she might kill you in the meantime. I think you, like, need the silence for the bigger kills. I guess we could also have just left there, but in the end, it's more like a team movement issue up here more than anything. Hey, AGN, how many more are we doing after this? What time is it? 4:55. We started a little late today. We are 4 hours into the stream. We'll at least do another hour, and then beyond that, I'm not so sure. Oh, right. I almost forgot. The timer went off. Okay, so, submit your games for this one. Rounding points. I pitched my ideas on the items. You're free to disagree. I freely admit I am not the Huskar offlane player, so I'm strictly speaking from my perspective as a support player and what I think should happen in a game of my own theory crafting. But if you have a different take, you know, that's totally fine. Dota is complicated like that. I will say, though, the part that I feel pretty confident on is when you did end up jungling top for, like, that 4 minutes. And I think you also agreed, like, when we showed it, you're like, this is not good, right? I'd say that part's definitely one to adjust. Where off of a winning lane, I think as Huskar... The mid Huskars, I am more open to them farming up a certain item or two and then going. But I think offlane Huskar should probably be, like, on the bleeding edge, pushing the limits with the team, and farming the enemy's half of the map more than ever, like, holding your own jungle. very passive play, I admit. Hard to change the ways. So funny enough, I totally get that, because I think I also have my own like issues. Like, I am overly sacrificial. No matter what role I play, I have a very hard time bumping it up greed style. I think people have different play styles inherently. I actually think playing Huskar, who's on the opposite side of that, can be a good way to force yourself into it. Like, I gotta just push it. I gotta be aggressive, you know? And well, you'll go too far, but you know, how else to learn but to push the limits with an aggressive hero? In the same way, it's like, oh man, I just like don't rotate enough. So let me play this hero that's got to rotate, you know, and like make myself do it or I lose. I think it's not a bad idea if that's what you want to do. I'm going to start with this one because I'm actually realizing we've done a bunch of core replays in a row.
All right, him out, Zed. I sent you message in Discord to give you heads up on what I got from invitation. I'm sure it's okay to say or give out speculation, but I want to give you small scoop.
It's fine to message me there. Don't worry about that. I don't know anything about that. I don't know if that would be, I don't know what would be bad to reveal about that. Usually you can, like, people can just speculate about whatever, but if you know something, I don't think it would be, I think you should, you know, not, at least not on stream, for sure, share too much on that. I appreciate the intent, though. I'm grateful for that. But I wouldn't want you to get in any trouble if you do know something inside, you know? And honestly, for myself, I am perfectly okay. This is not meant to, like, what am I trying to say here? I personally don't really care to know when patches and all that stuff may come out, or like what changes the game could be having. I know a lot of people have fun like speculating the future of this stuff, and like to some degree I get it, and I do a little bit as well. But also, I mean, like, it comes out when it comes out, and you know, it doesn't bother me actually that much more to think about it in unless it's like in an official capacity. Didn't say it was a secret. Gotcha. Okay, I mean, that would be cool. Cool to know if something does come up. Hold on. Got a little sidetracked there. Okay, wait. We're doing this Winter Wyvern one. Changing the match IDs. Got the timestamp and everything. Okay. Hard support. I will say, guys, I have been noticing a trend lately, and I don't know if I'm, you know, I'm not going to read into too much off of just like a couple stuff. There's been a lot of core replay analyses lately, actually. I'm not really trying to play favorites, but people donating for replays and for just when we pick randomly, there's been a lot of carry players or just like core players looking for reviews, which is cool. One, because like I always thought this was more of a support stream, so I always thought we'd have way more support stuff than core. But I also find it interesting of like, oh, free replay analyses, are core players more likely to take that, you know, join those streams than support players? Interesting. There are 3 core roles compared to 2 support roles. That is true. I do think the player base is more skewed towards core players, which is why support has to like force people into it with the role queue. At the same time, this is a support-oriented stream / channel, for better for worse. I may be limiting my audience, but it is where I am at as like a support content creator more than anything, even as I try to expand, and it would be good for me to expand. So I just think it's interesting. Okay, anyways, let me let me scroll back up to the Wyvern. I gotta remember what we're even doing here. Okay, how we lost and what I personally could have done better for my team to recover when I don't have the stalling facet, because you have what, recursive, right? Gotcha. Okay, where's my timer? So let's take a look at the graph. Looks like a pretty even game for most of it, and then around here's where things started to break apart. Let me pause a second there. Looks like up to this point, our lane maybe didn't go the best. It looks like you and Faceless Void struggled a little bit. I actually don't know who. Is this a Hoodwink off lane or Necro off lane? So Necro off lane, Hoodwink mid. Necro can be annoying. Okay, there's like a couple things in the first few minutes I will look at to deal with the Necro off lane. And then once it goes beyond that, I do think Necro is annoying he becomes annoying. So we'll look at the first few minutes of lane, and then probably where it all fell apart, like over here, it does seem like Luna just like farmed up and you guys never like dealt with her though. So actually by the point like here when she's double the net worth, that's actually pretty ridiculous. I'm in anonymous mode. I don't think I can look at profiles. Kind of sus, I'm not gonna lie. Even being given a free game, most players of a given rank only know how to like free farm so well. But we can see what happened in this game. What I want to look at though, guys, is Necrophos is actually a real shit laner at the start. This guy has 4 bonus stats in terms of his starting HP, and he's at 600 health. Necrophos' early levels are absolute garbage. So, to punish a Necrophos, you need to harass him a lot at the start of the game. That's what I want to look at real quick of your starting the game. Looks like there was a fight, and so we're a little late to lane. Not great. I don't want to focus on this too much, but yeah, do be a little careful of that. His damage, his early damage is also not that great, and his spell usage is expensive. So Necrophos, this is not a hero you can half-ass. Like, oh, he'll get some last hits, some denies, and I'll do a little harass. We need to, like, all in the first couple levels. I need to really harass him and minimize the CS, because his kit all goes together, right? Like, Death Pulse heals me, gets last hits, which heal me and give me more mana, and then, like, I am constantly regenning from last hits, and so I am burning them down with Heartstopper Aura. The longer the lane goes and the more he is just consistently last hitting and stuff like that, that's where Necrophos will shine. So level 1, you got to put the pain on, make him miss as many last hits as possible, harass him as much as possible to build a lead that he then like struggles to recover from. And a lot of that happens in the very beginning. So like when you're just walking back and forth here, so we use Arctic Burn, right? We came to lane, Arctic Burn, this part's good, do a little bit more, poke, 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 hit the Abaddon, okay, things are chilling, so then immediately go for the deny. Okay, great. Second wave, it doesn't stop, right? We can't just wait for Arctic Burn, like we gotta keep going. So if Abaddon moves on the left, we move on the right, poke this Necrophos. Abaddon on the right, move to the left, poke this Necrophos. If they're both in a good spot, just like immediately go for creeps. So see, we are really far back. Right now, that means, okay, maybe I don't feel super comfortable to harass Necrophos because I'm not like here and like Abaddon's kind of close. But if I'm back here and then Abaddon moves here, then I'm like, oh, now I got to come in. This is like wasted time. By that point, Abaddon could come back and then I go, oh, I'm too scared to harass, you know? So we need to at least get close, be like hovering this area, even if we're not immediately right-clicking because we're like scared for whatever reason. But instead we're just like way too far back, which means there is no aggressive potential. And if there is no aggressive potential, then we need to hit our own creeps right away. Like this creep's already quite low. Could have been hitting that sooner. Could have been hitting this one sooner. Like I got to get these denies if I'm not going to step up and harass the Necrophos. This guy has 600 health. You have 47 damage. So essentially in 10 auto attacks, 12 auto attacks, right? You almost kill this guy. I mean, a little more than that. Like 15 auto attacks will kill Necrophos. So when we put it that way, and we consider that you can probably attack a little more than once a second, in 15 seconds, you could kill this guy if you just constantly auto attack him. That's what I mean by like, this guy is a shit level 1 hero. Once he starts getting regen from like, oh, this is going to damage to us. Oh, now he's going to get bonus regen. Like, that's where things are going to get really annoying. So the more we pressure him now, come with upfront regen, rather than this clarity, which we're going to use Arctic Burn every 26 seconds. So we really don't need a lot of mana until we get level 2 Splinter Blast. Level 1, you shouldn't even be spamming this. Level 2 is when you'll start spamming this. So I don't need mana for a while. You can skip this, buy more right-click stat items, so that when we get into a trade, I have 720 health, this guy has like 600, you know? So like I keep bumping that number up with more stats or more regen, so we can poke. Okay, he damages me while I heal, while he heals himself. I salve, I come back, like we fight again, right? That's the items you need to like really pressure him early on. And then here, if we aren't, so Abaddon backed off at this point, right? So that's where we want to like start harassing a little bit more. You are full health, Faceless is half. So if one of us needs to be attacked, it should be you, right? Because we need to balance. You never want one hero to take all the damage on your lane. We want to do that to the enemy. I want to put all our damage into Necrophos, and I want to split the damage between us, because that is what will allow the passive regen, the tower regen, the tangos that we're both using. That's the best. If one guy is sitting on all his tangos and the other guy is like trying to eat through everything, that's not the best. He'll die first in the fight, and then it'll be a 2v1 from there. So we need to like take point and harass this Necrophos who is harassing this Faceless, or we should be doing something else. For example, Abaddon interested in pulling, we should already be over here stopping the pull. It's actually too late now. So now we need to harass the Necrophos right now. And if we stand a little bit more here, you'll be able to do that. You'll be able to harass Necro or quickly get in position to mess with the Abaddon. I'd say by this point, especially once Necrophos hits level 3, if we're not winning, we've missed the window to punish Necrophos off lane. And it feels like we're at that point. Necrophos will generally be good first Faceless because of so much damage over time with Heartstopper, but why at level 1 when his main trading tool is Death Pulse and he can time walk that very first trade? If you guys actually both just run at Necro and then time walk the first one, you'll kill him. You'll see this all the time at Pro Dota. If a Necro steps up to, they'll just run at him and kill him. After that, it depends on your carry, of course, but like after that, then yeah, it's very annoying for Faceless and all that. But again, the early is where it matters for Necrophos. I wish to now jump ahead as part of your earlier question and see what Luna is up to be so farmed. I will say, if the enemy carry is super farmed, you should get a blink on Wyvern. You are queuing one up, so that's good. Because anytime, this is suspicious. This is actually so suspicious. I am very suspicious of a 200 last hit Luna in a Crusader game. If they are super farmed, they will kill their own team. So you can look to blink and ult. This one's fine. Let's just use kills. Early ult or whatever, you know, just use them to get kills. This is fine. Chrono was probably not necessary, but that's not on you. From here, so anytime Chrono is down, try to play with the other 4 heroes. Push lanes away from the Faceless. You're okay at holding towers. So is Venomancer. So if they're pushing really hard, you could kind of play more defensive. Like this is like not too bad, and then push up again. So kind of notice right here, like Faceless is here, and then like Timber. So it's not really your fault, but as a team, this is going to be weird. This is where your own carry is not going to get much farm because they're surrounded by the others. Should it be to this degree? Probably not. But in general, you don't want to be surrounding your carry. I spent so much time in the early game. We didn't really get to answer your mid-game stuff. So let's go a little further. Right now, your team is just kind of passive, which your draft is bad for this. I suppose this is where if you now commit to split pushing, it's not too bad. Ideally, walk over here rather than TP so that when a big fight happens here, you can TP and then come over here. If you can kind of tell, so like going back in time before you teleported over here. Was it there? Did I go the right direction? Anyways, here's the time you can tell. Okay, so like Hoodwink is pushing this out, so I know someone will eventually have to come bottom to deal with that. So core player should be farming that way. Like Faceless should go through the Twin Gate to come up here. Like if this many people are on his half of the map, he should come over here, push us out, jungle backwards to this stuff. You as the Wyvern, and you see like this guy's not doing that, this guy's not doing that. This is where you just walk bottom. Go stack if you can. You hold mid, but look how many people can hold mid. Sniper can go mid, Timber can go mid, Faceless can go mid, Veno could go mid. Everyone can go mid. So this is like the least important one for you to push based on people's different positionings and farming patterns. This one, only Sniper can push this out. And Twin Gate in pub games is rare, so even though they could go through here, it just like is unlikely. So you should like start heading there because it's the least lane. This is the lane that is hardest for your team to push out. There's 3 heroes who could go top. And if your team is being really passive, then as Winter Wyvern or any support, you just need to start pushing out lanes. And the enemy safe lane is the easiest because there's the most trees to hide around. Top lane, there's not a lot of good hiding spots. Mid lane is the most dangerous because it's like really short, and then there's this whole river and everything. If you need to just like do things because no one is doing anything, this is the ideal lane. And then same flipped, you know, like this side. It's not great, but it's probably the best you can do. This has to be a Smurf. I think so too. And as a curiosity, after we finish this review, let's go look at the player perspective. Because we can look for Smurf things. Okay, let's come back here because we are now trying to split push. Scariest in the daytime. So when you walk down with the creeps, stay in the jungle. If you're not sure where the enemy is, either top side, bottom side, but you don't want to be like straight in the lane because as someone comes to farm mid, they'll go, "Ooh, I can farm a Winter Wyvern," and then they'll kill you. But if you're in the trees, it's harder to do so. Now you might think, Zach, I have a blink, so I can blink away when they see me. Yeah, but they'll still see you, so that's information to work with. And then 2, if they don't see you, then you can blink in to kill them. If Luna and her support run into a creep wave for whatever reason, you can just blink, get a kill, leave. But that won't happen if you're showing yourself first. So it's generally good practice to stay out of sight. And then use W to do it safely, but like you could do it from the trees as well, right? Like this. Faceless Void ended up coming here, so okay, I'll leave him alone. He's got a ward to help protect him. Try to play with some other teammates potentially, hold lanes. We're just looking for ways to drag this out, because even though it's not great, technically Faceless and Sniper are some 2 really good scaling heroes. You're a really good scaling hero. So, okay, he ended up leaving, so now we stay here. We keep pushing in this lane the way you're doing. Play real safe. And just eyes on the mini-map while you do this. So for example, you're kind of like fidgeting back and forth. Just like W and then walk into this creep wave, or walk into this tree line and stand still. if you're in the tree line, people here don't see you, people here don't see you, right? But when you're like fidgeting up and forth, it's more likely they accidentally see you. So just like hide in the trees with as much vision blocked off, and you have an observer, so you'll see them. And in the lane, you've got the creep, so you'll see them. You even have another observer over here. So you have the most chances to see them without them seeing you. And you don't want to like fidget around too much. Just like stand in here, XP range. So I'm getting XP, and then I'm occasionally throwing out Splinter Blast. And then I just hide in here. So you're twin gating out, but what are we going to do top? This is not meant to like, I gotcha. This is like genuine question. Like, what are we going to do top? If you think something's going to happen, then that's why we can leave. Your team's been pretty passive, so I don't know what communication's been going on, but if your team is like, we're going to do stuff top, sure, we can go up there. This guy's back here, so how's this guy getting top, right? He doesn't even have a TP, so I don't really think you guys are going to do anything top. Sniper's over here, so I don't really think anything's going to happen up here. And so as part of like, okay, nothing, my team's not doing anything, I got to keep forcing stuff, I'm going to keep pushing in this lane as much as I can. So you might start to feel scared as they come running in, but you have the blink, you've got the free path flying. So like you could just sit in this tree line as they run up closer. You fly away, blink up to here, or blink back, fly up to here, you know? You can wait in this tree line, wait in this tree line. There's no way they're going to do Tormentor. They'll never check it, you know? So you wait in this tree line, you just watch. See where Hoodwink goes. Now if she moves this way, it's starting to get a little scary, right? I could free path fly my way in here. With your wards, you might see Hoodwink move this way. So then I know, oh, well, I can come over here and I can start farming Boglets. I can farm this stuff. And by being in the area, I give myself the chance to do that. If you twin gate away too soon, and then I see Hoodwink leave, I see her go top, now I can't do it. Again, if you thought something was going to happen top, which is why you wanted to come here, then it's totally okay. I can't see the team comm, so I don't know what's happening. But if anything like boring and passive's going on, this is what we got to do. Yeah. So your ult, if your team is coming, is okay. I don't know why Faceless Void's using Chrono like that. It's very hard for illusions to kill the main hero unless they have a shitload. Like Phantom Lancer, Naga Siren, Terrorblade type illusions. If it's just Mantas, it's very rare for the illusions to ever kill based on your ultimate. So it's not quite enough, you need more. And although you can't see the net worths in the game, you can probably get a rough feeling seeing this, that the team will not kill Luna. Luna can kill the team. So you can't ult her, you have to ult people near her. Okay, I think that's some useful advice for you. I don't know if it's worth doing. Like, what's our true benefit? You guys can type match IDs if you want the game to watch, but shall we see the Luna player perspective? I would never smurf, guys, but perhaps we can get an educational moment out of someone doing the evil over here. Q1 creep while right-clicking another? Sus. Walking close to boost her right-click odds versus a melee hero? Sus. Notice though, guys, Silencer is just entering the lane and Luna's doing like 4-0 with mostly full health. Like, that's what you want to aim for. If you're a carry player in this bracket dealing with like supports who don't help you, like Luna's doing it. For better or for worse. Luna, I also think Luna is a good hero for pub games where you have random supports, because she's going to jungle pretty early is my guess to get some of her really high CS. Like, you kind of have to. Right? Q to kill the creep, and then she's running this in circles. She's not just clearing this. She's not running it under the tower. She knows, like, my support's useless. What's the most I can do with this? It's to hold it for the next wave. It's not just to, like, farm it, and then the rest of the laning is up here. Timber, killing it for no reason, right? I hate to, like, highlight Smurfs in games, but as educational moments, like, this is what you want to do. This is what's going to separate a Smurf from people. Like, why did Timber just kill his own creepy equilibrium? I don't know. But because of this, Luna is going to continue laning here. Silencer, it doesn't even matter what the guy's doing, right? Hopefully he's not feeding. That's all this Luna's hoping for. But everything she is doing is maintaining equilibrium without the Timber Saw, or without the Silencer really needing to even be involved. Doesn't feel the need to come up for CS, is just waiting for it to push in because he knows, like, this amount of creeps is going to come under tower. I'm going to farm it. Like, okay, Veno could be killed, so I'll go in at that point. Until then, though, I'm just here. I'm going to aggro things under tower. Going to go for last hits. Cue this ranged one. Comes in when he can get kills. Otherwise, he's just like playing it safe. It's not time to start shoving the lane too much. So jungling, holding the skill point because he doesn't want to shove the lane too much. What's the difference between a Smurf and someone who has practiced that one skill over and over? In that one instance, probably not a lot. What separates the Smurf from like the one skill practice is that this Smurf is showing multiple things, right? It's the skill build being the best for the situation. It's the positioning and the creep pulling and the decision on which creeps and when to fight and when to be safe. It's like the itemization choice. It's remember to do your own pull. So like while one Crusader player might learn to do creep aggro a bunch, or one Crusader player might learn to like when to be aggressive, when not to be aggressive. When you combine all the skills, that's like what separates a Smurf. All right, I don't know how much further we should watch this Luna. Let's see what games you guys put in. Let me see. 7K replays, or are you 7K? I am 7K. I don't know why I put in the title. I'm kind of mixing it up, seeing if it matters to like some people who have never seen the channel. The Mars in this game, my Oracle would not block the small camp, and they pull like 7 times in lane. Ooh, so that could be like a good follow-up, you know? We see... I mean, you're from the off lane, but like in the same way that Luna did stuff without the silencer, we can see what you can maybe do. Has anyone you've coached ever been accused of smurfing while you were coaching them? I can't really remember a particular instance. That would be a nice little ego boost. I think more for the player than for myself as the coach, maybe. But, you know, just for the amount of people who start losing and then just blame Smurfs, I'm sure it's happened. But I don't know if... I can't think of a particular moment. Ooh, that one was close. Shove lane. I mentioned this to you guys all the damn. Should I use this? I'm very conflicted if we should actually use. I hate to highlight Smurfs, but notice a lot of carries I mentioned like shove the lane and then jungle. Again, that's what the Luna's doing. Right? She killed this creep wave. She's going to immediately do this camp. This is the most danger of the camp, but because she shoved in the lane, they're going to deal with this, and he was dead, right? So this is going to give her the safety to finish this camp and then move to safer farm. And then this is where you choose. You like see where the lane has met, and then you like come to other stuff if it's not far up enough. She now has enough of a skill build that she can just jungle, which is kind of what she's doing. She's like, I don't really want to be in the lane anymore, so I'm just going to jungle super fast with a Mask of Madness. But she played the lane long enough to like get to this point. I'll think about it. Think about if we want to use that for education or not. Can I report someone for smurfing? Damn. Okay. As a follow-up to that, I wanted to grab this one. You mentioned the Mars off lane, and then your Oracle's not blocking the camp. So we'll see if there's things you can do in a similar vein to that Smurf, but honorably, without the smurfing. Simply the ZQuixotix coaching, such that people will then accuse you of being a Smurf, thus fulfilling the cycle. Okay. What did you say? Oh yeah, Mars. How do we deal with the Oracle maybe not blocking the small camp? Okay, do you mention, like, you were in the lane soon enough so you could have done the body block trick we mentioned. In the end, this guy has aggroed under the tower himself, so not a huge deal. We now have equilibrium. So even if the small camp spawns, we're still in a good spot. Though Oracle should go deal with that. Oracle's not a good position for, though. So whenever it's a little scary, it's tough. Just try not to creep aggro here. You should keep the lane out. So, like, he aggroed it back. You should aggro forward as well. You're still pretty healthy. Little Shredder is still on cooldown. And you're in a really good spot. So you're kind of breaking your own equilibrium here. And this guy then pulled it all the way back for a little bit. But that's enough to, like, help him get... He got one extra last hit for that safely. And then Oracle's spell ends up letting this range creep get denied. That's a bit unfortunate. Where's that Jug player from earlier we were talking about, like, how to lane? You know, when people... If it was just a battle for last hits, it gets tougher because, like, Mars has two tools, like right-click one, God's Rebuke another. This is that trick. Jug attack the creep to, like, keep them aggro to him. And then, guys, the Smurf in the Crusader game didn't do this shit. This is, even in Divine, like... That's some of the giveaway. Not that a player can't learn to do it correctly, but, like, why is he dragging it under his tower? I don't want you guys to do that either. Keep it out. This guy could still be laning here. All right, that's the difference. Oracle's not being all that proactive on the pole camps. You can hold this out, though, if you aggro it out, rather than let it under the tower here. What are you saving for, Oracle? As a side note, Oracle's gameplay is suboptimal. But I actually think this is a game where you should get double bracer to punish Jug. Like, when Jug can spin on top of you and kill you, that's the biggest issue. You actually just want to, like, bulk up and then be able to stand still and attack. Like, when he spins, you just attack him. Even though Oracle is weird, I still think you would go for this build. And it's not like you would know that Oracle may or may not play well. But I think you should be harassing Jug more than you are. And you would do that with, like, a double bracer build to be super bulky and have more damage and just, like, right-click him down. It would reach the point, like, with two bracers, right? You're over 1,000 health, and this guy is at like 750. Or at least one bracer into it. Yeah, I think this is like the third case of like the creeps going under the tower. So here, if Jug does not walk up to pressure you, you keep them out. If he walks up to pressure you, then that's where it's like, okay, maybe they come under tower. But he shouldn't feel like, why does this guy feel comfortable? This range creep is under your tower, and he's like up here hitting it. You and Oracle should just be attacking Juggernaut here. Even if you tank this creep wave, I mean, you've got full health, you've got regen, you've got tower regen. This guy should not be able to come up here and hit this range creep for free. You should be like posturing aggressively so that he will be speared back if he does come up for this range creep. Or he's at least going to have to spin to get it, which is deniable. You guys are like backing away from him, so then free range creep. Look, she used a spell and he lost half his health. So why is he sitting at full health in the lane? We gotta get him. Would a value point in Bulwark be useful? I actually don't know if he really needs it, but I don't play that much Mar, so I'm not 100% sure. Oh, you're gonna block it yourself. That is true. That's another thing. You can always buy your own sentries if your supports truly aren't doing it. Ah, speak of the devil. Here it is. If he's not pressuring you, keep it out. Look how close this is. If one of them fidgets and sneezes and steps back, it'll go under tower. So if you hold it out a little further, you'll get a bit more breathing room. Ah, there he goes. He's under tower. So this lane could actually sit here. You body blocked, right? So that pull's not possible. The next creep wave is on the way. So you'll be sitting here a while. This is what will free your 4 support to go out to stack and pull. And go for runes, I mean, sorry. If you maintain it here. But if it goes under the tower, the next one might end up under tower as well. And now we're losing equilibrium. That Luna Smurf, she would have kept it out. Oh yeah, here's the last that's in the eyes. So like, honestly, you're not even doing bad for as little as the Oracle has like done in the lane for you. So you can see where like with a little better equilibrium tricks, it would make the difference. Punch, punch, punch. Got him. Are you done? Technically you should have pushed the lane in, but you're trying to adapt to Oracle not really helping you out, so you're trying to do this stuff. So I guess it's okay. I think even without having to do your own pulls, adjusting your item build to have the bracers so you can fight the Juggernaut, harassing him a little better, and then with that, then doing a couple of the equilibrium tricks we talked about, I think you would be okay, even with his exact same Oracle performance. I don't mind this approach either, though, and I think a combination is actually pretty good. Why are you hitting him? Why are you hitting him? We are kind of further into the lane now, so like equilibrium is not as important, but it doesn't mean you're going to move up again. Oh no! The Dispo Spear, that's unlucky. Do you have any video of your setup? What mic do you use? I don't have a video on it, but oh, it's probably not on YouTube actually. On Twitch, and since you're on YouTube, let me see if I can find it. I'll copy paste it to you. I have a I have a link to PC Part Picker that has all my stuff. Here, this is my current PC setup, which includes my mic and all that stuff. That might be easier. I wasn't watching your stuff, but the comments. I know Jug is hard to spear, but it forces him to spin, which this guy's mana pool is not a lot. So you spear once, he spins. Okay, you spear again, he spins. After that, like he's at the edge of his mana pool already, and he does not build a soul ring, unlike you. So there's like one of two things from doing that. First is like burning his mana pool. Second, he's not going to spin every time. This isn't Yatoro versus, I was going to say Collapse, but they're on the same team. That'd be strange to be playing against each other. But like, you know, this guy's not going to spin every single time. So even if you throw him out, like you're going to catch him occasionally. But second, when he has spin, that's a lot of his safety and his aggression. So even if you don't get him with the spear, now that he doesn't have spin, he has to be a lot more careful, especially because spin at level 1, level 2 is 30 seconds. Spear is 14 to 13 seconds. So sure, he might dodge the first spear, but then he doesn't have it for the next one. And so then for the rest of the creep wave or whatever situation is, he has to be really careful. And then that's how you pick up an extra CS or two. So just because he might dodge the first one doesn't mean you shouldn't like occasionally go for it or posture for it. Because if you don't, like if you just assume you'll never get it, right? Like you have to at least pretend and force it. And it's good to do so as well. There are situations where it's not, so like I kind of get it. There's cases to like it's not worth it because it's never going to work, but I think this is one where it's good whether it works or not. Do you think it's also kind of Mars' fault to pick Mars after seeing an Oracle pick, like there is no synergy? No, I wouldn't strictly say that. I would say Oracle position 4 is strange, but like, what would be the pick with it at that point? You know, like there's not, I think Mars is a perfectly safe pick because he is a very stable offlaner on his own without needing much help. And for everything we're looking at, like if we look at net worths and last hits, like for not having a lot of help, granted, like some kills have now happened, but if we go back like a couple minutes, like, what? Like earlier in the laning stage a bit, even as things were weird, like Mars is doing pretty okay even on his own. So I think Mars is not bad. And then Mars as an offlaner is sturdy and then good burst damage, which even though Oracle is a weird position for, Oracle actually has a lot of burst damage. So I actually think this lane combo can work, even if we criticize like, okay, Oracle should be more active on the camps and stuff like that. In Oracle, who only sits in the lane and harasses Juggernaut and works with the Mars, like that could have worked. So I don't think it's Mars' fault for picking it. And honestly, I don't even know what he would go for instead of this Oracle, or because it's with Oracle. Were the cats bullying each other? Nah, not too much. They go in phases. Okay. I think the main takeaway from this game is like we touched on the item build, and then regardless of what Oracle did, we identified several self-equilibrium control things around balancing things here that the Mars can do to have a better game. And I think that's the important thing. Because even the thing is, like, even with an Oracle playing better or like a more standard position 4 being more active, it's not like you're not still supposed to do the stuff we talked about. Okay, let me see who else has submitted games. Mendoza, can I... Mindozo? Actually, I just realized either way could maybe work. I don't know which way it's supposed to go. Can I request another replay? You can submit them, but I think on a given day, I will try to pick new people. If someone donates for it, I would do it. Like if someone donated for the entire stream to be their games, I would do it. I can be bought, guys. I can be bought for that. But for the random picks, I think let's try to pick different people. In the past, when we did a raffle system, if the raffle picked the same person, I would be like, yeah, the raffle decided, you know? But I think even then we had a cutoff of like 2 to try to like keep it random. But if we do this every like Monday, Wednesday, so on Wednesday, for example, if you came back with another game, that would be fine with me. But lately we have more people who want replays than I ever have time to get to, so I'm trying to grab different people, different roles, different games so that we can, you know, cover as much people and variety as possible. Okay, let me read through these real quick. Here, you guys can watch the Mars gameplay while I'm reading the chat, trying to pick the next one. I like this one. Let's do this. I think I'll buy a day then. Man, if you bought a day, that would be we'd have some very interesting replays for the whole day. Wacky stuff that could be something. Man, would I actually do that? Would I put like at some point would I put some forced limit of like I think 5 hours of feedback's probably a good spot. Like let's see if we can cover someone else, a couple of people for the last hour or two. There's probably some line somewhere. Though for the first time I'd probably do it as a LMAO memes. After that, I'd probably draw some kind of line where it's like don't actually need the whole day for one person. All right. So for this one, so you said you were off lane but also support because I'm going to type off lane for now. Because if you're trying to adapt, I would still count that as an offlane or adapting to support more than anything. Because this guy picked Doom position 4. Now, I will say Doom position 4 is weird, but can work. So as long as this guy plays as a support, I think it's okay. But maybe he picked Doom 4 and played like offlane Doom, in which case, yeah, I get it. You're going to have to adjust, become a support at that point. But... yeah, he seems a little too farmed for a position 4 Doom, so I guess this is just soft support Venge. Okay, I will change it then. I'll change it to Venge 4 and I'll change this to soft support. Unfortunate. Good on you though for just trying to adapt. I recognize it sucks, but I do think, you know, if you care about your MMR and all that stuff, this is like what you're gonna have to do. Aw, thank you. Yeah, I am glad that people want to like tune into the stream and you know, participate. It's good for my channel and everything. So thank you all for tuning in and everything. Okay, so if you're trying to play Venge support, I guess is essentially the question. Well, not fully, because you were interested in team fights, so I guess we'll jump to that. Because you were kind of forced into it because of the Doom, like we said. You lost the game in the end, so were your calls right? You feel stuck in the Crusader bracket, so any feedback is appreciated. Okay. Okay, let's do it. Let's see if there's any key moments we can jump to. I know you said team fights, but does seem like a slow decline into a loss. So maybe 10 to 30 minutes, somewhere there is where we have a little bit more chance. By this point, it's like, yeah, it's kind of bad. Where are we when this starts to happen? This is where, do be careful of that kind of stuff because it's daytime, so they're more likely to see you. These kind of wards are safer at night. You can also opt to put one here or just like in this river without having to put yourself at much risk. Okay, from here, this guy's got Doom but no mana. Warlock's got ult. I mean, you guys can show up here to fight, but really I would prefer to stay top, even though I know the Doom stole your role. Playing up there to give Muerta space, like bring the OD and stuff, is probably still in your best interest. So for example, like this is where Doom, you guys should be trying to get a kill with Doom, and honestly it looks like this lane went so badly that maybe there's stuff we could do. It wasn't your question, so I'm not gonna go back for it, but the lane, maybe there's some room you can improve on. It might just be the Doom's fault at the end of the day, but this kind of situation is tough where like Jug is just off to such a strong start, and there's only so much we can do post lane about that, as opposed to like trying to fix it in our laning stage. Anyways, I do want to address your actual question though, like team fights and stuff. Your wards are a little bit on the passive side. The most aggressive one was this one. But especially versus Tinker, you need to catch one of two things. You need to see this, or you need to see this. Because that's where Tinker will be between like 5 and 15 minutes. That's where he's going to spend all his time. And you got to know where he is so you can either mess with him or try to do things somewhere else. Great. And then we got to try to take that top side. Block the hook. Okay, that works. Okay, it's very good. Not so good. Not your fault. Yeet. Okay, you're gonna go Ags. This does kind of work in pubs. It's just gonna be a very slow build up. Solar Crest could work. Solar Crest is very good with Muerta. Muerta's main issue is attack speed. When you buff her up, she can do a lot. Solar Crest could be good. Drums is not bad for the similar reason. Doom likes to run at people. OD likes movement speed and attack speed. You do need to help deal with these guys. Swap is plenty in a sense, so like Aether Lens to make it better, or like Blink to get around. With that said, I understand then why the Ags, like if we're swapping into our death, it is a very good pub item. So a little greedy, but if you want to go for it, it's okay. This is where we have to be careful. Okay, so let's look at the map. So Doom, OD, Muerta. Well, Muerta's dead. I guess she's going to TP there in a second. So you guys start moving out, but I actually don't want to move out. I just want to like hide in the back because I am scared. I don't see heroes, and like all my strong heroes are over here. So this is where once you push out the lane, like right here, you actually want to like twin gate and go back to the Doom. Doom is about to be up. This guy is not managing his mana whatsoever, so he's not ready to use it. But taking this tower and any of the tier 1 towers first Tinker should be our game plan. As opposed to for looking for danger, and then we find Pudge, we find the danger, and then we go, wait. I can't deal with the danger. Oh, shit. All right, zoom through. Where's our team fights? Yeah, our team's not really here to help defend. Part of why I'd prefer to try to push aggressively. Okay, you're kind of looking for a swap. The issue is like, it's still just you and Warlock. So we do need to get someone involved. Now, Muerta ideally is just farming, so it really does need to be OD or Doom. And you kind of just like gotta go between them. Because like when you move up for this stuff, it's just not gonna lead to much. Warding-wise, this is really risky, by the way, because there's usually observers and sentries in the mid lane, so there's a very high chance to lose this or get hooked in the process of it. So you should just hold this observer for now until it's safe to do so. Which will be after we group with a teammate, get a kill, then we'll have a little bit more freedom to move on the map. For example, it looks like something might happen in the mid lane. This is pretty overkill for an Ogre Magi, but more Warlocks than your ultimate. So then here, right, you random placed us earlier, this is where we place an observer. Because now I feel fine to walk up, like this is happening, you know, I'm probably good to go. So now I can sentry, I can check for stuff. And then hopefully off this tower dying, I could like move up here, put my observer here, for example. A deeper ward, come through here. They probably haven't warded this if they haven't lost a tower yet, right? So get the Watcher, walk in here, maybe sentry this area, and then put a deep ward that's gonna live. Something like right here. You should actually be with the team. You might still be conflicted between being an offlaner versus I am now a support. You should actually stick with the team if they're up there that far. And either let Muerta TP top to do it, or like one of the cores will go there after. Then again, you're trying to do this greedy Ags build. I don't know, this is where I'm conflicted of giving you support advice versus like, we're gonna have to do some pub shit. Some pub shit. I mean, in a way, if you were, if you're going for Venjags, I guess you're committed to pub shit. So, maybe you gotta go top and farm the Ags. If you were gonna play like a proper support, we'd probably be doing a different build and or different support. Not that Venge isn't like somewhat of a proper support, but like, you know what I mean? Of like, oh, you should build Solar Crystal, stick with the team and not do this stuff. Like if we're gonna lean into the greedy pub style, like, then we're gonna do it. Hey, welcome. You just started playing Dota 2. Nice. Monday and Wednesdays, we do the replay analysis streams. And it's just kind of like a random raffle system, usually at the end of one, which we're approaching. I said we'd find some team fights. We haven't actually found some team fights. But for example, I like pop this up or just tell people, and then I just need the match ID from the last week, the hero that's being played, and then any like specific questions. Yeah, and then it's just kind of random. We're still going a little bit more too, so there should be, hopefully there's still some time. said I would. Okay, we're gonna find you a team fight. I will just. I keep saying it, but just note, a lot of your observers have been like this kind of defensive along the river. Right. This is the, as far as I've seen, this is your team's deepest ward, and even this is like as shallow of a deep ward as it can be. Which means when it comes to let's go find the Tinker, let's go find whatever, right? It's really hard because like they're all in areas of the map that are going to be dark. And like maybe you see him here. That's why I said like this is your most shallow deep ward. So for your team to have objectives to go to, we do need a ward somewhere a little bit deeper at some point. Especially versus Tinker. Like when I mentioned like 5 to 15 minutes he's gonna be here or he's gonna be here. Like those are great targets to go to. Smoke your OD, blindly walk in there, place a deep ward. If you find him, great. If not, you'll find him next time because now you got the deep ward. Okay, where is a team fight we can break down for you? I need to actually address your question before we move on to the next replay. Oh shit, here's a team fight. Okay, let's find out. Looks like we're pushing the tier 1 top at 28 minutes, so this is where we're a little late here. Okay, Muerta, OD, and Doom. So like, we are not here. So this is where you might get conflicting advice. Like Zach, you say like, try to do stuff as support when no one else is doing stuff. We're trying to do stuff. This is already doing stuff. Tinker is coming top to deal with you guys pushing top. And it's unfortunate it's Tinker who can always TP up here. But someone is responding to you. This is doing stuff. You know, you don't actually have to like try to kill Tinker if these guys aren't nearby. This is already very good. Okay, you actually prevent his TP. We'll take that. And then you start pushing this. Again, the job is kind of done once people have tried to TP. You even stop the Tinker, right? The creeps are hitting the tower. That's actually good enough. And then if you were watching the minimap, nobody was showing. So that's where the danger of this kind of stuff is happening now, right? Where like Pudge ends up here, he's gonna blink in, like these guys. In a way, we're support, so like if we die, it's like, it's okay, like we're forcing rotations. At the same time, you didn't have to. Like once the creeps are here, that's sort of enough. You guys back out already. Because of this, Doom does get here, jumps the Pudge, which isn't great. And this fight is just like starting off not in our favor, right? We've already lost the supports. Doom on a hero that didn't really matter. Damn, OD hits hard though, right? So kind of change our frame of reference. Instead of like the supports going in first and then dying and then OD's trying to like 1v5. That's why we need an OD there. And we gotta like sit behind him, wait for that to happen. That wasn't really a team fight so much as a slaughter. I'll tell you what. Okay, guys. For all the new people tuning in, welcome. Thank you. The replay reviews. Mondays, Wednesdays, what time? Usually Mondays and Wednesdays, and then I start around... it varies, usually around like anywhere between 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. in Central Time for the US. I am in Texas currently. So whatever time zone that is. This stream, for example, is actually at the tail end. We've been streaming for 5 hours. So whatever your current time minus about 6 hours is the rough starting time on Mondays and Wednesdays when we do these replay review streams. But anyways, yeah, match ID from the last week, because otherwise I can't download it, who you're playing, and then any specific questions. We're currently in our faster replay analysis streams, which I haven't really been sticking to for the 10-15 minute time frame. But rather than reviewing the whole game, we're kind of doing like little chunks so that more people can get reviews. Except I still haven't addressed team fights for our Venge Spirit here. So here's a team fight. We're gonna break it down. All right, we gotta get a little more info. We back up. Looks like your team wants to take a fight. They just did Roche. We have 5 heroes alive versus 4 because Ogre's dead. They just got Aegis, but maybe we can still do something. Okay, so you're kind of up. We jumped here, so I don't actually know what wards are down. OD is going in. So you got to pick a guy. OD seems to be doing quite well. And then Muerta should be getting pretty farmed at this point. So whoever you like more, who's been nicer to you, who you think is like genuinely doing the most in the game, pick them. That's our person. So stick near them, help them out as best you can. Sometimes the fight breaks out like this. OD might be jumping in. It's harder for you to help them, so then you stick with the more static Muerta. But you can see he is strong. He can do a lot. Okay. You back up a little bit. If you can't swap the Tink... this particular game, getting Tinker killed, top priority, and then keeping your favorite person alive, the Muerta or the OD, the one you think will win you the game. Here, if it's Muerta, we gotta save her. Going in a little too far. If you settings, labs, persistent range indicator, turn it on for swap. I find this very helpful. Whatever your key ability is. For Venge, it would be swap. You gotta make sure you can swap. That's your positioning. Always keep your heroes, your teammates at the edge of the circle and never be closer. So here you actually stepped a little further than you needed to swap the Muerta. Still made it in time this time, but it was pretty close. Okay, that's pretty good overall. This is because you guys killed Ogre first and the Weaver. This has been, like, good for you guys. In terms of, like, we brought the numbers first. Oh, God. All right, pretty good. Okay, so then going back to it, though. So as Ogre respawns, as Weaver gets close to respawning, Tinker's been doing a lot this game. You guys are pretty low. Muerta left. I disagree with this decision, but she left. It's what's happened. So here as a support, like, you also need to back off. Like, the people in power are not moving. So, like, I'm not supporting anything. I'm like now doing the core role, which is good sometimes, but when they can just kill you, it's not good. So here you just have to fall back, go place a deep ward somewhere. Tinker can't TP into the jungle, and they're all respawning. The hero's coming up. So they can come here, 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 and here and kill you. Tinker can go to the creep waves and kill you. They can't just show up in the jungle. So this is where, if the cores have backed out, you go in, you try to place your deep wards, D ward, stuff like that. Set it up ahead of time. Okay. Is it possible to get it now? Yeah, we're still... we started a little late today. I'll probably review games for like another hour. So maybe like between 2 to 4, depending on how strict we are about actually keeping it to about... to the specific time. In that interest, I'll just keep going. Let's go fast. Omniknight. You have a very specific question about your Radiance timing, so we can knock this out in the 10 minutes. Actually, let's go. Speed, focused. And while we're doing this, you guys can keep letting me know who else wants a match reviewed. Offlane. What is this? Divine. Does it just auto-join the raffle? So there's no actual raffle. Excuse me. There's no actual raffle now. When I was just on Twitch, we did have a raffle, but now that I've been multi-streaming, there's not a way to do both. So now people just post their match IDs and like questions. If you just do the string of numbers, unfortunately on YouTube, sometimes it just like removes the comment. So if you did that, I can't even see it sometimes. But then I just like read through and I pick someone. I try to keep it like, we don't play favorites or anything like that. You know, I do try to like get to new people and everything. Oops, where am I going? Unless someone does donate, I will. It's totally optional, but I will do it guaranteed. I just started this one though. When I see Sick or Sick, he just donated. So we will. I'll do yours next. But since I already loaded this one, and we have a very specific question to aim for, let's do this, which this Omniknight was asking, what do you do after the Radiance purchase? Help the team or farm more? It's kind of a farming item, but I'm also strong. So that's a great question. Radiance is the most fighting farming item, if that makes sense, right? There's like Maelstrom, Battle Fury, Midas, Radiance, I guess like Boots of Travel. I feel like I'm forgetting one. Point being, Radiance is the most like fighting oriented one in the early game. That doesn't mean you should just stop farming, but you are the most likely to do stuff. So for example, let's just see when your Radiance timing comes on. Okay, so around here, I think you just, did you walk over here for a fight? You have it now. Okay, got delivered now. So here you are super strong. A lot of people will have a very hard time fighting you. So what you want to do is you want to farm aggressively. So some people, especially with like Battle Fury, Maelstrom, you'll be like farming triangle. You'll be farming back here. These are more carries, right? You're an offlaner and you have like the fighting farming item. So you want to be on the enemy's half of the map as much as possible, preferably with your supports behind you. And then you just keep pushing up the towers. You don't actually have to take the tower. You just need to make the Morphling uncomfortable, because like if he walks in the creep wave and then you like hammer a Purity him with a Radiance, he just dies. So he is inefficient. Like he avoids you. And that's good. Compared to when you're back here, then he's going to be free farming. But you don't actually need to take the tower, because that's where it might be going a little deep. It depends on like what's going on. It seems like you're coming mid to push mid. This is kind of okay, but the mid lane is one of the harder towers to take. The side lanes are easier. I would have preferred you stay down here. With Ursa coming over, I kind of get why maybe you're going somewhere else. If they push a lane, you could maybe come and fight as well, especially if Veno's already set up. But here you do want to like, I want to be in the action while farming the given area. Okay, this one was unfortunate because as strong as you are, you don't have a way to stop Pugna's stuff, which goes back to like, I want my teammates nearby, and I just realized you literally have no crowd control on your team. So this is a bit unfortunate in the draft. I don't mind you coming top though. I think it's the right, it's in that vein of idea, which is like wherever the action is, either because I am creating the action or relieving the action and it involves fighting, you're relatively strong. That's what we want to do. We may be overextended without the rest of our team in that situation, but coming top was like fine overall. Oh, it's fine to post on YouTube as well. I can, as long as it's not literally just the match ID on YouTube, because that's what YouTube seems to remove, is like the string of numbers it thinks it's spam. But if it's like match ID plus some like text, usually that's fine. Okay, here is where this is like the defensive Radiance farming we want to avoid. You want to be trying to push out other lanes with vision. If your teammates aren't doing it, your supports, buy an Observer Sentry yourself, give yourself a deep ward like in this area, here, like in the lane is like kind of okay too, like somewhere here, Sentry first to like make sure it lives. And then you can farm this stuff more aggressively, right? Steal it from the enemy's half of the map, as opposed to this is very like my team's half of the map. This isn't going to create anything, any opportunities. It's not going to force enemies to rotate over here to deal with you. Pushing this into the tower will get the tower or force people to walk over, which we can then fight those people. Or, okay, they're down here. This guy's alone over here. Let's TP over. Especially if you're farming the top half. You see people rotate, then you go like, yeah, let's just run mid and get this. So here is where you want to be a little more aggressive. So this is good. A couple heroes are missing, so I'm going to be a little scared. So now we come to the jungle. Oh, you're doing your own pull. I guess that's fine. So now I see a bunch of heroes here. So now you have to commit to either I'm going to show up or I'm going to go take the tower on my own. There's not an easy way for you to get here because you don't have your tower tier 1 mid anymore. Is also kind of why you should, your team should be playing with you and not the other way. Like now we're thinking about how to get you to the fight instead of them backing you up. It's not really your fault. It's your team's fault more than you. Okay, you end up pushing this lane, so this is, like I said, this is one of your two options. I'm okay with this. And then as they start to respawn, be careful. Around now, though, do try to, like, take a look, you know, like, reevaluate. Should I come over and help? You know, can I do anything for them? Yes, no. Cutting the creep wave is good to push faster. And as they start to respawn, here's where we're careful. Come top, start getting in the jungle, and then eyes on the minimap. You've pushed this in, so who's teleporting? As they respawn, who's teleporting to deal with this? Can we kill them? A couple heroes mid. Are people teleporting there? Do we go here to fight? Do I keep pushing bottom? This is the key moment to play it safe, but be looking for the opportunity of what's the next aggressive fighting with my fighting farming item type play. You kind of just like point blank keep hitting the tower, and now you're gonna cut the creep wave, but this is really dangerous, right? If we look at the minimap, a lot of heroes are missing. Some of the people I haven't seen, I heard the noise, you know, Razor has TP'd in. So this is where we should still be playing carefully in the jungle, farming, but aggressively farming on their half, not like in here. This is like really, really aggressively farming, but we don't need to do that when we have information or the lack thereof. I know they're all missing, so I'm going to be more careful than that play. Okay, I think that's your main question. I'm gonna close out of that one, and then I saw you donated to have yours reviewed, so let's go to yours real quick. Did you have a particular question on this? No, I didn't see one. We are properly speedrunning here at the end. This is the proper fitting within the time frame. We were dragging on earlier. Invoker support works, but it's gonna have its issues. It's very weak in the first levels. If you don't have anything in particular, like question-wise, that's probably where I'd look, is your laning stage, to do what you can. Never really expecting you to crush the lane, because you're very much based on like how well your teammate does. You might actually be positioned for Invoker. It looks like there's been a lane swap. Okay, a couple things I would recommend. First, you don't want to start boots. Because Invoker is so weak, I don't care if you are... Okay, so like, Invoker over... Like, there's a support here, and Invoker gap close, and you're like, oh no, Invoker! Oh, anyways, like, Invoker doesn't do anything to you. You don't care. So, you need to, like, buff yourself. Like, we have, like, 40 damage. We're pitiful. Our health is, like, tiny, you know? So, you need a lot of stats. Earn is really good for Invoker support, and there's a really good Spirit Vessel game. So, buy the Circlet, buy Iron Branches, buy a Fairy Fire, and mainly you just need to, like, poke nonstop in the lane. That means you don't actually have to move that much with the boots, because I'm just sitting behind Bristle, constantly throwing auto attacks at the people. So for example, Meepo is a melee hero. I just saw Pudge go through here, so we gotta quickly beeline behind the creeps and then poke this Meepo. That might, okay, maybe that's why you got the boots. You might be scared of the Pudge, so you want the move speed to be a little faster. I don't blame you if that's the case. I am a hook magnet. I always get hooked. Ideally, you would still do the stats like we said, and then just position well around creeps, but like I said, I get it. I would buy stats after this, though. Oh no! Okay, pull, and then we are very far back. I'm gonna guess you're picking what to buy or something. Maybe something came up here. So I'm not gonna worry about this if it's like a one-off thing, but you definitely want to be like up here doing stuff. Seems like maybe something has come up. We had to AFK a little bit there. I'm not going to sweat it because it does happen. Yeah, this is a great time to cold snap and harass. Unfortunately, good punch hook save. Once that happens, start hitting your own creeps. Deny these guys. Okay, so in terms of who I care to harass, you've already done half the work on this Meepo. Maybe we can kill him. You're about to start on this Pudge. Let me tell you the secret of dealing with Pudge support. As long as you don't get hooked, he doesn't do anything. I'm really bad about that. I get hooked all the time. But if you engage him, it's like Meepo's getting space from you. Really, you should be here with your like 5 extra damage from the stat build we talked about, and you just keep laying into Meepo. And then Meepo will look at his Pudge and be like, what are you doing? I hate you. I hate Pudge supports. You don't do anything. And Pudge goes, I gotta wait for the hook. I gotta be in the trees. I gotta throw the hook. And as long as you keep standing over here, he can't hook you. So you just keep hitting Meepo with a little bit more damage from the stats. So it adds up. And then it will be enough that you cold snap Blood Grenade to get a kill. That's the ideal. Because otherwise, you really don't do much as Invoker support. You just are not that strong of a support. When Pudge tries to do this stuff, now we do it. Cold Snap, Blood Grenade, Bristleback, throw your shit. Pretty solid. Even though we didn't kill him, you got all his health. And you used mana, you used some items, but like pretty good overall after forcing him into a bad spot with the pull. So then let's do it again, right? We're trying to fight here. If you don't feel you can fight, because like, oh, my abilities are still on cooldown, then like come over to do the pull. You have the boots, so you take the least time to harass, come back, right? So you want to be the most on top of it. And while other supports can maybe get away without doing it, because we do so little on Invoker, you gotta like min-max this. You gotta be like harass, pull, harass, stack, pull. You gotta be real up on it because you cannot just like, I'm Warlock, press W heal, you know, I am Lich, attack Q, 100, 200 damage. I can cold snap for 28. No, it's so little. And then once you get past this, you're kind of good. That's not like that's a good try. It's just tough. From here, if you do like some double stacking, it looks like you're coming over to do. You have a Bristleback, that's pretty good. If it's the rune timing, you can do the hard camp into the power rune. That would be good. Observer. So I hate these observers in here always get killed. But versus Pudge, put your observer like over here. It will be outside the range of all the common unblocking and blocking sentries. So it'll live, but it'll let you catch glimpses of the Pudge either here or like getting in position behind trees to like hook you in. So that can work. Right in front of the tower also works if you want. Ah, close. A little couple stats could have made the difference. This is an okay Yule's game, but you shouldn't skip Earn. If no one else is getting Earn, you should definitely get it because it combos with the Cold Snap, and you need like every stat the Earn gives you. Yeah, we can take a look at your game next. I like helping technically random, also my stream, I can do what I want. I think it's fun to help people, new people into Dota. And it also sounds like, I don't know you, no offense, but it sounds like you came from League. Some people already seem to know you in the chat. So I think League to Dota is like also very fun. I also did that years ago. I played League. Bard is the last hero I remember coming out, but I had already kind of stopped playing by that point. That was like 10 years ago or something. I played for like 2 or 3 years and then switched to Dota. So I kind of know some League stuff, but I also think they kind of rework a lot, and then like, I don't know if I really know anything anymore. And then rotating around like this is good for Invoker support. This is where you want the Earn so that it like Cold Snap Earn, and that's your contribution, and it's hopefully enough to help Sniper get kills or Monkey King to run people down. That's kind of your goal here. Or like Bristleback, you know, like he just needs to run people down and not let them TP out. So like, okay, I just Cold Snap. Don't really even need to Tornado initiate. Like just let him run up and like whack things. So around here, just keep backing up the Bristle, force objectives, stack if nothing's going on. But try to get some observers to help Bristle be aggressive. This wasn't, I don't know about this. These weren't you, so I'm not going to worry about it. But those aren't great. Those aren't great.
Pathetic.
Okay, so this will sound harsh, but don't let it be. This is genuine improvement. What are we gonna do here? Cause I am Invoker support. So let's say you find this Meepo who has 500 health, and his Meepo was like here in this area. Can you do 500 damage on your own? No. Do you have an observer? Like, I'm gonna put a deep ward. I'm gonna bring the Monkey King over. No, we don't have that. So there's actually not a lot to do here. So this is what I'm getting at is support players sometimes get like the right idea of places to be, but it's the wrong time. And that's what's happening here. This is a great place to be for a ward, or like the Monkey King is here. Let's do it. But we don't have any of that with us. So I'm here too soon. And in that case, I should just be like in the lane, pushing it down, or like hit this tower, drag it out, stuff like that. This is some of the danger of trying to force mid, pudge hooks from the trees and under the river, super dangerous. Much easier over here with multiple escape paths if you do get hooked. Okay, I never started the timer on this one, but that's okay. I think we talked about stuff you can do better on the Invoker support in the early game, which is your weakest point. I feel like your actual spell casting is fine. From the moments we've seen you use spells, you're like hitting your tornadoes, stuff like that, the EMP timings. So it's just like, how do you get past the first early game, which is like the roughest? Okay, let's do one for Locky. I saw you posted earlier. Let me find it. I found it. Download. Who are you playing here? I have it on anonymous mode in case anything ever ends up on a YouTube video, but downside, I can't see who people are. And we'll keep in mind the new player aspect of it. I never try to ignore questions. Sometimes I just miss them while we're rambling into stuff. But feel free to like post things, interrupt, all that stuff. We go hard. Thank you so much for the as always, the insanely generous donations. Yes, we can. We will look at his game. I feel bad. I was gonna do that even before you donated. But thank you so much. I'm gonna have to check it out. I didn't know. It's hard. Funny enough, I feel like becoming a content creator, I watch less content because you just have less time. But I want to check it out, especially if you're coming into Dota and you're trying it out. I always think that's fun. What was I about to do? Oh yeah. In case he stepped away for a second, we'll just turn it off. And then back on again. Muerta. I'm gonna guess Muerta carry, but we will find out in a moment. You can just check items, can't I? Okay, yeah. Muerta carry. Unranked. There's something funny about a League player coming in and picking in one of our most skill shot based heroes. It's fitting. That's like the transition point. Where is my timestamp? 40. All right, let's do it. Okay, pretty new to Dota, but coming from League. So I'm not gonna worry about like last hit timings and stuff like that, because I know that's just a matter of you'll play a bit more, it'll all come into the feel. If it's like massively different, like maybe there are some denying concepts, we'll talk about that. But if you just like, if we see like some missed stuff, I'm not gonna worry about it, because I know that's just a matter of time for anyone coming from another MOBA. Oh shit, maybe we're Muerta mid. Oh shit, we're Muerta mid. Quick, change it. This'll work, and you can do this. Muerta is not really played as a mid lane hero. Oh, this is Turbo? I didn't even notice. Let me change it. Turbo's actually a good way to get introed into a game. It is Turbo, right? Before I just like change it. Confirm that. Is it? This looks normal, actually. This is normal. This ain't Turbo. Don't scare me. Scamazed. I've been had. Okay, wait, I'm missing the level 1 fight. Let's go back. Let's go back. Okay, so Muerta's not usually a mid hero because there's not a lot of trees to work with in the mid lane. One, so like the dead shot is harder to land to like knock heroes the right way. And then two, when you, the value of the mid lane is like you hit 6 sooner. It's not that surely you have to play a ganking hero, but like Muerta doesn't really do anything with it. She tends to need to farm up a couple items. So that's why she's usually played as a carry or as a position 4 support. But I'm not going to worry about it for someone new to the game. Like, play the heroes you like, and from the mid lane, it'll totally work for this rank. How many kills is that? You got 1 of them and 1 assist. No, you're good. It's fine. I'll just tease it out. All right. Try to save. So the range creeps are worth the most. You can actually see down here. It's paused, so it looks like you. But 43 to 52 gold, and then I can never remember if it shows. Oh yeah, it shows XP here. 43 to 52 gold, and then 69 XP. Nice. Compared to a melee creep, which is like 57, and then 34 to 39. The range creeps will also scale up more over time than the melee creeps. So it's just good to generally think of them as the most valuable outside of banner creeps. But you're a mid laner, so it doesn't really matter that much, the banner. It does, but like not as much as the side lane. So this dead shot here is to like, oh, let me get this melee creep and hit Quap, which is a great idea, but this one is gonna be the same thing, but better. So try to save it for the range creep. And then the benefit is that it's harder for you to reach the range creep. Especially depending on matchups, you might end up tanking more damage walking out for the range creep. So if you have a really long range ability like this, usually combo this by either right-clicking for the CS that's up close, or like harassing Queen of Pain, because while she waits for the deny on the range creep, she can't hit you back, so you get free harass, and then you like dead shot it anyways. Or she trades with you, and then you dead shot her over and fear her, and then you like can do even more. Okay, you're clearing out creeps, coming back, doing a little body block and getting used to that, right? This one backfired a little bit because this is actually the position she wants to be on, which that was just unfortunate on timing. So I'm not even gonna worry about that for now. The mid lane CS is a little different. Are you coming from a mid lane player in League? Here's where the dead shot and the range creeps. Because creep equilibrium decision making is very different from the mid lane to the side lanes. And I'm like a support player usually. I understand the side lanes best. I won't try to go into the nitty gritty of like mid CS equilibrium because I don't feel like I'm the person of expertise to pass that on. But there's some basics as you like get into the game of like caring about rune timings and all that. And then like harassing under tower, things like that. Yeah, you're kind of seeing where every time you use Deadshot for like the melee creeps, and then like the range creep comes up, and then we're not quite getting those. So just as a general rule, if you can use that for the range creep, that's better. Of course, if you ever think you can get a kill, like that's fine. You know, you get the kills. Here's where some of the dead shots, if you are a little bit more restrictive with how you use dead shot, so you have a bit more mana, level 2 calling is actually pretty powerful. Like level 1 when you hit level 2. And so your kill combo is going to be like to drop the calling, and as they try to run out of the silence, you like dead shot them back in. So it's going to be off this range creep most likely. So like when Queen of Pain steps up too far, you're going to like calling her to silence so she can't just blink out. Deadshot her back into that. Every time a ghost hits, it's going to silence her again and do damage. She is not the best example because she can probably just blink out if she like goes into the circle and then blinks out. Against most melee heroes, it'll be good because they have to like walk out, no escapes this early. But of course, we need enough mana to do that combo. So that's where you have to be like a little bit more careful with some of the dead shots. Not too surprised. The CS is pretty high coming from another MOBA. So even as you get used to it, like you'll still be ahead of other new players. And if you are playing Muerta mid, since we're not really a ganking hero, so you're probably just gonna shove in the lane and then start farming this stuff. If you're a farming mid, this is kind of your go-to, where you'll shove in the lane. A lot of times you put the mid ward to look for these kind of runes. If all you're gonna do is farm, you can put the ward here so you can see these camps. Because right now it's really hard to like stack this. You'd have to walk all the way here, hit it, and then stack this way. So it'll take you extra time. If you can see this camp because you put a ward here, you can just walk up to here, hit the camp, and then like walk out. And then when it chases you, it'll usually leave the box. Sometimes you get a little unlucky. If you have a quelling blade, you can cut this tree to make it easier. That's another thing you can do. But you'll like stack this. And then if you have any kind of AoE ability, you'll drag these camps together. Like you'll hit one, run up, and then you'll dead shot this camp and then aim backwards so that you'll hit everything at once. Other heroes can do this are like Puck, Queen of Pain can do it. But those heroes like Puck and Queen of Pain are more ganking oriented. So they only do this when they have to, especially like into a losing lane matchup. The equivalent is like over here. If they can gank, especially off power runes, they'll do that. But for Muerta, it's like you'll get a power rune and then it's still kind of awkward. So you'll probably just farm with it. Do I wait until Maelstrom to farm it, or can I do it now? I would say with level 3 Deadshot, you could start to do it. Especially, so let's say like earlier, if you manage to get a stack up to this point, you don't need to farm it till around now, where now I've got level 3 Deadshot, so like a couple Deadshots will do a lot of damage versus all these stacked camps. But if you also then get the level 6 rune, so like you get Arcane, you get Amplified damage, you get the regen, any of those, then it'll be easier to like clear out the stacks. So you can kind of like wait till this time period, I would say, to like start doing it. But if you ever lose a lane and it's like too scary to be here because you keep getting killed, either because you lost the mid lane badly or because the 4 support keeps ganking you, you can do this, stand here, especially as ranged heroes, and then just jungle, because they'll just keep like walking back and forth like this, right? So you can just like stand here and jungle. It'll be slow, but it's pretty safe. And then anytime they shove it into the mid, you just like walk out, pew, 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 from behind the trees, pick up some CS, and then just like, okay, bye. You know, like come back here and then just keep jungling over the trees. It's not very fast, but if you've lost the lane, then, you know, it's better than nothing. Slight minor thing here. If you try to prime it so that... So like, for example, here you're about to dead shot and then CS, like with the right clicks to finish the job. But you're more likely to mess up just because the creeps are also fighting you for it. So if you can, like, for example, you right click this dead melee creep right now, or sorry, range creep, and then you like dead shot. So like you're hitting this one, but this one's already in dead shot range. So if you hit this one, you can get all of them in dead shot range and then one dead shot to finish everything and then get out. And the creeps aren't going to steal this from you because you're like 250 nuking them to finish the job compared to like 250 nuke first. And then I got a last hit with like 73 damage. That's where I might actually lose to the creeps. But anyway, since we're not ganking, just shoving in the lane is good like that. I don't know what... I thought Queen of Pain was getting the rune, actually. Shield rune's not that great. The bigger thing is you stole it. This will usually work, just because Queen of Pain has the blink is unfortunate. How dare she walk up that close? How dare she stay? All right, nice kill. We'll take that. Minor efficiency thing. You don't have to do this, but if you're coming from League and you're high ranked, I think you'll have the mechanics to learn to do this pretty quickly. I usually wouldn't recommend this to new players otherwise. Do you know about like backpack efficiency and like stat manipulation? If you know about it, then I don't have to explain it a bunch. But I'll like, if you backpack the wand before you bottle and then you swap the wand back in, you will get a little bit more stats. So you'll see like all the high rank mid players do it. It's minor, so if you're new to the game, it's not that important, especially if you're new to MOBAs. But if you're already like pretty mechanically comfortable with MOBAs, then you can start doing it. And I can explain the mechanics to you if you want, but if you know it, then I won't repeat too much. Here, so you can TP home. You saw Thompson do it. You haven't tried it yet, though. Okay, yeah. Honestly, you don't really need to understand why it works. But for anyone wondering, if you lower your stats, anything that gives you raw mana and HP, so like stats, mana items like the energy booster, backpack them before using the regen and then putting them back in will get you a little bit more. And it's just a good habit to build if you, even without needing to know the specifics about why it works. Here, so you have a lot of health, but no mana. So that's why you're TPing home and also to refill bottle. You can do this. As a more farm-oriented hero... Well, actually, no, let me take that back. In general, this is like the last thing you... This is the last step of like, I can't do anything else, so I will go home and it will let me do the next thing. But if you have anything else to do, it's usually better. So mid heroes who build bottle... because you're still playing with relatively new players, you may get people who come and take this rune, and they shouldn't really. You should typically save this bounty rune for the mid laner. So here, in situations like this, where you're like, I need mana, I don't want to go home, but I don't really have mana, so like, I guess I'm gonna go home. Here, you would buy whatever items you want, buy a clarity, run here, pick up this bottle, to refill it, the bounty rune, and then just like jungle while claritying up. And that way you can like save your teleport, you can still be picking up some gold, and then you can kind of see. You can be like, do I go top because I'm already halfway here? I don't want to. Okay, back to my lane. I can jungle till 8 minutes and then I can stack something as I come for this rune. I can just be here. Or like something happens bottom, so then you can TP here. So you'll have more options if you come for this bounty rune to refill the bottle, rather than TP home and then I gotta walk out. And if you do plan to like go home, you should walk home and then TP out. There's probably situations where it's fine to TP home first and then walk out, but essentially it's about the number of options. Like the time commitment for you to TP home and then walk back out is the same as you to walk home and then TP back out. But by walking home, maybe this lane gets dove, maybe this lane gets dove, you know, and then you could TP there and then pick up a double kill. So you'll have a few more options. The one benefit of TPing home first is that your TP will come up a little bit sooner, but I don't know. Personally, I'm a fan of walking home. I guess it's not wrong to TP home and walk out either. Just depends what you like. Dropping on the ground for extra efficiency. Yes, though I would be very careful of doing that against someone with like a blink or instant teleport like Spectre. You may end up losing your items. Only drop them on the ground on your half of the map. Or you want another trick? It doesn't work with Bottle because Bottle takes time. But if you're using Wand or anything that has like burst heal, you can shift drag stuff. So like, say you had like 2 stat items. Walk towards your fountain, shift, press and hold shift, click the wand onto the ground, and then click shift drag the next one, and then shift click your arcane boots, wand, whatever. Your character will walk over, drop everything on the ground instantly, and instantly use arcane boots, whatever. And then you can just like spam right click to pick everything up. They might reorder in the inventory, so you might have to change that. But that's how you can like item drop with minimal risk of losing the items if you use the like shift Q trick. Okay, the other thing I'll mention, around now, so every creep wave is 30 seconds, or like they spawn every 30 seconds. So if you farm the creep wave because you're maintaining equilibrium and not doing anything else, you got 100 GPM passive, and then 150 per creep wave, 200 when it's a banner creep. So every minute you're getting about 400 gold if you pick up every CS. But like, even if with perfect CS, you're sitting at 400 GPM. At the start, that's good because we have like nothing, we're weak. Around, I would say around this like 5-minute mark, you want to start doing more because around 6 minutes, you're probably level 6. So you should have like a level 3 ability to either farm waves faster, to fight, to jungle. So now instead of maintaining equilibrium, you just like shove it out as fast as you can and then go do whatever you think is best. Gank, jungle, runes, walk home, TP out, like all that stuff. Here you don't need to wait. Kind of like, if you're thinking about what to do, that's fine. But like here, instead of waiting for CS, just like kill the range creep, move on to the next melee creep, use the next one, like kill them all, and then that'll save you time so you can come over here and jungle this camp. Or in the time you have to wait for this, you can walk over and then like gank. Plus, once you shove your creep wave into the tower, it's going to force Queen of Pain to deal with it or reveal the fact that she is doing something else, right? Because if it's just sitting here, I guess I am asking like where she is, but she might just be jungling, waiting for this to come in. But if it's hitting her tower, she should leave the jungle camp to deal with it. So it'll give you information for you and your team to work with if you shove stuff in. I heard some people say laning phase ends a lot earlier in Dota. Yeah. So especially if because you're coming from high rank league, and I see no reason you won't reach high rank Dota. So I'll give you like the high rank meta. The low end Herald and new players lane till like 15 to 20 minutes. At the high end, like you watch a pro match, the laning stage will end around 5 minutes. So where you are on the bracket will kind of determine how long you should lane. But by like Crusader, I would say the laning stage starts to end around 10-ish minutes. But as early as like 5 minutes, the laning can end once you start getting high enough ranked. Oh, we got her. That was close. Scary. No, Spectre. I forgot Spectre was in the game too. Oh well, that's still pretty good for you overall. I'm trying to plan through because I don't usually run into Muerta mids. I guess you should still build like a carry. We could maybe do an early Atos. Well, maybe there's a cool spell casting mid Muerta. You'd be paying like position 4 Muerta. Maelstrom into like Atos Ags maybe. But probably just playing carry Muerta from the mid lane is the safest. I'm not fully sure on that. My laning phase will be 20 minutes then. No, I'm sure you'll go up. I would say since you're playing mid lane, aim for, if you're new and we're like, okay, we're not gonna push it too crazy yet, aim for around like I'll say between 6 and 10 minutes, but the true thing is like, can you jungle without losing your entire health bar? Which for ranged heroes is relatively early. I'd say around like power treads is good, or like once you pick up a level 3 nuke. A lot of heroes with bottle can like use it enough, plus bottle refilling and bounty runes to start jungling. And around that window, just start shoving in the lane and then running to a jungle camp as your default. And you can like look at the minimap and see like, oh, actually like I should go kill this guy. That's probably a good blind approach for right now. Let's see, should we jump anywhere? I almost died to jungle camps on Luna mid at level 5. Luna's actually not too bad at jungling early because of glaives, but she is short range, so you kind of have to like kite them out. This is very like iffy. Technically they chase for 5 seconds. They're supposed to, but some camps are a little funny. So that's how far they'll chase before they then back out. And it's once they walk out of their leash range, which is like about here. So technically, even if you just stand here and like tank them, after 5 seconds, they'll go back here, reset, and then come back out. But you can also drag them out. So that's what you do as a ranged hero to minimize damage. And then for a little efficiency trick, some camps are close enough, depending on your long range abilities, to hit multiple at once. So for example, you farmed this camp, and then I think you dead shot. Which way did you dead shot? You kind of dead shot this tree and then just went this way. If you actually like, technically you'll have to like spend a little more time walking up to see the camp, but you could shoot this camp and then dead shot the small camp as well. That'll give you a little bit more farm efficiency, especially with Maelstrom and you're in farming mode. You would do it for stuff like this, you know, like drag them together, dead shot. Hopefully a Maelstrom proc goes through like all of it to finish the job. There's enough camps that like these camps you can do it, these camps you can do it. There's enough camps that are close enough together that you can do this. Technically what you're doing is pretty good for a new player because people won't usually punish you the way they just did, although they then did. So now I'm like, should I mention that? I think this is something to get used to in Dota versus League, which is that the ability to rotate is a lot greater in Dota. I'm sure you've already come to that like realization because of the teleport and then Twin Gate, which is relatively new for Dota. The ability to move around the map is like way greater. So usually, I think in League, and I'm a little out of date on League, but usually like if you see a bunch of heroes here, you have time to push this far up in Dota, or sorry, in League. In Dota, it's pretty risky, especially if you're a more farm-oriented hero or like in that mindset of like, oh, I've got my Maelstrom, but you get the farming item to farm, you know, like you fight a little bit, but you're usually trying to farm up another fighting item. So when you're trying to push to like be useful to your team, usually the river is a good like default of like, is the creep wave before the river? Then it's probably safe. And once the creep wave moves past the river, it starts to get a little scary unless you have a lot of information. But as long as your creep wave is moving towards the enemy's half of the map, that's enough. You don't actually, for example, the creep wave is at equilibrium here and you kill this wave, the enemy creep, that's good enough. You don't actually need to get the wave to go all the way up here and like escort it. As soon as it's moving in this direction, that's enough. And you can go back to jungling if you're scared at all to do. What time is it? We can go a little further on this one, but I need to like refill my water first. My mouth is dry. So I'll be right back. You guys can continue to give feedback for me. Give me 1 second. I'll never max W on Luna again after all the comments I got on Luna Glaze is the way for the farming. You kind of like skip W till later, or like get 1 point. Man, Luna mid's a classic. Classic as in like people are drawn to it, but she's actually not really a mid lane hero. If there's ever a carry hero you see in the mid lane, it's usually Luna though. Okay, we kind of covered the early lane. It looks like your team is winning. This is kind of a lot to be winning by at this stage. So at this point, you're kind of good to just shove in waves. I don't think I've seen you do it, but don't be afraid to like buy extra clarities. Kind of a new thing, like getting used to the couriers and stuff, delivering items. But that's pretty common for especially mid lane players. Even though you buy the bottle, you're still pretty mana intensive for most mid lane heroes. So they'll buy a lot of casual clarities. Like it'll just come out, they'll use it. You can do that too to like stay high enough on mana. And you can use spells to help you farm, but I would say anytime, because in Dota, because there's so much rotations, if you're in full farm mode, it's kind of okay. But if you're ever at that period where it's like, I could farm, I could fight, you know, like, I don't know. Try to save enough mana to make sure you can, one, teleport, so 75, and then use all your abilities. And then if you ever have really low cooldown abilities, like 10 seconds is kind of at that point, do you have enough to use the ability again? And as you start to get down to that point of like, this is how much I need for everything, slow down on spell usage and mostly just right click to farm, because you never know when a big team fight will break out. You can TP, make a difference. Sometimes you do know because you got wards and all that. And if you know it won't happen or that you wouldn't go no matter what, then you don't have to save your mana. But if you ever are at that point, you can start to keep a bit of money. Let's see. If Spectre builds an Orchid, you don't know that she's going to, but you can check. Some do, some don't. But you would need a Dispel to deal with it. Otherwise, your ultimate is good enough. She should build one this game, but she's not. Orchid is really good versus the Dazzle to kill him. Snapfire, stop her ult, and then for you to stop yours. Actually, for him as well, for his Ghost Shroud. She should do the Orchid build. And then, I guess a Dispel for you, like Manta could be good, or you can get your BKB. Drow mid's also a staple. That's true. It's like Drow, Luna. I'd actually throw Muerta in there as well as one of the carries that people like to play mid. Easy peasy. All right, it's not gonna happen for a while, but around 20 minutes, technically any major pick-off or team fight, Roche or Tormentor would be your best objective. For pub games, you probably will not even see Tormentor ever taken, and Roche will not happen until you throw twice on high ground. But I'm at least gonna let you know it is actually the best thing your team could go for. And now we'll leave it at that. Are there any dispels other than Yules and Manta that you can go on Muerta? Oh wait, BKB doesn't even technically dispel anymore, doesn't it? Oh no, it still does. Okay. I always forget. This got changed around a bit. I never build it because I'm a support player. Satanic maybe in the late game. That'd be about it. Maybe Disperser in some like weird situation. I've never taken Tormentor before. I wouldn't expect it. Most lineups, if you do it at 20 minutes, you need like 4 heroes to do it. There's a couple of heroes who can do it really well, and you need less people, or they can do it solo. But
Thank you.
Muerta is not one such hero.
Nate gifted a tier 1 sub to Jonosaurus
Oh, thank you so much.
123.
Thank you for gifting subs.
Nate gifted a tier 1 sub to Professor Oak _
That's probably the last one we'll do for the day.
Who's that? Thank you.
I'll let this last one play out.
Nate gifted a tier 1 sub to Asablime Squelching.
Who's that?
I just think there's one more. I can't
Pomigra
count. NA player,
Nate
can you tell?
gifted a tier 1 sub to Truffle Butterbucket.
Thank you for gifting. Oh my god, it's happening! Holy shit. Roche at 22 minutes is amazing. Amazing. People may have already informed you about this, but the first Aegis is usually used to secure all the outer towers. This is a rare case where you guys are crushing so hard, you've already got them all. And then the second Roche gives you the Roshan's banner, and you use that to help you push the high ground. In this case, I mean, you guys are kind of free to do whatever because you're so far ahead. But it would still be good practice. Instead of, what you'll see a lot is like you get Aegis and you immediately run to the high ground, and then you win or you lose Aegis at around like with 3 minutes left. So usually actually the first like 3 minutes of Aegis time are great to look for pickoff, finish major items, and take any towers that are still up. Maybe Tormentor if it's still up. And then if you find something, then you like rush the high ground. If you don't find anything and they're avoiding you, then like the last minute or two on Aegis, then you force the high ground. And that way, if you lose the Aegis and your high ground fails, you still got like 3 to 4 minutes of farming time, maybe some pickoffs, stuff like that. A lot of people just like beeline it though and then lose it right away. Okay, I think you guys are in a good spot to win from here. I don't know how. I feel like you were actually in a good spot for a lot of this game. Maybe the part that needed advice, I walked away to get water. But I hope that helped at all. Not really a mid player, so you can probably get better advice from others on the mid lane. But welcome to Dota. I'll have to check out your stuff later. And then Pamegra, where is your... Oh, here it is. Okay. Let me grab this match IT. Oh yeah, the saving spells for the range creeps will be good. Deadshot's also AoE, so actually if you want to like double up, like prep the range creep and then like damage a melee creep, you could also do that. But if you do the range creep plus harass the enemy, that's also good enough. So you played position 5 Lion this game. Okay. I guess we'll say Archon. Hard support, Archon. Okay. We will do this one to end out the day. If I did not get to your games, I apologize. But we do this on just about every Monday and Wednesday. The whole day, we just like look at different games. So feel free to tune into any of the streams. And hopefully we'll be able to get to your game then, if we couldn't do it today. This Lion game. You mentioned you were 4, then the guy wanted Sniper 4, so you swapped, which I think that's the right choice there, even though it's a little annoying. You're returning from you're returning to Dota after a couple years. That's why it's uncalibrated, and then you think your lane was kind of fine, but we ended up losing. Spectre would jump me every fight, and my team just couldn't kill her. Felt I couldn't have done things differently. Would love some feedback. Yeah. So Spectre in general, we'll see when we get there. You need to stay out of sight, because like in the late game, Spectre will just kill you, right? All your defensive items, she'll just nullify her if she's itemizing well. So the number one thing is to stay out of sight. Think about where you're showing. Stay in the trees a lot. Lion's already a natural Blink Dagger, but Blink Dagger builder, but other supports who maybe don't usually build it can consider it so that you can stay really far back out of sight and only show up at the last second. Of course, if Spectre gets the Ags, then she will see you. So then you can do something like Shadowblade, which can't be nullified. I would not recommend rushing it, since she will not rush the nullifier. So don't start going Shadowblade first item and be like, Zach said to do it. But in the late game, if you need to, you can do that to stay alive versus the Spectre.
Shout out.
Yo, Subsidian, thank you. Thank you for being so generous today, guys. I appreciate it. It lets me do all this, so thank you so much. Y'all are crazy. Thank you. Can't wait to learn support. That's me. Let me know. Let me know when you get into the support role. I can help out a lot with that one. All right, Lion. Should we watch your laning stage? You mentioned it was okay. Let's just take a quick look. Let's see how you did. Looks like TA is top net worth. Is this Viper off lane or Phoenix? Viper's mid. Veno. And then here comes the Phoenix. Okay. You do want to fight 2v1 a little bit when he's on his own. Just be careful of drawing aggro like this. Because notice, so this is a 2v1 lane. He should not be able to get a lot out of here. And you guys should be able to maintain equilibrium. So when you guys first TA and then you, it doesn't seem like a lot. But when you draw the creep aggro twice of this many creeps, it will make a difference. And you can actually kind of see it here, right? Where we have like 3 relatively healthy creeps versus 2 creeps, and then 1's about to die. So even though this guy is 2v1 and we should harass him, you also shouldn't mess up creep equilibrium too much that on his own, he's going to get the wave up here, right? That doesn't really make sense. So try to harass, but try to do that trick where you like de-aggro from out of the creep range and then walk in, or take an angle where you can't draw aggro, not overextending that you end up 2v1ing them as the Phoenix shows up, but we do have to balance this to not lose too much aggro right away. Played your first game of support the other day. The jungle camp never spawned. And then later you learned it was blocked from wards. Yeah, there's so many... The downside of Dota being such a complex game, which is cool, but there's a lot of stuff that is not clear, and it is a steep learning curve. Creeps being blocked is one of them. Wait until you learn the creep camps have a Z axis. I guess you don't have to wait, I'll tell you now. There's a height axis. Someone like Lion, if you're trying to body block the camp, he can stun you out of the camp box, so it still spawns. Only a couple camp boxes are like that, but these are some of them. There's a lot of random mechanics like that. Okay, so the lane did shove, and then I see you come to do the pull. This is okay. It depends on your carry being safe while you're gone. So another option for you is to stay in the lane and just push the lane all the way in with your TA. If you don't do that, that's okay. I think this is... I think I would rather focus on your dealing with Spectre more than your lane, because ultimately you did win the lane. TA's doing a good job keeping the creeps out like that. So why don't we just jump ahead to like how we're positioning in team fights? Because this looks, I just realized it's actually a really long game, 70 minutes. So let's just jump ahead. Let me try to see what's the graph look like? So you guys actually have a pretty good lead. Look, see in this game compared to the last one, look, Roche at 36 minutes. That's more what I was expecting. I can't believe you guys did Roche at 22 in that one. So you guys eventually got Roche. Does look like it took a mega throw first before you guys decided you needed Roche. Even then, you guys still had a good lead. So maybe let's jump before the throw and then after see like what can we do to actually transition this to a smooth win, which anytime you're here, Roche with TA is doable, but obviously you need her. So if she's not doing it, I mean, you and Slardar, or like TA and Slardar, either one can go for it if they do it. So you're queuing up this shard. I would still get the blink this game. I know there's actually two heroes that are very annoying to deal with in terms of the Spectre and the Veno, but I still think it's pretty good on Lion. Like, the instant blink Hex is one of his best points, and I'm not sure if it's... I don't think it's worth skipping. And I'm not going blink because of Veno, and I felt my team didn't want to jump, and Slardar had blink. I think it's fair. I think of any game to skip blink, I can understand why you would do it in this game. I think for a pub game, it'll still be worth it. Just because people will still slip up, they'll overextend, and you'll want the instant blink hex to get them. You can also use it to get away in a pub game. But if you're going to skip it this game, I don't mind. I would say like 4 staff then as the uncancelable blink dagger, right? To get in or out. Some kind of extra mobility on the Lion. Aether Lens could maybe be another route, but I would do 4 staff first. Oh, maybe we are doing Tormentor. Let's go! It's actually happening. Now is a good time to place a deep ward, although they're all missing, so I'm a little scared for you. I was looking at you die. I wasn't actually watching the minimap. Hold on, let me go back. A little dicey. I think with the Glimmer, you could still take the risk to run down here. You could ward here. You could ward here. Either of those are pretty decent. But now's a good time to deep ward because you're already here, you know, and it's just like a little more. Once you retreat, now we got to go from like here to like through here. Kind of scary, you know, like I got to go all the way around. Loss of time. So you're already partway there. You can wait a little bit to heal up and then use the Tranquil to like finish the job. Super careful of this stuff. You mentioned the Spectre getting you, right? So, like, these are the I am dead. I don't know how farm Spectre... You're so dead. You're so dead if she's watching the map. Spectre, where are you? Spectre, you're making me look foolish. Spectre, kill this guy. I gotta prove a point. Where's Spectre? Spectre, what are you doing? Spectre! So this is why we got some wiggle room in pub games. But that's kind of what I meant with when it comes to dealing with Spectre, it's very much about just not showing in the lane. So when you want to push this out, I know it's tempting to get the CS, but honestly, you just gotta like... So maybe you Glimmer Cape in, but Earth Spike reaches kind of far. So for example, you'd have to make your way to this side and then just Earth Spike from Fog of War into the creep wave. And then that won't show you on the minimap, but you'll do a bunch of AoE damage and it will hopefully push the lane and that'll be enough. If it's a huge creep wave like this, you might wait for a second Earth Spike, but essentially, if I show, I will die, asterisk, unless Spectre just doesn't do it. But really, it should be, it's like out of our control if we show. It should just be a like, ult in, dust, orchid, kill you type thing. Ghost Scepter in the early game, if you don't need anything else, can be one way to deal with it. Because usually it's like orchid, manta, Ags sometimes Basher Abyssal, sometimes Nullifier at that point, sometimes another attack speed item. There's a couple different options, but if you go like Ghost Scepter first or second item, it can usually save your life a couple times. In a similar way, your Glimmer Cape will also work, but Glimmer Cape can be dusted, which is a much cheaper investment for her. Okay, you have a couple Observer wards. This will sometimes happen, but off of this smoke, I really want us to place a deep ward. Either because we're in deep and get into a fight and we got to place it right away, and then hopefully try to like put it in a somewhat sneakier spot, or this smoke works, so then we have freedom to place a deep ward somewhere. Because I kind of need some direction, right? When everyone's missing, it's hard to choose where to go, how to play. So we need to see something. Since you didn't build a blink, don't lead the way. Let this guy with the blink go first. If you glimmer first, it could work. So you would glimmer yourself as you break high ground. But you could very easily still send Slardar first and then glimmer him as he gets to around this range. So since you're scan connected, if you guys are doing this, drop the Observer on the cliff, like right here. And by doing so, be ready to go instantly, because they could have a sentry and then an Observer just pops out of nowhere, right? Then it's like cat's out of the bag. Downside, these guys are a little far, and we're reaching the point where fights will be decided within a second. As you get to like it varies on a Dota game, 30 minutes onwards, I would definitely say you're in this realm. For this game, when you have heroes like TA and Slardar, say like even 20 minutes could be the case. It's not so much for them. But fights will be decided in a second, so can my team do stuff within a second once things happen? These two are a little far. So you do Glimmer. This Observer, so this is actually a very sneaky Observer that will live for quite a while in many cases. But if you're smoking for this level of commitment, you usually actually want to see more. You do this like after the fight is done and you're like, how can I leave one here that'll be really hard to find when they know I've been in this area, so I don't want to use this, I don't want to use like something in the middle here, right? Then you do this. If you're in the smoke, the Observer is like, I've committed the smoke, I've brought this many heroes, we really need this to work, so I put one here. It's more obvious, but it gives us the best chance to take like 3 of the steps in this plan, and the 4th finishing step, like it's gotta work, you know? So we commit to it. Otherwise, great smoke. Good job. Got her, do the de-warding, and then here's where the other observer, so this isn't really your fault. This guy put one here, so now you're putting this to cover. Sentry, like, here would cover all of this. Then we wouldn't need to use 2. And then, because we've made it this far in, and you've got 1 deep ward, yes, but I've got another observer, so maybe a second one, right? You could look for something like that. This is no good. Typical of a sniper support player, but you've already got this one, so this is like super overkill. If you guys sit here and siege both lanes, this is kind of okay, but it requires you to sit and siege both lanes, then overlapping with this one. You also don't have any of your lanes, so you guys are gonna have to leave this area, come back. You might lose this observer in that time. So now we have to commit a couple heroes here while the others go back, but then they're going to see, they're going to be like, oh, a couple heroes back, you know, we could invade. It's kind of iffy. So the observer, like if you want something in this area, over here is a lot better. Way less likely to be found, still useful, doesn't require you to camp this area, overlaps less with this one. Same idea with your observer. If you had been thinking about this cliff, no. Out here would be better, even in front of this lane would be better, like making your way over here. All those spots give you a little bit better spread of vision. Now, versus a Spectre, you never know where their wards are. So if you're going to YOLO go ward, when Spectre is dead is one of the best times to do it. Because if Spectre is alive and she catches a glimpse of you in an observer, you're dead. And technically, you now know where an observer is, but that's not, you know, not quite worth it. You were annoyed sniper warded it. It got de-warded like 30 seconds later. You mean like this? God, did I just see Venomancer put an observer on a cliff? Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. Of all the heroes to put an observer on the cliff, Venomancer. Ugh. I die inside. But that's why, you know, don't get too angry at your sniper for doing dumb warding. The enemy team will do the same. You want to be careful about this. So, like, whether you like it or not, you really aren't a great lane pusher, so... So like this stuff happens and your cores leave. This is like, it's time to go. Because if the enemy's watching the minimap, TA's not here, these two aren't here. That's actually precisely why Sniper's about to die coming up here. You know, but you should pick your favorite player, whoever you think is best, whoever's doing the best. Turns out it's TA, so you're near her. I'm fine with that. Right? And then just be with her. Around here, you're like, oh, let me go hit the tower. You might think this is a bad fight, in which case, like, I'm kind of okay with it. At the same time, your most valuable and strongest hero is going in. And for better or for worse, you're a support. So, like, here's the guy that needs support. Even if you don't think this is a great fight, I don't know, kind of got to go in, you know? To a degree, you don't have to, but Line really is not the best hero. Like, this is why some other supports, if you are the sort that doesn't trust teammates, people who can actually take towers on their own, like Shadow Shaman, Jakiro, are better for this kind of play. People who scale to get solo kills, like Marcy, when someone comes and contests and you solo kill them. But Lion's not really... Lion is a I enabled the team with crowd control type hero. So you're a little bit more required to come into this stuff. And help her either get kills or get out. Looks like she fortunately got out, at least without you. This is then unrelated to the fact that Spectre could have chosen to kill you instead of the Slardar. Come here. Cat for the end of the stream. Where are you? Get out of here now. Look whose observer lived. This is why yours is good for the I need an observer to live spot. Though I still stand by for the smoke. Probably over here is a little better. Okay, so speaking of how do I play versus Spectre, let's talk about your pathing. Because this is the stuff that's not obvious until it's revealed to you. So thinking about where enemy observers are. Granted, you guys just put sentries, but you don't have vision there. So there is a chance an enemy observer is down and you just don't know about it. So enemy observers here are relatively common. Enemy observers in the river are pretty common. Plague wards could just be down and about. With Spectre, we must enter the mindset, if I am spotted, I am dead. Because that's pretty true for most cases. So with that in mind, when we think about the path you took to walk over here, it's much less likely they have observers in this area, but we walked through the river. So if there was an observer like anywhere here, we would have just been dead. Just like straight up dead at a high level of gameplay, especially if they have any vision on the map, which in this case, TA is top, Slardar is mid. Actually, the creep wave's here, so they don't know Slardar's here. And then these guys are showing in the bottom lane. So if Spectre's like, should I jump Lion? I don't know. Oh, yeah, I'm going to go kill Lion, you know? So this is where passively you just have to take really defensive paths as you move. And in team fights, you have to like hide in trees and stuff like that. If you're going to cut through this area, I would like at least glimmer as you cross over. But you're not in such a time crunch to get here like, I got to take the fast path. You have plenty of time to just roundabout go this way. But I would also ask, where are you going? You know, if we're trying to play active, 2 heroes are already up here, so you can just stay with them. If you're trying to get to your TA, you can twin gate. If your team is defensively farming, you can just come jungle back here. So maybe you're trying to get to Slardar because he's got the blink. I guess that kind of works, but I would let Slardar come to you guys when 3 of you are pushing up here. I'm glad you de-warded that. That's great. And then I like this a little bit more, though when you have this observer, this is actually probably overkill. You didn't place this one, so maybe you just didn't realize, but if you do notice this observer down, I'd say this is a bit unnecessary to have like 2 observers scouting this mid tower. Rip. That's not on you. She shouldn't be up that far on her own. Okay. Thinking about passive, not passive, defensive positioning, right? Spectre did just use Shadow Step to kill this. So on one hand, this is like the safest time to do this as possible. On the other hand, if they decide to fight and they have tools like Glimpse available, if someone else can like charge in, do anything, this is where we're going to reveal ourselves. And especially if you don't realize Shadow Step got used or not. I think you know, but you know, sometimes we miss these kills happening. Maybe Spectre just walked into her and it's available. You are going to hit this tower for... Oh, we can't see your damage? What the heck? Oh, maybe it's because I was on their perspective. Wait, let's go back. 26 damage. That's our contribution as a support player, right? So like, I'm going to hit this tower for 26 damage. It's 5 versus 4. They should be looking to fight. So I shouldn't show myself at all. I should be as far back as I can, but close enough to be useful. So Earth Spike is essentially your longest range spell. Hex is similar. Earth Spike can actually reach a little further than the circle shows. So let's say they jump Slardar and I want to help him. I can stand here and stun up to the Slardar. Maybe the Queen of Pain. You know, I can like stand here and stun up to the Queen of Pain. And because you guys came from this area, you actually did some dewarding. You removed an observer here. It's really unlikely that there was an observer on the cliff and there is one here and here. Granted, you guys did it, so there's a chance they did it. But if we're thinking like meta-wise, it doesn't make much sense for that many observers to be on top of each other. So I know there's a very high chance this is safe from observers, and then I just got to hide behind trees to avoid enemy heroes. So if we're going to position somewhere, here is passively the best place to stand without being at risk of showing myself for someone like Spectre to kill, for me to get glimpsed back, for them to jump in and just like, who's the easiest to kill? It's the Lion, right? I am back here. They'll get baited to go on my tankier heroes, which I will then help with the glimmer and the stuns. But if they kill me first, You know, like, are they gonna save me? Maybe, maybe not. Got him. Once things go in, like, yeah, if you go in, I get it. At this point, technically, getting in and then getting out is the way to play Lion, because your spells are actually fairly low cooldown. So like in, out, get your next set of spells, right? So like right here is when you would either, okay, I am sitting and using mana drain, or I am backing out, waiting to come back in with the spells. Usually Blink works out really well for this because it lines up with the cooldowns pretty nicely. But it still kind of works even without it. With Egg committed, if your team goes for it, I would say you should also go for it. If they don't go for it, then back out like we're talking about. When I see Slardar go in for this, I would probably just go in with him. Looks like it's gonna be okay. We're only losing the sniper support, which is... never mind. We lost Slardar as well. I was gonna say it's not that big of a deal. Run! Don't get me. All right, let's look for a couple more Spectre examples, and I think we're gonna stop for the day. Okay, this might be a great example. You might be interested in coming to push top. These guys are dead. Let's get some farm. Let's push. So let's think again. Spectre is death, right? So if I want to push top, that's a great idea. What side is more likely to have observers, left or right? Pop quiz. All right, I'm done waiting. The right side, right? This is not that common to ward at 29 minutes, but more common than this side. At least outside of pro matches where people actually prepare for Tormentor. So in a pub game, there's very often no wards on this side. So for you, running this way and waiting in the trees is the place to go. And then Earth Spike, especially with the Aether Lens, to just damage some creeps out of sight without getting spotted. Now, where they're standing from this right side is actually easier. And let's say we don't think there's any observers here. Okay, you know, run through here, stay in the tree line, you know, possibly even glimmer yourself depending on how scared you are. Earth Spike through the tree line so you're not spotted, and then just leave. Don't even go for last hits. As soon as you attack, you are revealed. High-level Spectres will kill you. Like, on that moment, you're dead. At low level, you want to risk that their reaction time is slow? Like, sure, we could, but is that really good gameplay? Probably not. So, jungling, right? They can't see you. The neutrals don't give vision. So, kill the jungle camps, and then just Earth Spike this way. Now, when you show, if your team is showing anywhere in the lanes or they have observers so they know you're on your own, you could die right here. It depends how cautious Spectre is. Because like, oh, I don't see enough heroes. Maybe Lion's baiting himself. It's near the tower. Like, I'm going to be careful. She might not go for this. At the same time, I think she recently should have seen these heroes pushing in mid. And then, like, why would you be clearing the creep wave and not a core hero? There's a very high chance Spectre will just kill you right here. Or, like, try. This is a cautious Spectre. She doesn't want to jump Sniper. She doesn't want to jump Lion. Sniper showing again. Lion showing. She's scared. Sniper showing. TA showing. Queen of Pain showing. She has enough information. The next time you show top, she should kill you at this moment. Slardar mid. Oh, but you're out of sight. Oh, there you are. This part's okay. Now you're with your team. Now you're with your team. That's good. This is pretty good. Everything you're doing here is pretty solid. In the end, the fight is maybe not the best, but if we're in that mindset of like, well, shit, if my team goes in, I've got to go in. I think what you did's pretty good there. And what I want to highlight in particular to your question of dealing with Spectre, as long as we aren't the one showing first, a lot of pub players, they won't have the patience. Like if she's like, I gotta kill Lion, but at some point she'll go for someone else, right? So you stay hidden in these trees. Like you're smoked, but let's just say you're waiting in the trees, knowing that like, okay, maybe I do or don't have to go. And I would say you probably don't have to finger this Viper, by the way, but like I'm kind of okay with it as part of getting stacks. But because you don't show, she gets the sniper first. And so now you are free, you know, if you had a blink, to go blink someone else to help with this, right? So the key thing is to not show yourself, and hopefully only the core show. A guy that plays sniper support, he's probably going to show himself, but at least it's not you. All right, I'll see like maybe another example. Pipe at this point is a little too late. Honestly, Ag's rush is bad. Ag's late game with 8 stacks, good. So if you want Ags, I'd be okay with that. I still think Blink is solid. If she has a nullifier, Shadowblade is good. Looks like she didn't go it yet, so maybe you don't need to do that. Late game Shadowblade's pretty good for supports. Oh, I see you bringing out the courier. Very nice. Another consideration for Spectre. If you think there is a ward on the cliff, it means Spectre can see you. So how safe do you feel doing this? You actually have some teammates nearby, so I don't mind. But there's a lot of times supports will come up here on their own thinking like, I'm going to go D-ward. If you're D-warding, you're showing if there's wards, or when you have to kill sentries. And then you will die in that time, especially if they do have vision to know that you're on your own or not. Walking out kind of far from my team. What if there's vision here? I'm looking for wards. That means I think I'm looking into vision. That means I am dead. In fact, by using myself as a landmine of sorts, a canary in the coal mine, the fact that I'm not dead right now suggests that there is no vision anywhere if you have walked. Otherwise, I think Spectre should have just killed you. It is a good game for Pipe though. As I'm like looking at it, it is not bad. But I still think it's probably a little too late. At this point, you actually need like, you need an answer to Static Storm Ags. I don't know if he's building one yet. He's not. It's quite late. A lot of times when you play support versus Disruptor, that should be your late game itemization consideration is, how can I help with Static Storm Ags? Is there an item build I can do? Wind Waker will be not bad. But you'll need a Blink for that to work, which goes back to, okay, maybe I still need to buy a Blink. Because I need to be able to Blink Wind Waker someone who has been Static Storm Agsed. But you didn't go for that build, so I guess it's kind of okay. I want to see like one more fight, and then I think we'll stop. Okay, we should just give that up, wait for Slardar, camp lanes. This is where you gotta be super careful of showing. Guys, do not jump into dangerous farm. Just walk into it. All right, passively. I keep saying this. It has yet to get you. But I swear it matters. Observers here are not uncommon. So when you walk in like this, it's dangerous. Because like, Quap is showing in the lane. If they have an observer anywhere else and an observer here, again, we could die. So thinking of just defensive movements. Slardar is actually nearby, so maybe he could help me. But especially if he wasn't, and I know a lot of situations people will do this. Oh, Hef is here. I thought we'd get Jupiter, but we have Hef here. This is where you may just have to be like sitting in trees, just like with the team, especially now that she has Ags. At any moment, it could just activate, right? So we have to be clumped as a team. If she ever Ags and sees we're on our own, we done. We so done. Once she builds a nullifier and has the right item to deal with this stuff. Aw, thank you. You already gifted so many subs here. Thank you. I appreciate it. Hef wants you to look at the mini-map. Look how they're all missing. Great insight, Hef. If they're all missing, we got to be real careful. Just sit in a tree line. Ping it to your team right there. Don't press the buttons, Hef. Stuff like this, just stick near these guys, right? Whether it's us getting caught here, TA getting caught here, Queen of Pain getting caught here, these are all losing situations. So we just have to like stick together. And when I say stick together, I'm not standing near him. I'm not standing near him. I'm like in this tree line. In this tree line, you know, like under the tower in the tree line. That's probably your best bet. These guys are too far forward. Oh, we smoke right after? That's actually... Let's go. God, what is this Conda build? Oh my goodness. There's a little panic of like throwing the Earth Spike. Okay, let's smoke and then think about our job. And this, again, this is why I still think Blink is okay to get, because now Haunt's down, and this is where I'd like Blink. But I don't have Blink, and I don't blame you for it, so let's position appropriately. Who is my guy? TA, in this case, is who I would go with. TA is the one I'm going to stick with. So when I move, I have to be close to TA as much as possible to help her out. If you don't think it's TA, I don't really care. Like, whoever you think your person is. So she's moving top. I, too, am behind her. So if she gets jumped, I can help her. If she jumps someone, I will be the closest to run in. Part of why I also need the blink. So Viper, if she goes on Viper, this is okay. If she doesn't go on Viper, then like, I don't care. So this is where if I'm standing behind her, it works out a lot, right? She starts hitting Viper, it's fine. I could blink to Hex for her, blink stun if we need to. Otherwise, without it, I'm just sitting behind her, waiting for people to jump onto her. Waiting for this Spectre to jump this TA, and then for them 3-on-1 her, and then I will help out, because I'm surprised it's 2v3. Because I'm behind TA, I can glimmer her, help get her out of here, even though my Earth Spike, right? Earth Spike, when they BKB, can't do much, but that is why the support items that I can use on my teammates is very helpful. Now, thinking of this fight, like, oh, what's going on, right? Who's my person? TA. I'm interested in TA. So I gotta be moving up towards TA in this fight. If you think you can do something for Queen of Pain, like, yeah, it's kind of okay. But at the end of the day, TA, she rich. TA's the one. If you think Queen of Pain is like the #1 hero to win you the game, that's fine too. Go with the Queen of Pain. It doesn't really matter. But whoever it is who you want to use as your point of positioning. This, get out of here. What are you going to do? Even if they had instant teleports, it's 5 versus 3, right? Totally abandon this lane. Totally abandon the barracks. You probably won't, you can't defend until these guys are up. You just need to avoid them and push other lanes. Most lineups, someone goes top, someone goes bottom. Versus Spectre, who will soon have this and will kill one of you, right? You just have to go as a team. So you as the Lion, okay, they're pushing top. Hello, team, I am with you. If you want to try from the trees and then just like Earth Spike out, it's okay. But especially if the Aghanims is up, all right, I gotta be top. I just gotta be with the team. If she shadow steps, we all need to be together. If you try to defend like this, you actually got away, but I swear, you're supposed to be dead right now. This replay has been a lot of me saying you should be dead, but then living. Easy. Now, will this work out? I don't know. We're finding out. But you're with the TA, right? You help her out. Glimmer, like, oh, here's a guy, you know, hex stun. She's like, oh, great. You know, kill him in one go. Perfect. That's why we just keep with the person that you think is most important. Hex it. One more kill. Glimmer her. Great. You know, I'm next to you. Die. It's time to die for her. I know we've been talking about how to keep you alive, but like, as much as we hate to say it, she's way more important than you. It is time to stun, get in the way, like, please kill me first. Let her go. Body block, slower with the slows, whatever you can do. Get in front. I guess Spectre you can't body block, but like, you know, anybody else. Don't run away with the carry. You just gotta like get in there. Take me first. Amazing. All right, that's a great ending point. You guys won a huge fight. Did we win? Darn. But you know, that was a good fight to win. How do you guys lose? I mean, you should just get barracks here. Fortify. Ah, I see we're diving. See, we're diving. You guys probably could have just had 2 barracks, if not megas. You should still get this one. All right, you guys actually left 1 barracks too early, but what can you do, pub game? One super late game, and Spectre figured out how to eventually jump you each time. Gotcha. But does hopefully everything we covered, you know, we didn't quite see it happen, but I hope talking about the positioning and then the Shadowblade counter to the nullifier will help answer that of like, I am just in the tree so she can't see me. I am with the team. I eventually get the Shadowblade counter to the nullifier. So like, at least I have one thing. This is awesome. Helps me feel better about positioning. Okay, cool. Mission accomplished. Then with that, it is time to stop. I am hungry. Jupiter. I mean, Hef, you're in my way. I can't type. Cat that I own, whichever one you are. All right, guys. Thank you so much for hanging around and chilling with me. Thank you so much for everyone who donated and subscribed. You guys are amazing. Yeah. Heart. Thank you. I will Twitch people. I'll send you to Gunner. And then YouTube gang can't do raids, so you guys are just free to go. We'll be back on Wednesday to do more replay analyses. So if I didn't get to any of your games today, Wednesday we'll do more. I don't think we're gonna stream tomorrow. I will try to cut a video actually out of one of the replays today. The Oracle one we started with, I think, had a lot of good uses, and then that Luna Smurf, whether we want to highlight Smurfs or not, but that's really educational. So we might do that. And then we'll be back Wednesday, and then Thursday, Friday for games. Oh, Jupiter's here too. We're all here. Okay, Jupiter can say hey, and then we'll send it off. Hello, Jupiter. Hephaestus doesn't want to stand up, so you guys can't see him. All right. Thank you, everybody. I'll see you later. See you Wednesday. Hope you have a good rest of your day, wherever you are. Twitch people, I'll send you a Gunner. Goodbye.